Kaisa, a couple other decks there, and then everything else is like 4% because people are playing for those best of cards. We did have the meta breakdown a little bit earlier in the day. We will be tracking as many of the stories for 28 Legends here, looking at those best of cards. And some of the decks we've seen are somewhat low representation so far today. As you said, Viktor has been a higher representation, but we had the pleasure of casting this Fortune game earlier today. I know that Medic and Amy just cast a Lee Sin game, so plenty of different champions going on here.
I mean, Lee Sin is also so nice. It has really good domains, so it is really calm and body oriented, you know, so there's good combat tricks in there. You can have some decent ramp. There's so much good of everything. You have challenge, you have strike down in the decks that really do have equipments, but also you have a card that some decks struggle to deal with, and that is the Ruin Runner. This card that cannot be targeted by the opposing cards or abilities. That can actually put quite some decks in a tough time. And
luckily, unlike Lee Sin in League of Legends, you don't have to be mechanically any better than your opponents in order to play. You're just playing cards, it's all good. I don't need to learn how to Dragon's Rage people while ward hopping. But those of you that don't actually play League of Legends won't know exactly how difficult that is for an old man with broken thumbs to do. But no Lee Sin in this matchup. I believe as we get into it, this is going to be an interesting matchup that we haven't seen too much from today. I'm just trying to remember exactly which one we've got coming up. It's the Sett matchup.
Yep, Sett and the other deck. I'm not going to spoil it quite yet. We're going to take a look at this deck list first. This is quite buff heavy, and it's a Fey Dragon as well. It's a unit that I would really like to pet. It's so adorable.
It is very cute artwork. So Sett obviously saw a lot of play in Origins. People felt like it was particularly good into the Kaisa matchup because you could kind of just like survive through things. One card I think that makes Sett really difficult to deal with is Punch First. We've talked about it earlier today in other matchups, and how prevalent it can be, how difficult it can be to play around.
You know what? I think even in the Kaisa matchup especially, there is another card that makes it even tougher. You know that Sett, of course, can spend a bit of power to dodge. There we go. It is actually a Kaisa matchup, so quite tough there for the Kaisa player. But as soon as you have your units buffed and they die, you can just pay a power to recall them. Warmox. Warmox against the newest iteration of this Kaisa deck. You can see it. There is so few units in there. There is no big Darius shenanigans, no Noxus helpful. So you actually get to play so many of these units, your early drops, with a Warmox into the battlefields. You get them buffed, and then already immediately your 2 drops become such a big hurdle to overcome for the Kaisa player.
And Kaisa is a deck that didn't receive too many tools at first from Spiritforge. People weren't necessarily looking at what was added. They're like, Kaisa, she's good enough, doesn't get extra. And then people thought, well, Ferrous Forerunner is very good as a card. You pay 6, and then you basically get 12 might worth over a set of units. And then people have started mixing in Get Excited to discard high-cost spells and then deal a lot of damage to it. So a Jinx card that is being brought in to Kaisa. We'll see how that goes for our first game of round 5.
And I think the addition of Get Excited, you know, in a draw-heavy value deck, you wouldn't normally see cards like this that just discard your cards in hand just to get rid of something else. That sounds like a bad trade-off, actually. You're always going -1. But this card gives you a lot of tempo if you discard high-cost cards, and you can afford to do that because of the absolutely lovely Progress Day, a card that has been finding its way into many deck lists that draws you 4 cards.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because Progress Day is a card that people have been citing in or bringing into lists, into their main board to try and just like out-greed Draven. Where you're like, well, Draven will draw cards, I'll just draw more cards, it'll be fine. But then decks like Sett, I wonder whether they can kind of go over the top or underneath the Kaisa. And as you said, you've kind of got that reduction of units, you don't play quite so many, so I wonder whether Sett can just bully around the game while Kaisa's trying to be greedy, and Kaisa might not be able to hold the battlefields as well.
Honestly, I will not try to rule anyone out of this game, but as a Kaisa player, I would have no idea on how to tackle this situation versus Sett, the boss, because already that Sea Monkey it's already hard to remove. You know, your units, that's a Watchful Sentry. What's it gonna do?
Yeah, just sit there and die and give you a card, basically, is what is gonna go in at least this Watchful Sentry's future.
But also, I really like, you were mentioning the Draven matchup for the Kaisa. You know, I'm a passionate Kaisa player, so I love just talking about the deck's general matchups.
Your deck for the weekend.
you have cut so many units from the deck in most of these lists. Like, there are still some of these lists that run Darius, that run the Noxus, but this deck, actually, you're trying to outstaff the Draven player, right? Draven will not win combats against your units when you just sit there and go progress day, and I'm going to draw so many cards, I'm getting value after value after value, while you get no cards drawn. That's a Fey Dragon, that is not a rune. That happens quite a lot here, actually.
Yeah, I will say the playmat is, at times the deck is in a different place. So players have different play styles for whether you have your deck on the right, on the left, and the way it's set up is a little bit backwards at times. There's I believe, a challenge I saw in hand, which this is always risky when you play Kaisa out and don't get the value from it yet. Yeah. Because it's just sitting there and you're like, ooh, please don't have a way to take it out. There is... the blade attaching to the Sea Monkey, going to be able to take out the Watchful Sentry. And then the choice is, do you want to challenge on the back end of that? Do you want to punish this Kaisa? I feel like that is
you do.
Normally a pretty good option.
I think you do. And also as the Kaisa player, I mean, this is always the one. I think you cannot really play Kaisa on curve against, you know, body decks, because you're going to get bodied by Challenge or Strike Down. All of those cards really punish you for that. But you also don't really want to accelerate it, because those are the matchups, those really tough matchups, they are won by your time warps.
Whoa, that is not... It says 0 units in hand. I've seen Bellows Breath, Retreat, Time Warp, Hex Ray, Piercing Light. I think there's no unit in hand.
Yeah, well, then especially I think it's even more important that you actually keep your Kaisa around. If you're having cards like Retreat, you really want to have the option to play this Kaisa again. And I mean, I can see that in a bad matchup, you want to play high risk, right? You want to play high risk, high reward, that you're saying, okay, I'm gonna play my Kaisa because this is a way I could possibly win the game. If I start running away with points, I get extra draws from Conkers. But if your opponent has it, your possibly bad matchup just becomes a nightmare.
So double Falling Star targeting the Sea Monkey. With perfect information, you kind of feel like, well, if you can keep the Sea Monkey alive, you are well away with the game, but not worth deramping too much more at this point.
We're actually not even taking the... I really do feel that from the depth of my heart, that you could get confused on those ones. Oh, we're actually going to play the Sett Brawler. Interesting. Okay, well, actually, we're playing Sett the boss, so if we're even tapped out and your opponent decides to Singularity this Sett, you're like, hey, you're deramped for 2, I'm gonna deramp for 1. Actually, just protects battlefields, buffed units at battlefields, right? No. No, it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's you can just get it, take it back to, basically like that built-in Guardian Angel effect, kind of, by spending the buff.
That is just great, and we're just passing on the side of Kaisa if you're not having progress day on this turn 6 and you don't have units. That happens.
As a Sett player, you know there is no units in hand at this point, because you basically are seeing you've done nothing. Okay, nothing past from Kaisa is such a rare play. Yeah. Like, it's so unbelievably rare to just see a Kaisa do absolutely nothing, especially with no units on board. So that, I think, is going to be a bit of a struggle. They're spending the buff this time around before the Conquer. Obviously, well, as part of the Conquer is going to be able to get a card, and then you put the buff back on from Sett's ability. You layer them in that way so that you get that card draw very effectively.
Look at the advantage already on the side of Sett. I do really like the Monastery. It's been a battlefield that hasn't seen too much play in Origins, because there were not too many great buff decks. But now you have so many more ways to buff your units with Warmock's armor, or, for example, the Sea Monkey, that's just a flexible drop.
There is a Singularity.
There is a Singularity. You have to do something on the side of Physica, but is it gonna help you? In my mind, now you're just protecting the Sett Brawler, right? Oh,
it spends a buff that way around in order to get the reduced costs.
You don't even care about your Sea Monkey, I get that. What I also would have liked to see, which is really cool interaction, is you protect your Sett Brawler, and then next turn you just draw another card from the Monastery. You just reconquer this. What's going to happen with the next 3 runes that Kaisa has, and then you get another free draw, but also you can hold and just avoid the damage with this. So I'm fine with either play here, but this matchup seems so tough.
I think the other way of doing it this way around is you still have the buff on Sett should a follow-up damage spell come through. So like we know that Physica has other damage spells in hand, and I guess that's the decision being made by our Kaisa player of like, well, do I want to force you to have it, or is it more important to keep my spell in hand?
Yeah, I think actually you would lose with this line to a possible Falling Star.
Okay.
So you would just get sniped out of the backline. There was still 3 runes open. So I really like your reasoning for why we would keep the buff on
just to double check, because the errata Falling Star, because you select targets at the beginning, does it still work that way? And it's because you're doing it twice as separate instances of damage. Does you still get?
Oh no, I meant if you would let your Sett recall and protect it with your own Sett brawler, then you could get Falling Star, and then you lose the Sett.
I misunderstood the line we were talking about. Yeah, that makes total sense. To catch us up into the game right now, Ruin Runner has been played with a Pit Rookie as well. And there is a Plundering Power, which is a unit, but it's not the biggest of units, really, to compete against a battlefield that has Ruin Runner and a Sett already in play.
It is an adorable unit, though, and we love Plundering Power. Piracy is a universal language. I can't imagine that it talks like this.
You're just trying to get all of the flavor text so that when they try and challenge us with it, that we actually know. I'm going to fail that horribly when that actually comes through.
That's going to be bad, but I mean, I think we should pay a little more attention to the Rune Runner that has been played, because what's Kaisa doing against that?
Not a lot. There's not too many ways of breaking that. I mean, you essentially have to kind of Thousand Tail Watcher, I guess, right? Like on a subsequent turn when a Rune Runner is there, but we're going to just put all of the equipment on, I was going to say on the camel, but that is Illusion being played, which of course does have Weapon Master.
That was just this brief, beautiful moment of Physica laying back in his chair and just sighing really deeply, knowing this matchup plays a little almost impossible. Again, I don't want to take anything away from this, and phenomenal players can get back from the craziest of situations, but in theory, this matchup is just so tough, especially with main-decked Ruin Runners. It feels like the hardest counter to Kaisa you could possibly imagine, especially if you get a Warmox armor on it. You also just get to buff yourself all the time. I mean, you're already buffed, so that's fine. But now a Fey Dragon is buffing everything you have.
Double-checking the exact wording on Fey Dragon was Physica for that one.
Oh my goodness, it's up to 4 units, I think.
You get a bunch of buffs, and then when you spend the buffs, you're going to get gold tokens. So good job with the monastery, you're able to spend it.
Wow.
Tidy up a little bit of this board state just to make sure everything is clear with the buffs, with the equipment. In goes the camel into the Void Gate.
I feel like this is adding insult to injury, putting the Ruin Runner, one of your best units, into the Void Gate, because you know there is not going to be any damage that is going to be put on it.
Yeah, and typically, you know, there are copies of Bellows Breath, but this camel does not care. It is well insulated against any kind of AoE at this point.
When was the last time you had like 8 cards in hand and none of these cards did anything for you?
It's rare. It's actually extremely rare, I would say, for a Kaisa, where you've unfortunately, like, losing that Kaisa early, I think has been really difficult. Not to harp on about it too much, I think obviously it's a play that, if it pays off, goes really well for you. Then you have the Kaisa protected with the retreats, and you don't delay yourself. You're drawn into it. You continue to draw. But like in this situation specifically, that challenge has absolutely shut this game down in Sett's favor.
But I am a fan of saying, hey, sometimes. It sounds a bit stupid, but you need to play to your win conditions instead of playing to survive. So
I agree.
If you wait 2 more turns and 1 more turn, you have the retreat that you can use to save the Kaisa from a challenge. That's great. You keep the Kaisa, you have more units, you can play with those, but the matchup is already so bad. I think it's a better habit situation. You're saying to your opponent, okay, I'm going to try to high roll as much as possible that I have a chance in this matchup.
Yeah.
Because if not, this is already looking bad. And now the Plundering Power actually gets a gold token. So we are starting the race for Physica, going up to 2 points, while Drykara is sitting comfortably at 5 with a phenomenal board state. 3 more units in base.
Time warp to get another point. So we'll be able to at least get another look at the deck, like at the top card of the deck, see if there's any kind of out.
I mean, Physica has to do something, right?
Yeah, exactly. You have to play to your outs at this point. It is only game 1,
Yeah.
so you have plenty of time left on the round, still like 50 minutes on this one, so not a problem to invest a little bit of time and try and play this out. And you have a lot of other answers in your hand, other than for the Ruin Runner.
That is very interesting. We are playing in this Kaisa deck list. We are on 7 Fury Runes in a Time Warp heavy deck list.
Yeah.
So,
and we know there are Watchers there as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of damage spells in hand that do cost red. So there's a Stupefy. We're getting another look.
Also, most of these spells you can just use by, you know, exhausting your own Kaisa, Daughter of the Void. Singularity, however, actually needs Mind Runes, so it's a very interesting choice. I wonder what the reasoning is. But honestly, most of the time, having 7 to 5 of rune colors does not really make the biggest difference.
Draw into draw again. And doesn't find what they need. Okay, so that was kind of like a desperation. You can see as Physica was shuffling through the deck, there was a copy of Progress Day further down in the deck that I saw, and yeah. Not that that was exactly the out, it was like, where are the units in the deck at that point?
It is a great card that can get you out of sticky situations. That wasn't one of them.
No, that was not one of them.
Yeah.
I wonder whether, seeing that, how do you want to bring in like sideboarding here for Sett? Is it a matchup that you'd think, oh, maybe Color Week does start to be a little better because they're so unit light that you do have units like a Pit Rookie, for instance, or a First Mate where you're happy to trade them away. But is that me just like having perfect information on the game and like being able to see deck lists where we are in a closed deck list situation?
I think actually that most of the units that your opponent has on the Kaisa side, those units are not worth being called a wheat.
That's fair.
So you have these Poros, you sometimes have a Pouty Poro, so you're avoiding Deflect, there is Watchful Sentry, there is Lecturing Yordle, and with all of those you're more than welcome to trade them with one of the units of the set, because most Sett units, they're going to be buffed eventually. They have a potential Guardian Angel build in effect on Sett the boss, and they're always going to be at 3 might the least. So I think that Cull the Week is
that's true. Actually,
really the biggest
looking at the deck list again now, I can absolutely see that reasoning there. I guess I'm duped by the game we just watched, where you drew no units, so it felt like you were extremely light on Kaisa units.
But I mean, even if those units go, the Plundering Poro didn't do a lot. But I think that actually the card you want to side in is definitely the Sabotage.
Okay.
There is instances where Kaisa runs away with the games against opponents where it shouldn't run away, because if Draikara is bricking, then I think that Kaisa still offers more than enough time to get back into the game. Time Warp helps closing those games out. So Time Warp is basically cheesing your opponent out of the match.
And that's what you're looking for with Sabotage, I guess, is like the primary card. Is like you want to hit them at that time where they haven't been able to play it yet, but they've probably got it in hand from drawing a few times. Is that what you're looking for in that?
Yep, you're trying to have your opponent brick with the deck, which already does not look like it's going to happen. And then, oh wow, we're even mulligan away a Pit Rookie. So that looks like we do have some drops. It's Dreaming Tree versus the Arena's Greatest. So we're going to make it even... Oh, the Arena's Greatest for... Wait, no, the Arena Greatest is for Kaisa? No.
That is a...
We'll find it out.
We'll find out. We will get that updated and find out. It does look like Arena's Greatest was chosen for Kaisa, so trying to just shortcut the way to 8 points. There is the Sea Monkey again.
It's such a great card. It doesn't read like it's much of a game changer for decks, but especially against with something like the Monastery in the beginning, you get free draws. It's fantastic, and also just being able to play this on curve, make it a little better, and just immediately threatening this Plundering Poro with being 3 might. It's so strong. It gives you so much tempo, and yeah, the question is Physica going to protect this Poro a lot? Are you going to, for example, Hextech Ray the Sea Monkey, and would you even protect it on the side of Sett? Because I doubt that's
Is this a Lecturing Yordle? Is that what you found off the top? It was, yeah, okay, it is. So it was Stupefy onto the Paro in order to draw off the Dreaming Tree, plus the Stupefy trigger, so getting... this is where Kaisa curves out really well.
I'm very hyped for Draikara that he did not put the top card of his deck into his room pile.
That would be me. If I was playing, I would just reveal my entire deck, one turn at a time. But I was just saying, like, finding that Lecturing Yordle, whether it was in hand or whether it was drawn off the top, doesn't necessarily matter in this case. But being able to go, okay, I play get up to my second point with the Paro conquering, and now get myself another unit. I was looking at whether we were able to get up to 4 on this turn, but no, with that contest from the Sea Monkey, it's not really enough.
And now, if you're looking closely at this hand, what is there to do that somehow plays around the win conditions of Sett the boss? Because you have a good singularity here. It would provide so much value playing against 2 mid-range units, right? You have a 6 might, or you have a 5 might unit and a 3 might unit. Singularity is in a prime position to stop your opponent from their game plan, but Sett the boss has something to say about that most of the time. Oh, we're actually going to go for Call to Gorogi.
As game number 1, using the Sea Monkey as bait at this point to be able to keep the Sett alive. Just spend the buff, use the Call to Glory for free, and or at least without paying for the cost. The buff was indeed the replacement cost. You jinxed it. You jinxed it.
Sorry.
Leonard, you're like, it's gone well.
I think they're fine. I think at this position, I wouldn't worry too much about revealing a Doran's Blade.
Information is key in the game, though, I will say. Ruin Runner comes out. Again, we talked about how difficult a card that is to deal with as we head through. Just to note, because of Arena's Greatest, Kaisa is on 2 points as a part of this game state.
Yeah.
So that is where Sett has been able to get the 1 off Arena's Greatest, conquer up to 2, hold up to 3 through that singularity, and now looking to kind of like stabilize up to 4 and potentially more in future turns.
And the Ruin Runner is just asserting so much pressure. And this is also something that I find very, very interesting about the Riftbound meta, actually, because we have seen the deck distribution, right? There is 15% on the highest played deck in the room, which is Draven. Then there is 12% Kaisa, and so on and so forth. So this is already a very open battlefield. Of course, this is supported by the fact that people want to go for these best-of cards, which are really cool metallic cards. They want to be the best player of their specific legend, so they can get this really sought-after card. But also, in this metagame, the rogue decks, you can put them in tier lists as much as you want. I think any tier 3 deck has the potential to just beat Draven. The decks are so close to each other in power, it's incredible.
And I would even argue that some of the changes that have been made to Annie over the last few weeks, we saw Annie, of course, like taking down a regional. I think people that put Annie low discounted quite heavily some of the other ways you can play Annie. Yes, okay, I play a bunch of spells and I kill things on your turn. Annie kind of dropped off, but Ferris Forerunner as a big body and then replacing itself with units did actually kind of help people kind of beat around the Draven. I like this time 1 rune left available when the Kaisa's on the battlefield. So if you need to retreat, you can make a hasty exit.
Big fan of that. Also keep in mind the Arena's Greatest is live, so we're rapidly approaching the end game. We're already at 4. I think this Rune Runner is going to be able to just conquer the Arena's Greatest. Oh, we are spending our buff, so I think we might try to Pit Rookie get that buff back, all right?
Yeah, okay. just to replace it.
Yeah.
A little bit of, you're playing the Pit Rookie.
Is that a challenge? Yeah.
Yeah, challenge comes through, so here's the moment. Is that 1 up going to be able to save the Kaisa?
First we draw, because we're in the Dreaming Tree. That is also such a luxurious situation.
Kaisa has gone to the graveyard, so nothing available to keep it alive at this point.
Again and again. And I think Ruin Runner is just going to run into another point and ruin the day of Physica, even though at 4-1 you're still very comfortable in this tournament. But it is looking, okay, we're not even going into the arena.
Yes, so I was going to say, going to 5th point, I was going to ask you, like, is there even any point of doing that? Because you're off tempo, you're off like the 2, 4, 6, 8 frequency. So is it better to actually cut through the number of spells that Kaisa has? Because a few of them are restricted to battlefield, right? Like a bunch of them are just dealing damage to something at a battlefield. So if you're not on a battlefield, you can't lose a Sett. Next turn you go to 6, turn after you look to go to 8. Is that kind of the decision making there?
Yeah, definitely. I can see that by retreating the Sett.
Yeah.
What I'm curious about is not pushing the Ruin Runner up forward, because it was played last turn, right? Because this card cannot be targeted by any spells.
So a little bit. That's kind of what I'm asking is, because you would only be going to 5 by moving the Ruin Runner up. So you could lose Ruin Runner to something like a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, for instance, that is in hand. So my question was like, is that the I guess correct way? Not that there are specifically correct plays, but I would say that's just like the safest play at that point.
I really like playing around the Thousand-Tailed Watcher, especially when you're getting tapped out. Even though in the arena's greatest match, you know, going to 5 points is super valuable because you're then again 2 points away from winning, so a double conquer. But I think you're absolutely right. If you manage to then conquer those points, you're so far ahead. When you actually can leave some runes up, I think you're in a much better situation. Sometimes I just like to win those games fast.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
it's not always necessarily the best play. Now you're seeing that this was absolutely the right choice.
There is the Watcher into base.
Even in the tough games, even in the games that you're so far ahead as Trikara, he just keeps his calm and knows, hey, I still need to play this matchup perfectly because otherwise I might be getting cheesed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure perfect information. Oh, Bellows Breath is in hand. That is something, but also Piercing Light is available, so that will look to deal the final parts of damage to the back line.
That's really nice.
To potentially Sett.
Yeah, the Sett, the boss is just going to protect it.
Activated, yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, there could have always been the chance for another Call to Glory.
Yes, yeah.
But
here comes a Bellows Breath, and of course that the -3 from Watcher will persist through the Sett interaction. I think that's what the players are talking about here, because something to know. When Sett's Legend ability kicks in, Sett doesn't leave the battlefield, right?
Okay.
So you don't reset the minus that has come through already. So the -3 persists through, and so more damage on top of it will deal with the Sett once again.
Yeah, that's maybe something very interesting to note there. That's a good matchup knowledge there. And I think Physica is just trying to take full advantage of that. Even though, you know, both are at 4 points, and the next turn I can already promise you, being completely exhausted, that's looking like a double conquer on the side of Trikara. And then, I mean, there's still decent amount of play actually for Physica in this one.
Yeah,
just with the Watcher.
I guess this is the downside of actually bringing that Sett back that we were talking about, is the Bellows Breath does have more targets, and even though you can't finish off the Ruin Runner, there's, you know, questions to be said of like, is there a way to play around it? But in this situation, you get the Sett and the Pit Rookie combined. I'm pretty sure that's what the team spotters at the table and the judge team are working through.
You can't get the Sett and the Pit Rookie because you need to target one unit at the battlefield first.
But so it's the Bellows Breath follow-up,
yeah, true.
right?
We got rid of the Piercing Light already. Yeah,
so I think they're just walking through the sequence of Watcher was played, then I played the Piercing Light that deals the first bits of damage, gets through the Sett the first time, then a Bellows Breath afterwards because of the -3.
And I think we can just bring it back to us briefly until the situation is settled. That has already been in the past, so I think we're going to be good in a while. But this is a very interesting scenario, and I'm quite curious to see the ruling in the end there. So it's going to be interesting to find out the resolution.
Yeah, I think that speaks to something that I've felt, you know, coming from different games and seeing the power of certain different abilities and mechanics in the game. For me, minusing and plussing might feels incredibly strong compared to damage being dealt in a turn, because it persists most of the time through to the end of the turn. A lot of them will read like, give -3 until the end of the turn. It just means that whatever else happens, that -3 is staying there. Whereas damage, you know, there's a few points in the game you heal up. So this is one of those examples where you can really use that persistent -3. Is actually kind of -6 over 2 different instances on Sett, where he like heals back up and then it's all fine.
It's a lot to work against, and those nifty small spells, they can really deal some damage together with the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. We already got it figured out here. Now let's see what is going to happen there. So we have rewinded a little bit. So no Piercing Light has been activated.
Yeah, I'm interested to know where we've ended up in this situation.
Same, honestly.
Yeah, I'm looking at what the resolution was. It looks like perhaps we've rewound back to the Watcher being played.
Yeah, we're playing the turn again. Piercing Light is going to be used. Kaisa is going to be exhausted. The Lecturing Yordle is targeting the Sett. And now actually Trikara gets to, protect the Sett here. I think he's already possibly recycled the rune before, because otherwise he would still have to do that now. Because that's the cost for Sett, right? So you have to pay 1 power.
The judges are working with the players. As we've said, just to clarify, this game did happen a little while ago, so as we cast this, there's nothing that we can actually do to influence the game. So our judges have been helping through this, but just for those of you I know that I kind of love chatting about, like, oh, why didn't you tell him this? I'm like, well, this happened in time, and I would have to actually be a time traveler.
We would have to activate time warp and make it a little bit different of an effect.
Yeah, I think the original read is correct, but I'm looking forward to seeing where this actually ends up. I think the way it was played out the first time, I believe, is correct, because there also wasn't anything from Sett. No runes available, so it's not like you can punch first and try and play through it. I'm looking at what other effects are available, but I'm pretty sure Sett is doomed for this one.
At max, a Call to Glory would be a card that could be played out, because it can be played at a 0 energy cost if you have a buff unit, but I mean, we spent the buff, I think, so that's that.
Now we're so far down the hole, I'm trying to remember whether Call to Glory is action speed or reaction speed.
Should be reaction speed.
Okay, it is.
We've seen this multiple times on a Singularity.
Okay, cool. So at this, you're right. You are absolutely right in this matchup. So we've come to a state where it does look like that was in fact the resolution. Is the Sett has died, the Pit Rookie has died, and now the Rune Runner moves to the battlefield and conquers.
And we also still have the Fey Dragon backing up there. The Rune Runner is at solid. Wait, that was 8 might, I think. So far we are beating the Watcher. So we go up to a conquer of 5.
But you know what you don't beat? Second Watcher.
Yeah.
There's one in hand. That always feels good when you got one Watcher on the board and you're like, yeah, but what if I do it again? What if I give you -3 again?
It's really, really strong. Thousand-Tailed Watcher is such a huge card.
We've just passed smoke screens come to the front, and I'm like, you can't smoke screen the Rune Runner. The Camel cares not for smoke at this point.
You can try, but also like just going in with the Rune Runner and not with the Fey Dragon. Or I think we just played the Fey Dragon this turn.
Yes, yeah, I think so.
The one where it was ready was in the last game. So we are setting up a possible double conquer turn, being at 5 points. 5 victory points, and we are playing in the arena's greatest, just to keep that in mind. So just 2 away. Actually, Kaisa is doing really, really well in this matchup so far.
So it's going to be Pondering Quarrel, Watchful Sentry. This time has a lot more units to play with. That's like a big difference compared to Game 1, where Game 1 was like, no units, I've got nothing, I can't play around anything. This is like, oh, cool, I'll play a Watcher early, I'll move to a battlefield, that'll be fine. And that smoke screen, what it will deal with is the Fey Dragon, as it comes aggressive into the battlefield potentially this turn.
Oh, that is true. All right, I think that Draikara just has it figured out already, just immediately going in, floating 1 rune, then putting the Doran's Blade under the Fey Dragon. That is already 10 might. This is looking strong, 10 might, but this is a card that can be reacted to. Smoke Screen.
Yep.
Immediately used.
Weenie is in hand. Obviously, Draikara just kind of had to wonder and potentially play to out. Smoke Screen resolves. Now, what is the answer from Draikara? That is going to be an orange.
Oh,
challenge Ruin Runner.
Challenge. I really like that as an action speed. Ruin Runner on 8 might can't be targeted for any kind of ability, so that is going to be a rough one. Can you deal with this somehow? Can you boost up your own Thousand-Tailed Watcher?
I'm trying to think of what outs are available, because so many of the damage spells, of course, target. We've seen 1 Bella's Breath used already. That wouldn't get it done anyway. Oh. It's 2 Singularities, a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, and Get Excited, none of which help, neither in this situation or in any future situation in dealing with the Ruin Runner on the battlefield.
Yeah. And then now we're conquering. That would be the 7th point, Arena's greatest in effect, so you would win the game by... Oh wait, Arena's greatest?
Yeah, we already got the first point right? at the beginning, so we're still going to 8 in this situation. No, it's all good, but we are still at what you could effectively call game point by being at 6, going to 8. So the math has now mathed for Sett, where it's like, I'm holding both battlefields, I got big units, and you can't do much about it. That Fey Dragon is going to get Singularity'd on the next turn, I would assume. I'm
a little bit embarrassed that I kept confusing this with Aspirant's Climb in reverse.
Oh, okay, so it's going to be a Get Excited, discarding, Singularity. Yeah, okay. With the Smoke Screen still in effect, we'll be able to take it out. So makes sense. Get Excited is just an easy way of Singularitying 1 unit by discarding it. So who needs to?
Sett just again gets so much value out of everything. It's really incredible what the deck can do.
But because of that buff, Fade Dragon doesn't actually die. It just ends up coming back.
Yeah, it just gets recalled because of Sett the boss, so that is huge. Singularity did not really get a lot.
Okay, Signature Spell comes out. I believe moves Fade Dragon up. Does that take us to 8 at this point?
No, we still need to get the 7th point because the Watcher got killed by the challenge on the Rune Runner, and then Get Excited was played on player priority during the combat.
Sure.
The combat that wasn't really existing. And then you got rid of the Fade Dragon, which was, I believe, at 4 might.
Right, thank you. Now I'm the one that's embarrassed. I'm way ahead of myself. I'm way ahead of myself at this point.
But we are going. It was a complicated game state. So we are at 7 points. This is game point. I mean, we haven't had any kind of answers for the Ruin Runner whatsoever so far.
Yeah, and still none. I mean, it's the Watcher in hand, but that's why the Ruin Runner has come back to base. Singularity in hand. There is a Watcher, so Singularity not going to be an option from here. Watcher will minus the Fade Dragon and the Ruin Runner. So I guess that is really... Wait, I thought Ruin Runner came back. Am I mistaken? I must be mistaken. I thought I saw Draikara pull it back to base, because otherwise it leaves it somewhat vulnerable here.
I think he just wants to hold with 1 unit. You have the Fade Dragon and you have the Rune Runner. You are at 7, so next point you're going to win, and your opponent is going to have a really tough time dealing with both of those. Also, you can just spend a buff and then recall it.
Yes,
if you want. So you can offer your opponent the, hey, you need to conquer both battlefields, otherwise I'm just going to win on default. And if you conquer, and if you actually get rid of these powerful units that I have here, well, too bad, I'm just getting them back anyways. But we're getting really low on runes. We're getting another gold token because of the equipment. Okay, and that's a falling star on the Fade Dragon, but Fade Dragon is so...
So 6 plus also the Watcher gives it, so effectively -9 compared to where it would be, or at least -3 with 6 points of damage. So we'll be able to trade with the Paro. Watchful Sentry gonna take everybody up to 7 in this game. So now we're just looking for who can conquer both battlefields first, because a hold on the Watcher would do it, but obviously now untapping with the Ruin Runner.
I mean, you just need to get rid of a Watchful Sentry as well if you're taking out that Watcher, but that is already a tough ask at 4 runes with nothing else. Do you have it in you? Do you have another top deck that is going to help you win that game? No! Packs up the cards, looks at the top deck and scoops. Actually, Kaisa pulled this one completely out of their sleeve.
Yes, indeed. I think that very significant turn where the Sett ends up dying to the Watcher. I think the Thousand Tail Watcher really turning these games for the Kaisa. I think following that, the little harder to stabilize from there off that second Watcher.
It is the both Thousand-Tailed Watcher, they really turned those this game around. And they actually also needed both, so that's very important. We're seeing a sideboard from Physica. And there's Thermo Beam. Thermo Beam is a really nice card against equipment-heavy decks. However, I do not think that the Sett deck doesn't work without the equipment. Like it's Doran's Blade, it's Warmock's Armor. I think even if your opponent takes an entire turn to just Thermo Beam them, I think you're actually kind of okay.
Yeah, again, we see the main deck here for Physica. That worked a whole lot better in game 2. This time actually drawing into units. Doesn't run without units in our second round. But we'll see as we head into game 3 what our Sett player Draikara can do.
All right.
I'm trying to think, did we see the sideboarded cards?
I don't think we saw.
I don't think we saw a Sabotage.
Any of those, yeah. I think Hidden Blade is actually worth a sight in.
Okay.
Because if you're, I don't even think you need to hide it, but if you want to hide it, it can get rid of the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. And as we have seen before, Physica needs that push with the Thousand-Tailed Watcher, and the body is actually incredibly relevant there, because otherwise it's getting hard to conquer those Ruined Runners fields. Again, we're going to see, I think the Sunken Temple is going to be the last battlefield we're going to play in, and the warriors. The arena was actually from Physica, so Kaisa was actually playing the racing, the arena's greatest.
Yeah, I think we saw, you know, a lot of that in Origins, just saying, hey, I'm going to get to 8 as quick as possible.
I don't think that the Game 1 battlefields are correct, though. I'm very sure that the Monastery was actually played by Sett and the Void Gate was played by Kaisa.
Ah, okay, I get that. Yeah, that would make sense with how it was. But as we head into Game 3, it's Obelisk and Sunken Temple, as already mentioned. So
I'm quite curious to see how much the Sett the boss gets out of the Obelisk. I mean, we have seen that the deck de-ramps quite a bit, so it wouldn't probably hurt to get some of those cards out. And we can immediately... That's why Sea Monkey is so great, right? Even if your opponent lets you go first with the Obelisk of Power, you can get full value out of this card. It's such a nice 3-drop. I mean, it's a vanilla, basically, but in some situations, especially also with a Sunken Temple or a Monastery, you can still get some extra cards out of the buff, because you can spend the buff, or in the case of Sunken Temple, it's a little easier for you with a Doran's Blade or a Bone Shiver or something to get to Mighty status.
Yeah, there is a Bone Shiver. Comes in. Physica, you got one of these coming in through the door for the promo card. Just wants to double check the wording on it, just to make sure that we're all understanding. So when I conquer, channel 1 rune exhausted. So it does allow you to kind of get that ramp up for later turns.
So the heavy price that you're paying, you're already getting immediately refunded. Then you also, of course, spend 1 more energy for the Sunken Temple to draw 1 extra card. And I wonder if now, as you know, you've already invested 1 energy and 1 power into the Bone Shiver. You've already, it's quite the heavy equipment cost to equip it. I wonder if there is if removal is being used now from the Kaisa to actually just protect the Sea Monkey, because you can easily conquer next turn again.
Oh, it's happening. It is happening. This is the first time we're getting a full look at the hand. That is a Time Warp in hand, and I can tell you there is a Sabotage in hand across the table, which is exactly kind of like that sideboard tech we were talking about bringing in. Obviously, Sabotage is not a card that anybody is a stranger to, but it's always kind of like a rock, paper, scissors of like, have you got the card that I'm looking for, or do I have to take a secondary target? But Draikara is going to find out when the Sabotage is played that Time Warp is available to take away.
Physica really wants to, at this point, play with the Kaisa for a little bit. He just really tries to develop the Kaisa so regularly in these games. Could have also been a Progress Day turn, especially if you're playing versus cards like Sabotage. Progress Day is so valuable, even though, I mean, the thing is, you would like to use Progress Day after a Sabotage, but then again, there's a high chance you just get the Progress Day sniped out of your hand. And
I think one of the other reasons Draikara is like looking at things, wants to have the 1 rune still available, or to, you know, threaten and represent punch first, wants to develop the board for Rune Runner, and doesn't have to Sabotage on the last turn, because you knew Physica wasn't going to 10. There was 0 chance of a Time Warp happening, so you can do it on the next turn. So that's kind of like, you know, skating the line, the fine line of like right in the turn before you can do it, I'm going to try and take it out of your hand.
Agreed. That's true. Interesting. Physica is going for a conquer here with the Plundering Poro instead of the Kaisa. So we are deciding not to get the draw, but we're deciding that we would rather want to have gold tokens. I agree that gold tokens are very valuable. There is probably also some reasonings why we wouldn't want the Kaisa at the battlefield. I think at this point, he has had so many...
It was from the previous turn. So at this point, I think...
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's just a Progress Day, draw a bunch of cards. Yeah, I was going to say, you can't break through on the other battlefield for now, so just draw a bunch of cards. And the greatest thing about having Sabotage in hand is when your opponent says, yeah, I'll just stack my hand with more chances of me drawing a Time Warp. I mean, of course you get other options, but the likelihood that it's in hand is now like the highest point of the game up until now.
Thing is also, if you're playing Sabotage now, is it the chance that you're seeing too many cards? is it like,
that is true. It's like a kid in a candy store. You're like, which one do I take?
We already only have 20 minutes left, which is, I think, quite good for a Game 3. But now looking at 10 cards in hand, Sabotage is going to give me so many options to take away a card.
You're like, please don't take this Time Warp. Please don't do it. It doesn't even show the whole deck, like the whole hand. Oh, there we go. I found it. It's right there at the back.
And now I think Drakkara is going to have to first take some notes as well, because, of course, note-taking is allowed in Riftbound, and you do not want to forget any of those.
I hope your shorthand is good to write this quick. So, you know, smoke screen, okay, I'll do that one. An R for retreat, okay, watchful sentry, W, yeah.
So, of course, Time Warp is a win condition. It's a prime target for Sabotage, as always. But is there a chance that you're also taking other cards? There's currently, I don't think, anything that really combos off with the 1,000-Tailed Watcher.
Because you're also not worrying so much about Singularity. I mean, you could, there we go. Answers our question for us. If that wasn't a Ruin Runner and was something else, I think there's an argument for Singularity, but Time Warp is, like, being able to take that out of hand is so important, right?
I would say the same thing. Because it almost took the Obelisk of
Take
Power
the battlefield back.
Honestly, that's really stopping your opponent from going aggressive, so I kind of dig it. But we're taking the Warmogs onto the Ruin Runner, conquering, and then we're immediately getting the buff for the Ruin Runner. So we get more might already at 7. You know that your opponent can accelerate. We know that your opponent can accelerate a good old 1,000-Tailed Watcher immediately in the next turn. But I think this time around Drakkara might be prepared.
We invested heavily in camels for the Ruin Runner.
1,000-Tailed.
Catch me if you can is the flavor text on that.
Ooh,
so
that's
remember that.
Nice.
Production are going to try and get us with flavor text at some point. That one, I'm hoping I'm going to remember.
Oh, we got it, definitely. I mean, it's very iconic. So, I think 1,000-Tailed Watcher turn, how many runes are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, while 1,000-Tailed Watcher is known to be a great push on the opposing turn, even if you are at so many runes, even if you're at 12 runes, it's really hard to go over a Rune Runner with some backup. I mean, yes, there's only one rune left open, but we know how much might this deck can cheat out, basically.
And this is one of the times where the changes to the Kaisa deck from the Draven, from the Darius setup from Origins kind of hurts, because you don't have cards like Cleave, you're not running Blood Rush, so your direct damage spells really don't help you against Ruin Runner, so you're relying on being able to go over the top of a Ruin Runner, and your opponent has one orange rune available. And I mean, the fact that it's orange doesn't matter so much, but playing orange, you have one rune available, that's punch first. At all times, you have to be afraid of it, so you can never go in and just take that fight against Ruin Runner.
And there's another one. There's Call to Glory as well.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Get up to 8 might here because your Sea Monkey is buffed, still keeps a buff. So this buff is so valuable. And now Physica is, I think, saying, hey, well, you better have it.
Seeing them tap both and pull the orange runes to the side, because there's only one card right now that is 1 power.
I mean, Physica hasn't seen the cards before. He has not really seen the card before. And also, there's, of course, always retreat. You can't get it this turn. You might as well try again.
Yeah, so, of course, 1 energy, 2 power. So there's a retreat coming through. Go on the Watcher. Take that back.
I mean, everyone knew it was there, right?
Yeah.
So Drakkara has seen that, but he also still wants to have the conquer from the hold. You want to get the point from the hold from the Ruin Runner. Next turn, you're going to get some more card draw as well. Actually, are we going for draw? Are we going for a gold token with the Plundering Poro or the Kaisa? This time around, the card wasn't there already, right? I'm not crazy.
No, correct. Yeah, this time around, the Kaisa going would get that card draw for the turn. It is going to be the Poro this time going in. We'll get the gold. I mean, I'm trying to remember. Now I'm trying to think I should have noted down the entire hand that Kaisa had to remember whether there was a second retreat. So we had Singularity. Oh, I don't know if it was a second retreat. All right. Okay. That would explain why you're not going in with the Kaisa, because you want to try and save that. But I mean, at some point you gotta get some value out of the Kaisa, right?
Yeah.
You want to find those draws. And so far, I think Physica has paid a lot of attention to playing out the Kaisa. In the first 2 games, lost the Kaisa immediately because it was played perhaps too recklessly. But this game, it was played, it's living, and it's not doing anything. It's a survivor, that it is, but it's not really doing anything else. Also, there's still a lot of pressure. All of those mighty units on the side of Drakkara looking to basically just punch down on that Kaisa, and Kaisa is just looking confused. A challenge from the Ruin Runner onto the Kaisa. That is nasty. I'm quite curious if challenging the
Thousand-Tailed Watcher, and the next turn would have helped a little bit more, but we're stupefying our own Kaisa.
But you're still -3 on challenge, right? When you challenge on the Watcher, right? When the Watcher comes in, you're still struggling from that one. There goes the Kaisa. Not a survivor anymore.
Yeah.
I won't break into Destiny's Child songs as we're watching the game. I don't want to get DMCA'd on the stream.
First mate protecting the Sea Monkey. Also not only protecting the Sea Monkey, but also getting it out of the Sunken Temple so that you can conquer it next turn again. And as you do not have the Fallen Star, no, not the Fallen Star, the Skyfall, your conquer effects are not your hold effects. So this time around you really need to conquer the Sunken Temple multiple times to draw cards. So perfect execution here. First mate getting the Sea Monkey out of the danger zone and ready to conquer it again next turn to get a possible next draw. We also still have the Ruin Runner in the other battlefield, the Obelisk of Power. There is one rune left
We're running
open.
it again, running it back. One rune. This time is a no, I've not got it again.
And I think that's just fine, because you know what? We have Sett. I almost forgot about the ability of Sett the boss, because it hasn't been used this game at all.
Never forget about Sett. It makes it so difficult to trade into. And you know, here's the time where, like, now Watcher's on a battlefield, and depending on whether they've drawn into another retreat, Falling Star is going to take out the units that can be targeted, at least.
Nice. It's a really nice play. I mean, you needed the help of the Watcher there again, but I like how Physica is playing his Thousand-Tailed Watcher, just getting the maximum amount of value out of that card. But then again, you are almost fully exhausted on your runes. Next turn, there's gonna be 2 Ruin Runners that are looking to ruin your day. And there's also gonna be a 3rd card in hand for Draikara. Might as well go for a 5th card. 4th card.
Another Watcher. I mean, I know we had one come with the retreat. There is a retreat in hand as well for Physica. So actually, there's utility to look and see if you can take this back. But being on 6 points for Draikara, I think might be the hill that's too steep to overcome for Physica at this point.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, especially because that's such an easy conquer right there for a Ruin Runner on the Sunken Temple. Is gonna get you a draw, and then you just need to try and hold there.
Yeah.
But I think that Draikara, with this little runes left available for Physica, is going to try and push in the next turn. Because otherwise, if there is another Thousand-Tailed Watcher, it is gonna be tough. We're not choosing to take out the Sea Monkey. Sea Monkey was at -3, so it was at 3, right?
That was the initial read on it, but then it looked like as Draikara took them to take him to the graveyard, there was some kind of discussion about where there was maybe additional might coming from. Oh, and now you got buffed units, so you're able to go just over the top of it. This should just be the end of the game, right?
Yeah, Fey Dragon, how are you going to boost up your good old Watcher? You're already at 7 here.
Can't target Ruin Runner. At this point, I'm trying to think of any outs, because again, there's very little ways of buffing your units from this situation, so that is going to be a traded exchange there. The Ruin Runner that was hiding is going to be able to conquer, and then it's just down to the cards in hand to see whether they can get through the Sea Monkey, and I don't know whether there's enough.
Sea Monkey can be targeted, 2 runes are left open, but that is the fist bump. Physica forfeits that match, as there is the 8th point reach for Draikara. What a match, honestly. Really, really well played from our Sett the boss. Yeah,
and I think that really is an exercise in looking at how, especially in Origins, people thought the matchup was like potentially favored for Sett in the way that the game plays out. I know that people were discussing the errated changes to Falling Star and Acathian Rain and how that actually affects things with regards to like the Sett passive from the Legend, and we kind of saw it a little bit in play there with the multiple spells. Not so much a prevalence in this match. We didn't see an Acathian Rain, but important enough to say our Sett player is going to advance with another win out from our 5th round.
And we've just seen how impressive the card Ruin Runner is. It is a card that does not have a lot of text. This card basically just has one sentence, and that is, I am untargetable by basically anything, spells or abilities. And some decks really, really struggle with that, and that begs the question. You know, I was saying earlier, okay, Fiora was my pick to win the event, but I was kind of getting convinced more up to this, and I thought maybe Kaisa is actually the best deck in the room. However, does Kaisa have a really, really tough time against basically any body deck, any orange deck that can play Rune Runner? Because if you're not playing a main deck Rune Runner, you at least play some in the side, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think the Aurelia matchup might also be another one that is quite tricky. But speaking of matchups, we want to go into our second one. We're going to head right in to another unique, I would say, matchup that we haven't seen before today, as we are diving into Game 3. I believe it's between Renata Glasc and Ahri, which is not two matchups that I was expecting to see too much of today. This is the Renata Glasc sideboard. So there's Time Warp in the sideboard, there's Unchecked Power, and a few other cards there.
There's a drop border, that is really cool. If you control gear, it comes in ready. Which is really strong, especially in a deck like Renata Glasc. You know, Renata has some sort of, I want to say, combo ability. You have ways of cheating out some victory points. If you're just looking at this chosen champion unit, you can pay 1 energy and 4 power cost for the mind power, and then you're going to get a point if Renata Glasc is at a battlefield. So every card that can just get in ready, get a cheeky point, can help you to win games from impossible positions.
Yeah.
That is really, really cool about the deck. You're playing Time Warps, and if you're doing it right, I think you can score up to 5 points in 1 turn.
That is insane. We'll see whether it happens. This Ahri player sideboard, yeah, I mean, I think you're kind of forced to play things like Disarming Rake for gear, like attacking gear. You've got things like Progress Day in order to draw more, and then just some matchups where you need Charm a little more just to be able to control the board. This is kind of what I would expect from an Ahri build right now. I actually retuned my Ahri deck to just see what was playable or not in Spiritforge. I'm a big fan of Blitzcrank in Ahri. I don't know how competitively good it is, but I think it causes so much disruption to the game where you start playing it to battlefields, pull things across. You have Sonas there to untap. Anytime you can end a turn and be like, yeah, I'll just untap 4 battlefield, 4 runes.
It's so huge.
Yeah.
It is so much advantage. You're getting so much tempo. And you're also playing some battlefield that help you win games if you're holding. However, Renata Glasc also enjoys holding on battlefield. So if you're playing something like the Grove or on the Paper Tree channels 1 Rune Exhausted, I believe, and the Keeper's Grove is the name, I believe, is going to draw you a card when you hold here. So that's a fight to the death, right? If both players want to hold a specific battlefield, their strategy is holding fields.
Yeah, Grove of the God Willow, yeah.
Almost. Yeah, almost
it's a long old name on that one. We'll get Vile Moors. Oh, no, it is Vile Moors. Okay, cool. So, interesting. Vile Moors. I'm trying to think of how you want to force people to play around on Vile Moors on this one.
That is already a fantastic draw on the turn. If you are going second, you have the card shop, and naturally, Malphite Genuss, which I assume that the Genuss is a German word for enjoyment.
Malphite Enjoyer.
Malphite Enjoyer naturally declines the gold gear token from the card shop.
Don't want the gold. I don't want to give you another one. I don't need to do that. That sounds like a terrible idea against Renata Glasc, who is just happy to get to the late game with a stack of gold.
Yeah, Renata Glasc has multiple ways of winning games with different cards, and also on Forge God is a card that is being played. For every gear you have, it gains 1 might. That is really strong. It helps you hold on to battlefields, but also the good. Oh, we are already starting to stack in this battlefield.
It feels like we're like doing the stocks holding, like a hold at all times.
So we are going to just push in the Ravenbloom Student, and Card Shop is immediately fighting, is immediately challenging the battlefield, and now says, okay, well, all right, I'm just trading off with your Plundering Poro. And while we're going through a little bit of disruption here, it's going to just be next turn. Oh, that was a Charm actually being played.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
But, I mean, the Charm, that was basically a 2-for-1 trade. Oh, Wages of Pain onto the Ravenbloom Student. If you respond to this, you're only going to get up to 3 might with the Ravenbloom Student, so the hold is denied. A Ravenbloom Student to challenge it. We haven't seen Ravenbloom Students so much in Spiritforge for now, but in this game, they're coming flying.
Yeah, are back into the live action here, jumping through. I say live just as a reminder, we are behind time a little bit as the rounds are playing out ahead, and we have some buffer time in between. One thing I wanted to bring up that was interesting, I would be interested to know whether Malphite Goodness's chosen champion has been swapped out here, because we've got Ahri Inquisitive from the champion zone, which has just been played. I know a lot of Ahri players were trying to make Ahri alluring work, which is when you hold, you score a point, but I've always found it really difficult to ever get those holds through. It's so hard to keep her on a battlefield.
This newer approach to the Ahri deck is more mid-rangey. So this is actually the perfect card. It's like a very tame 1,000-tailed Watcher, because it only has 9 tails, right? But you're still, when you're attacking, you choose an enemy unit and it gets -2 might, which is already huge, and it gives you a lot of tempo for a 3-drop.
Yeah, that's very true. And then that stacks, of course, with Ahri 9-tailed Fox. The -1 that comes through as well when defending, or pretty much that when people attack a battlefield, they get that -1. So it ends up being -3 on that particular unit. I love the 9-tailed to 1,000-tailed fun. I will give you the pause for that.
They must have met somewhere, right, in Runeterra? There has to be a reason. Well, they have different amounts of tails, but let's actually see how Magat is going to advance the board state here with the Renata Glasc deck, the Cam Baroness. And honestly, Cam Baroness really, I think when I read it first, I was rather unimpressed with the card, with the legend, because we're playing the Renata Glasc Mastermind into the battlefield already. We're not using our Gold Gear tokens, we are de-ramping us, we're recycling some runes in this scenario. That is interesting. So we are valuing the Gold Gear tokens. Oh, I thought we just used the score 1 point effect, but no, that is not happening. We're just rearranging
arranging the runes for Renata to be played. I mean, that's the thing, is when Renata gets close to winning, we were talking about this a little bit, that you start getting more value from the gold tokens.
Yes, exactly. When you're getting closer to winning, when you're 3 points within victory score range, your gold tokens actually not only give you power, but they also give you 1 energy. And that is one of the only ways in Riftbound, if not the only way, to actually go over 12 energy in a turn. And that gives you some crazy shenanigans with cards like Time Warp. So you can actually play Time Warp, then play multiple other cards on the same turn, but also there's another way to play with more cards at the same turn in the Renata Glasc deck, and that is something that is incredibly cool. A card that I have seen the last time in Origins, actually in Viktor decks, is the Echo from Origins.
Yeah, I saw a couple decks running Echo, so it's one of the cards that when it has a death knell effect, essentially. The death knell, ready all your runes. Pretty good.
So this is a game-winning play that you're setting up over multiple, maybe just 2 turns, where you play the Echo in your base, and you're looking at your opponent's battlefields, and you're like, I know just that they are going to leave their units there, because if they just retreat, I'm going to go in there and Time Warp and get double the points, which might win me the game and make all my cards better. But if they stay in those battlefields, I'm going to Echo, I'm going to play all my cards, as many as I want, then try to go into a battlefield. Of course, my Echo is going to die. Ideally, I'm going to take some units with me, or the Echo is going to take some units with him, and then you get all your runes back. You can play a good old Time Warp with so many cards set up, with a Renata Glasc perhaps set up, and then you can just go for many extra points. It's phenomenal.
It is a very interesting line, as we see Ahri Inquisitive going over to Vilemore's Lair. So, I mean, you're always going to want it to give that -2. If you're at home and you're thinking about, hey, what's an interesting, fun deck to build for multiplayer or free-for-all? Renata Glasc, jam a Heimerdinger or 2 into there, and Heimerdinger can start tapping for the ability and doesn't even need the battlefield restriction. So there is a 1,000-tailed Watcher. We can get back to actual competitive 1v1. Doesn't really matter about the -3 at this point. It's Watcher in base, like untap, pass the turn. So can go through to Renata Glasc's turn.
We're holding, we're getting a gold, we're drawing another card for Grove of the God Willow. So that is absolutely massive for Renata Glasc. And another thing you can do with the Time Warp, if you're actually having your Renata Glasc Mastermind on one battlefield and your opponent, as in this scenario, is starting to stack on top of the other battlefield, right? You can just go, you know, Time Warp, Crash in Echo, use Renata Glasc ability to get a point, and then Time Warp, get another point in the next turn while you're holding as well.
Stupefy Singularity to clear both Ahri and what, count the runes. Can we get to 7? Can we get there? I think we can.
Yeah. Question is, do you start using your gold tokens?
Yeah, good question. You know what? We don't see Renata Glasc often enough for me to know a yes or no answer to that question. Instinctively, I feel like normally it's yes, but maybe you're like, hey, rich getting richer. We're gonna stay with the gold and be okay recycling to. You split the difference, 1 gold, 1 rune.
Usually I would say, you know, the gold is
it's the gold.
Actually very, very valuable for Renata Glasc, but then again, you're never going to get to your Time Warp turns if you are using your runes for this to pay the power cost, so I think that was a wise choice. Also, this play will end up probably getting you another turn where you're holding with your Renata Glasc Mastermind, and then your Cam Baroness is going to get you another gold token, so I think you should be fine on the gold token end.
One thing to know, if we're in turns, is the time has expired on the round, so one player does need to get clear. So I guess Renata Glasc, if you get to hold, use Renata ability, that will hold you up to, like, take you up to 4 points. But there's a Watcher accelerated is going to get onto the Vilemores. That will put Malphite up to 3, and I think is enough to hold this game to a draw at the end of time. If I'm not mistaken, if the point totals are correct, if everything is good, that means Malphite goes up to 3. I believe Magad is going to be the active player for turn number 3, which will be the final turn of the game, and then Renata Glasc gets 2.
But if we're at 10 runes, we can go for crazy time warp plays.
But we're at 9, right?
Wait.
And also, sorry, it's 8, right? Oh, it is 10, but I believe...
How does Time Warp...
I believe Time Warp, you don't get the extra turn in turns, because maybe I'm wrong. Please, I would love for the judges to know.
Just a hidden blade onto the good old 1,000-tailed Watcher.
But there's no turns, right?
I mean, you push the Raven Bloom and you get another punch.
Oh,
you use Renata Glasc with your gold tokens. I think with the one that right now is exhausted should be ready at this moment. I wonder what the decision is on this card.
Yeah, I guess is that it? You hold to 3. Raven Bloom goes in after the hidden blade.
Yeah.
You score to 4, and then Renata Glasc can tap up to 5, right? Thank you for seeing that line. I was so focused on the time warp for whether it would go through.
Oh, we're actually going to. I think we might have clarified with the judges.
Yeah, I imagine so.
How is the time warp situation here? Also, right, we're
gonna find out.
Yeah, we're just exhausting everything right now. We take out 4 mind runes. We're not using our gold tokens. Okay. Well, the question is, actually, if you get 3 turns, do you steal away a turn from your opponent with time warp? That would be hilarious as well.
I'm not going to answer that question because I thought I knew the answer to it, and I might be wrong if I thought I knew the answer. Yeah, I think the table spotter is coming in and saying you don't get another turn.
Oh my goodness!
He's asking if we can rewind, because Magad, I believe, had a line.
Can you really rewind when the game has ended? Can you rewind the game? And I think that's very subjective to the judges. This is the first regional qualifier that we're having here in Bologna. So
I'm assuming that the judge team will be the ones that have the final say on that. But I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Also, I will have to rewind my statement about the gold token being not exhausted anymore because you got that one from the Cam Baroness. Yeah.
Although at this point, I don't know that really matters too much.
And that's a block.
Revealing a lot of... Okay, so there is the hidden blade, and that is the line that you were talking about. Yeah, okay, Raven Blue moves to the battlefield. Whew, okay.
Slayer, and we're getting another point, so we're going up to 5.
Passes a turn, eventually getting there to 5 points. We'll be able to get 2 points clear from that. That was touch and go for a moment. I was wondering where we were going with that.
I think that is way cooler than time warping your way to victory, by the way, to just use Renata Glasc and a top-decked hidden blade there on the 1,000-tailed Watcher. Ahri had the problem 2 turns in a row that Ahri needed to develop the 1,000-tailed Watchers and then had to completely exhaust all of these runes there. And sometimes, creating great bodies on the board is fun, it's great, but when you're tapped out in Riftbound, there are so many opportunities for your opponent to capitalize on that, to use removal spells and to just know, hey, I have held these 5 cards in my hand. I haven't used them in the last few turns because I knew you would have some nice responses. Now I know you don't, and I'm going to go all out, capitalize on that, and then push you into a situation where you cannot recover from.
Well, I'm going to take this moment to capitalize on the fact that we are done with another round of Riftbound, so we can check out the standings of the day so far. After 5 rounds of play, let's take a look and see exactly where we're at. There's a bunch of 6-0 players. We've got some Dravens in the mix, and Aurelia there, a Civet, a couple of Civets, a lot of Dravens though. Somebody is going to screen cap this and be like, yeah, Draven's broken. And I'm like, yeah, they probably can't argue with that.
Shocker.
Shocker.
Actually, there's some big names in this that have been successful in other trading card games. That is really impressive, that some people, they just have this thing in their brain which works with TCG, right?
Any that jump out at you from this first list?
Lorenzo Santori, Marcus Patel especially, they are phenomenal players as well, and I think other players in there as well have performed well in international tournaments.
Yeah, the name Ian Zhang seen around the scene as well quite some time. I mean, anybody that's 6-0 in this list is going to be stacked, and we'll be following through some featured players throughout the tournament. Of course, as we get through day 1, day 2, it's only going to be, you know, more focused in on those top players. We've been quite spread out across things, getting a Renata Glasc here and there. Tomorrow, I think we're going to end up watching a lot of the meta decks that we're seeing in the top 8 at this point in time.
Honestly, the way Renata Glasc is performing, I don't even know if we're not going to see it in day 2.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see whether it happens in day 2, and we'll see what happens in a few minutes' time when we come back for round 6 from Bologna. Qualifiers here with a familiar face to people who followed esports for a little while, Jabin. I'm just here to ask some questions based on the players, what decks they're playing, some of the strengths. So, who are you running here in Bologna?
I'm playing Aurelia, you know, a bit controversial maybe, a bit meta, but I played Teemo set 1 and that was a challenge, so I thought this set I'll take it a bit easier, so I'm playing meta today.
Nice. So what is like your favorite card to play in Aurelia here at the tournament so far?
It's a tough call because the deck is like so interesting actually, like there's so many lines with all the movement she has, right? I think Defiant Dance is probably the most satisfying just because, you know, you buff your might and you nerf their might, so it feels really good. So probably Defiant Dance is like, it's normally the killer piece in every game.
Opposite question then, for Aurelia, what card do you not want to see your opponent playing?
I think Rebuke is the worst one. I feel like no matter how many Not So Fast I stack in my deck, I still get rebuked like once a set somehow, so Rebuke's probably the biggest danger.
Well, hopefully you can dodge rebukes for the rest of the tournament. Good luck in the rest of your rounds, and we'll catch up with you later.
Thanks so much.
Hello and welcome back to Riftbound Qualifier, Open Qualifier? Qualifier Open?
Regional Qualifier.
Regional Qualifier, that's the one. Look, I've been here for however many hours now, 10 hours?
It's been a long day so far, yeah.
I'm used to 5 games, 40 minutes each, and then I'm done.
Welcome to the world of TCGs, my friend. We're here for the long haul, but honestly, it's more action-packed than you could ever dream. So realistically,
it's been a great haul so far.
The twists and turns that can come around in a trading card game, I think, are very dynamic, and I think there's a lot more flexibility within that. So welcome to our world.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's been a lot of fun.
Good.
I think we've had some really cool matchups as well. We had that Lee Sin winning the last time we were on the desk. This time we're going to have a couple of fun matchups as well as we get into round 6. We have the metagame breakdown before we get there, though. We already saw the top 10, lots of Draven sitting in those spots. Metagame, okay, less than 20% Draven. That's encouraging overall, although Dravens have been converting to that 6-0 scoreline. Kites are a little bit higher than I expected, I'd say.
Oh, no, that was my prediction, you see.
Oh, okay.
I was expecting the prowess of Kaisa and the experience that people have had playing it through set 1 and set 2 to bring up that 11% share total, which I think is fantastic. I think the one that I'm surprised to see up there is Ahri, actually.
Yeah, Ahri actually quite surprising. I will say, I think Ahri has a very dedicated fan base, as she does in League.
Oh, yes.
I think a lot of people play her because they think she's cool.
She is cool.
And it doesn't surprise me that we see a few of her, at least 54 players out of a 1,719 player pool is only 4%, and it may be that they just opened the signature. You know, if you open the signature over numbered, you're like, well, I've got to play the Ahri now.
True. That is true. But it's also a lot. It's a lot of people fighting for that top spot, for that Ahri best of. That is a bigger share than I was expecting for Ahri.
Agreed.
And I'm pleased to see it. It's a very cool deck. It's got very unique mechanics. But I would have expected Rek'Sai to be above Ahri, personally. And I know it's a small share, but it's there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think there's a possibility, as you said with the Kaisa and kind of with the Ahri decks, people are comfortable on these decks.
Yeah.
They haven't had a huge amount of time with Spirit Forge, only been out for about a week right now. So just bringing in something that you are aware of and you're comfortable with, even if maybe Rek'Sai is slightly better in the meta, even if you think the Rek'Sai could be slightly more consistent, bringing out an Ahri makes a lot of sense. We're going to get into our first game, though, of round 6. And
let's see what we've got to bring you guys. We've got many unique matchups, and this is certainly another one of them. We're going to be bringing...
But which one is it?
All the action. Yeah, we don't know which one yet. We know that 2 are taking part, but we don't know which one we've got straight off the bat. But regardless, it's going to be a good game, and this time it's going to be Kaisa versus Jinx.
Yeah, Kaisa into Jinx, as you talked about a little bit. Kaisa, obviously a legend that came out in Origins. A few changes here. You see the Piercing Light first Forerunner coming in. Apart from that, relatively standard compared to the Origins list. You also have the Plundering Porrow and the Bellows Breath for that little bit of extra power, but overall, it kind of does what it wants to do. It's a very heavy Spellslinger damage deck, trying to wipe away your opponent's units while keeping yours on the board.
That's its whole thing, and it's been shown strength to strength, especially through Origins. Many a Nexus Knight has seen a good Kaisa deck. But Jinx, the literal loose cannon right now of this event, a really understated card. In theory, in a vacuum, a very, very powerful legend ability at the start of your beginning phase. Draw one if you have one of your cards in your hand, so you can kind of play out and then draw naturally back in. Now, Jinx has this interesting flow of game where you pop off at different moments, and you take your time, and then you have a big pop-off combo turn, and then you take your time, and then you have a big pop-off combo turn, and using those kind of peaks and troughs to your advantage and using them at the correct timings is crucial to this matchup and is crucial to Jinx gameplay. So I'm interested to see how it interacts with Kaisa and whether Olix can kind of bring Jinx into this space with Kaisa being quite so dominating.
Yeah, you can understand also what it's trying to do. Bolstered a lot by cards in Spirit Forge. You have a lot of this discard draw idea, things like the Scrap Heap. You've got the Ezreal in there as well that can do quite a lot of work for you. So we'll see how it goes. Is Jinx on turn 1 going to play out the Treasure Hunter to kick us off? And we'll see where they go from there. Now, some of these cards are in Chinese. We're pretty good at identifying the art.
We'll do our best for you, friends.
I will say I am not perfect at it. It's the Storm Warrens at the bottom and the Void Gate up at the top. Kaisa loves that Void Gate. The extra damage that it gives to you when you are targeting units just gives you so much more power. Yeah,
it gives you that extra wiggle room that you need, but the nice thing about a Jinx deck is that you're kind of not worrying about that early game anyway. You're going to dip in for a point, you're going to get that treasure token from the move, and just start kind of littering the board with these really cheap units. You don't mind if they suffer, you don't mind if they go down, because that's not what you're comboing towards. You're comboing towards those big turns where you're revealing things from the top of the deck. You're getting those kind of last rites, Razas and Death Rockets late game, and you're wanting to see the battering rams and the Nocturne horrifying off the kind of stacked decks and called shots.
Hextech Raid coming out from Problems Eye here on the Kaisa just to clear out that Treasure Hunter, wanting to make sure it doesn't get too much value, but immediately another one backs it up alongside the Noxious Hopeful, getting all of those runes used, and 5 might on the board. A really nice hit early on for Ollie UK. Olil UK? Ollie Luck.
Ollie Luck, I think.
Ollie
yeah,
Luck,
I like that.
Sure, we'll go
Has
with
a
Ollie
ring
Luck.
to it.
Yeah. It does
Okay,
sound a little bit like a phone, doesn't it?
Right, it does.
Ollie Luck.
Okay, Problems Eye goes in okay, going for another point there, just starting off this game nice and slow for both players, but honestly, I think this is the way you have to go with this. Kaisa going in with some more units at this stage is advantageous. Of course, we're going with our champion unit. Very strong, doesn't need to be accelerated at this point, though. You don't really need to push that much harder to kind of get ahead, because you know that Jinx can't do much right now in regards to raw power.
Yeah, just going to go for the stack deck. Have a look at the top 3. Make sure that you are getting into a good position in terms of hand. Not really using the loose cannon legend ability too much. You need to have one or fewer cards in your hand to do that. And at the moment we have an Ezreal, a Battering Ram, a Bushwhack, a couple of Seals, and that Treasure Hunter. The second Seal, the Switcheroo, and the Treasure Hunter in hand at the moment. Battering Ram put down to the bottom.
Going for the Ezreal.
Was it the
for
Ezreal
the card
that was
draw.
taken? Okay.
Yeah, I think we took the Ezreal. I think we want to go for the card draw, kind of get more units on the board. Kaisa is certainly a slightly more aggro deck, especially because of the amount of spells that they can cast even cheaper because of their legend ability. So you kind of want to be going toe-to-toe with them in that respect. So going in with the Noxus Hopeful here just to take that easy battlefield there.
Take the Watchful Sentry. The Death Knell trigger does come out, draws a card for our Kaisa player, so we'll see just how effective that was. Going to spend the gold. And what
Put that in the piggy bank. What are we getting? Oh,
gold for
lovely.
a Seal, Seal for an Ezreal. Feels like a very solid turn. Ezreal then coming down will make us discard the final card in, or one of the two cards in our hand, and then draw two. Get rid of the third Treasure Hunter that we had from the start of the game. First card.
Ooh,
Couldn't quite see what it was.
No, I couldn't quite catch that either.
I mean, that's okay.
But that's
we can't be expected to see everything that goes into everyone's hands, you know?
No, exactly. But honestly, I'm looking at the synergies in this deck right now, and I'm feeling really good about Jinx. Like, having this much card draw already early in the game, piecing together those nice pieces ready for a big pop-off if needed. Kaisa's kind of taking the back seat right now. We know that she can definitely come back with a Ferocious Glare, but we're still managing at the moment just to keep on top of things. Going in with a Battering Ram.
Yeah, really nice. So if you can get a couple of cards off early and then the Battering Ram coming out for two, we're going to hide a card as well. Could be a Fight or Flight. Would make a lot of sense in this sort of position. If you go in with the Kaisa, knock it back. You don't get the Conquer trigger as the Kaisa Survivor player, so Problem's Eye there would not be able to get the extra draw.
Ooh, we got a Falling Star, so we can start to pick apart the Jinx battlefield.
Yeah. Also, I believe a Progress Day at the back of the hand there.
Oh yeah.
Love myself a little bit of progress, you know, nice little card draw. Gets you back into games if you are falling behind in terms of that metric. We are going to go with the Falling Star.
It's just so cheap with the legend ability, right?
Getting that extra cost reduction is just so powerful in these situations. Taking out an Ezreal, taking out a Noxus Hopeful, because the Noxus Hopeful was at the Void Gate, the damage, which would usually only be 3, amplified up to 4, enough to take out that Might.
Ooh, okay, Kaisa going in. Don't think there's going to be much of a response to that, and we do get the trigger from its ability. Looks like we got more removal there, which is always helpful. We love a bit of Hextech Ray. And going in with a Lecturing Yordle just to pump it up there in the battlefield.
Also has tank, which means that if you do go into that battlefield, the Kaisa isn't at risk. There's a Battering Ram. You can see it on the other side. The Lecturing Yordle will be able to eat up enough of that Ram that the Kaisa then doesn't die through the trample of the Ram. So do you think is there a name for this Battering Ram? Because in Lord of the Rings, Grond is the famous Battering Ram, right? I feel like this one should have a name as well.
We might have to name them by the end of this set. Maybe we'll figure it out. We'll figure out the perfect name.
Just, you know.
Oh my gosh. The interesting thing to note about this board state is now that Problem's Eye is out of runes, we won't be able to have any mid-turn interactions. So Oliluk kind of knows that they can kind of get away with a few sneaky bits here, going straight away with the stacked deck. Of course, we get to have a little look and see which of those 3 cards we'd like to put in hand. And again, I'm really impressed with how the Jinx deck, with the purple that it can employ and use this chaos, they're able to now have a draw engine that gives them more reliability into these matchups.
Yeah, Bushwhack coming out as well for that readying, so getting rid of some cards in hand, which is nice if you want to try and activate that legend ability.
Churning through the deck is powerful.
Little conversation happening with the judges, it seems. Problem's Eye just making sure that everything was okay with that Bushwhack.
I don't know if we have put the fresh gold token in, because I think that gold token there was already in play, so maybe it's that we need the gold, the extra gold
Fury
token.
Power,
Exhausted.
Oh, true, yeah.
From the Bushwhack, maybe, but I'm not sure. But regardless, it matters not right now. The point is, Bushwhack is in play, friendly units enter ready, which is incredibly powerful for just being able to continue to put the pressure on Problem's Eye here. Again, we could go in and kind of deal with the Yordle just to get it away from the Kaisa.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what else is in hand to be able to play, but oh, there it is.
Court shot. Okay, let's have another look. Been through the top 3 a couple of times with the stack deck. Let's have a look at the top 4 in increments of 2. And Ezreal in the options. Expect that to be taken, really. The discard 1, draw 2, so powerful. If you don't have any cards to discard, you still draw the 2 as well.
Yep.
You do as much as you can out of cards like that. So my expectation is it will be the Ezreal. Can't quite see. Did you notice what the other card was?
I didn't, but I think regardless, if you've got the option of an Ezreal when you've just lost one,
Yeah.
I think that's the take. I think that's the play.
Oh, snap keep there from Ollie Luck on the next one. It must be Narasa. He's counting how many cards there are in his trash.
Oh, it must have been.
It's got to be
That's
Narasa,
snazzy.
right?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, counts coming out from Problem's Eye as well.
Here it comes, surely.
Surely.
But do we put it in base or do we push it to the battlefield?
It's a good question. It's a good question because you could use it to bolster up the treasure hunter that's sitting at the Zorn Warrens. Do you need to, or do you want to try and get on towards the other battlefield?
Well,
at
it's
some
coming in
point?
ready, so...
It's a traveling merchant.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't the Rasa. That's going to go in, get the
We're going to try
trigger.
and pop the Yordle as well, potentially,
Yeah.
just again to get that away from Kaisa, kind of being Kaisa's like little minion in the front there, not allowing anything to get past the tank damage.
Nice trade. Nice trade. Battering Ram no goes in. Kaisa is going to fall. As you said,
Yep.
you talked about the sneaky tricks when Problem's Eye was all out of energy. And it has really paid off there for Ollie Luck.
Yeah, Ollie
Uses the
knew.
merchant.
They were like, you know, you can't do anything to respond to this. You have nothing left, and you don't have any hidden units. I know that I can quite confidently go in right now, deal with that Yordle, then Kaisa, one at a
okay.
time. Here it is. That was beautiful sequencing, bringing out the Rasa from the kind of reduced cost mechanism that we've seen and grown to love already.
I feel like, and I might be wrong on this, the Bushwhack was played this turn, no?
Yes.
Was it lots? Okay, so then shouldn't the Battering Ram and the Rasa come in ready?
I think the battering ram was the second battering ram because we have 2 in play. But I think the
No, so the first Battering Ram was played on the previous turn. I mean, this in the end doesn't matter, right? If
Yes.
he wants to put them in base, he
No,
can put them in
you're right,
base,
yeah.
right? But I
Yeah,
feel
you're
like
right.
that Battering Ram and that Rasa should have come in ready on this turn.
Yep, but again, they're probably best in base, to be honest, right
Yeah.
now, and we're over to Problem's Eye's turn regardless, and looks like we're just going in. The
Switcheroo!
switcheroo!
Beautiful.
Swapping the kind of might and attack powers of these 2 units, so really pushing Problem's Eye now to make a reaction. We're going with the Ray.
So the switcheroo will resolve, makes the Noxus Hopeful a 1 might, makes the Treasure Hunter a 4 might, and then they will both trade.
Oh, so the battlefield is left empty as both units fell with a very simple reaction from Kaisa there with the Hextech Ray, but a really effective one, and that's why we want these runes up and ready for those moments.
Yeah, that we do. Lecturing Yoda going into base to get excited, drawn off it. Had a Plundering Porra, a 1,000-tailed Watcher sitting in the hand there as well. Can be used very effectively with things like the Hextech Ray, with things, with any of those damaging spells, just to make it much easier to get rid of a Rasa, to get rid of a Battering Ram. The ability just to ping them for 3 less
get
might than
excited!
needed. Yeah.
I haven't seen that card in a while.
I've seen a few Kaisas playing it recently. It can work really well. You have to discard, and then because you have things like the first Forerunner, you just discard a high might card.
Of course.
Gets rid of the Battering Ram at the Void Gate.
That's really nice removal. I like
Yeah.
that a lot, and I think it's very poignant using that card into Jinx.
Yes.
yes.
I mean, it's
Using
one of
her
her
own-
main foibles
Yeah.
as a champion, you know? She's a legend.
So using her own tech against her.
Yeah. We'll have 2 card draws here for Ollie. Had less than 1 in hand at the start of his beginning phase, so draws from his legend trigger, and then draws again for turn. Currently in a pretty commanding position when it comes to might on the battlefield, at least, or in base. Gonna crack out the
Jinx Rebel
there. If you can't read it on your screen, no worries, we can read it for you. When you discard 1 or more cards, ready me and give me +1 might this turn. It is one of the Arcane promos, which is why the art looks pretty different, but
It's
very
beautiful.
cool. Yes.
Beautiful. And you know, going ahead and hiding more at the battlefield, really, establishing that commanding position now. And you have to against a deck like Kaisa. Kaisa is the queen of comebacks. She does not mind that you have this overlooming presence. Generally speaking, a lot of the high-cost kind of attacking units in Kaisa, like Thousand Tail Watcher, love this moment.
Yeah.
They lap it up for breakfast.
So if you Thousand Tail Watcher, reducing the might of everything by 3, that's a 3 and a 2. You can go in with your Plundering Power and clear out a Battering Ram, but that Rasa still stands a little bit taller. A Stupefy does help you with that. Means that you could trade out both the Rasa and the Battering Ram, but there are 2 units in base for Ollie Luck, and so if you then pass the turn, those 2 units go in, you conquer, you go to 8. It's not the best position for Problem's Eye, so he needs to try and establish a presence on one of these battlefields.
100%. And I think the nice thing in this situation is that the Thousand Tail Watcher does come down. And of course, if we do end up being able to draw more cards, we might draw into something else we could use. However, obviously that cost a lot. So we're going in with the Thousand Tail Watcher here for the 7 against 6. Yep, all good against 6.
Well, it's against 3 as well
because of the reduction. Beautiful.
The Accelerate on the Thousand Tail Watcher doing a huge amount of work.
Stupefy for a draw, love it.
Itself. Now you kind of want to go in, I mean, you need to go in with at least one of these. It's looking like it's going to be the Lecturing Yordle, keeping the Plundering Poe back to conquer afterwards so that you can get that gold token. What have we got hidden here? Is it a fight or flight? It is. Bounces the Battering Ram back, decides they want more power, more might on the next turn, rather than trying to force a trade with the Plundering Power on this.
I honestly think that's a really great play. It's a great signal to say, actually, I can hold my own, but I need these units. I'm gonna come back because I've already had my might reduced this turn. I don't fancy losing it, but I also feel like I'm not gonna carry on this survival tactic. It's not gonna be possible long-term, and that's what we're looking at is long-term solutions to problems with Kaisa. And we're at 6-4 right now, so Jinx is really putting up a fight, and unexpectedly so. But Jinx has some great late-game tools to utilize as well to have some removal of smaller units like these Yordles. So I don't mind seeing them at the battlefields, but also does pose a risk with things like Super Mega Death Rocket.
It really does. Jinx now, Kaisa now sitting at 1 energy, Hextech Ray, or, I mean, maybe a retreat, but you don't really want to use a retreat in these situations. It's kind of all that we are relying on. At the bottom battlefield, we have 9 might. Need to hold Ollie Luck away from taking both. So, it looks like it's going to be it's an Ezreal and a Cold Shot and something else in hand, as far as I can tell. Battering Ram goes in, Lecturing Yordle dies, and it's up to 7.
It's a really strong position for Jinx to be in. If we can keep this pace up, then we're just going to overrun Kaisa before they can actually respond. They're running out of enough resources to kind of deal with this onslaught that Jinx is really pressuring on right now. We talked about those ebbs and flows, and that's it. Looking like that's the game. Jinx, the loose cannon, taking game 1 against the overwhelming champion of set 1, Kaisa.
Yeah, and surprising. I think this core that the Jinx has managed to wrangle together has really allowed her to play around the edges of the legend ability.
Absolutely.
It used to be that you felt very weak, being like, well, I get 1 extra card, but I'm having to dump my hand so consistently to get this legend ability. But now with the stack decks, with the cold shots, with the Ezreal as well, you're just allowing yourself so much more freedom, and credit to Ollie Luck, played it really well. Have another look at the main board here.
I love it, honestly.
Singular Fizz, double switcheroo. I like the last rights as well.
Yep.
It's very heavy on the 2 costs.
That's the point. Yeah,
exactly.
You want that. You want those low, quick units at the beginning, and then you kind of build up to these big combo turns with things like Cold Shot and then the last rights. And we saw the Bushwhack to really great effect in that game. And honestly, it was played perfectly. I can't fault any move there. It just was seamless, and against such a strong deck like Kaisa, and so well respected, I think there are some Jinx fans in the room having a great day. Yeah,
agreed. We see the sideboards for Problem's Eye on this Kaisa list. Brenner could be okay. A couple of those there. Unchecked power as well. We'll be able to wipe away a lot of those lower energy units that are being brought out by the Jinx. To see exactly what we do decide to bring in on that sideboard. As a Kaisa list, it is pretty standard. You are, looking for those Dies and Tail Watcher turns, First Forerunner helping you with that Time Warp as well. You do have like a relatively good suite of removal for low might units. Piercing Light, Bellow's Breath both do perfectly in those sorts of situations.
I think the problem is the high cost of those. I think at the moment it's kind of like the Falling Stars are great, but then we get into things like Singularity and Progress Day, and it's like, oh, actually those are really high cost, and I'm not gaining enough for playing it. Like, I'm taking out little things or I'm drawing a few cards, but it's not quite getting me into what I need to get into right now to be able to actually take the advantage back. And all I'm taking out are these 2-cost units. But actually, I can do better, but I think that's the problem, is that there's too much to invest in taking out little guys.
Yeah, it's always tricky when they can just be repopulated so quickly. You're not playing into a tokens deck, you're not playing into an Azir or a Viktor, but it can sometimes feel like that, where it's just all of these little swarmers coming out, doing a lot of work to you. We'll see where we go in terms of battlefields as well. Okay, Minefield on the bottom side, Obelisk of Power on the top. Minefield is when you conquer here, put the top 2 cards of your deck into your trash. So building up towards those Rasas, building up towards those larger, Rasas specifically. Even Fizz obviously can work relatively well if you do have those Fizzes in your list. Obelisk of Power allowing us to channel 3, meaning lecturing Yordle turn 1 for Problems Eye. Treasure Hunter and a Noxious Hopeful turn 1 for Ollie.
Wow, you couldn't make it up. That's almost perfect. You've got the bonus off the Obelisk. That's exactly what you wanted, and then be able to play 2 low-cost units. That's the perfect early game for Jinx.
Yordle going in on his lonesome towards that top side. He'll be happy enough to gain the first point of the game. Problems like chucks the Plundering Porro down as well, alongside a second, just to make sure that if those conquers do begin happening, it's in a very good spot. Yeah,
we got some backup. We're doing okay. Let's see if Ollie can continue to put the pressure on. We do have a Riser in hand, so there is kind of that that pressure to maybe start using the battlefield to that effect, but looks like we're going to go in and challenge, which I really like. We're just going straight in there and saying, can you respond? You are so low right now, but we can respond. The Hextech rate comes down like a shot to challenge that Noxus Hopeful.
I wonder if Ollie is thinking about bargaining. Going to chuck out the hard bargain. Wants to keep that Noxious Hopeful around and will do so. No energy left for Problems Eye. That is a point on the board for Ollie. Has a Rasa and Ezreal, and I could remember the last card a moment ago, but now I have entirely forgotten it.
I'm sorry, I distracted you. That's my bad. And we've got a gold token in creation already. And
it's a battering ram.
Yeah, it is another battering ram. This has been an explosive first 2 turns for Jinx, and it's something that you don't expect from this deck. I'm pleased to see it. I love to see the raw power going into this right now. Of course, we then get to put 2 cards into our trash from the top of the deck, and again, that's helping to play the Raza later.
Yeah, not the cards you'd want. I think you do have an Ezreal in hand, so it's okay, but you are trashing an Ezreal and a stack deck, which are tools you want to use to look for better cards in your deck. It does thin the deck a little bit, you know. You can argue your odds of getting the other cards you want are higher now because you've got rid of an Ezreal and a stack deck, but in the end, the ability to pick and choose from top 3 is so beneficial that you really want to keep that going. Singularity out, clearing the board out with the 11 effective might on the board. Getting rid of 9 of it makes a ton of sense. Alongside that, the Porro going in, getting a point, getting a gold for Problems Eye.
And it's cleared. The board is clear. Ollie going from such an advantageous position of 1 spell has made all the difference. And that's what Kaisa's all about.
It really is. The thing is now for Ollie though, that's 3 more cards in your graveyard.
Yeah,
you could Rasa here. We all like playing Rasa for 1 power.
That's fine.
You can play Rasa for more than that if you so desire.
And we can here. We've got the option. There's already a lot in the discard pile. The reduction of cost would still be severe, but we're going in with the Jinx, of course, and a last rites. The comeback is here. We're bringing it forward. Honestly, brilliant show as well, especially because that Ezreal's now in the discard pile. At least Last Rites has an opportunity to pluck that back.
Yeah, can grab the Ezreal back out of that, can get the Battering Ram,
Absolutely.
can get the Noxious Hopeful as well if you want. I think Ezreal and Battering are probably the two that you really are looking for. So now Problem's Eye is gone up, he has gone up to 5.
That's huge.
Yep. If you can get to that 6 mark, you can see here, Problem's Eye saying, I don't need to hold.
No.
I can look to conquer to 6. I'm so far ahead, 3 points ahead of Ollie right now. I can take my time about this a little bit. Has a Pouty Poro in hand. Looks like that's what's going to enter into the base right now. Also has that Kaisa in his champion unit spot, and that's going to come out as well. No need to accelerate it. You've already scored on both battlefields this turn. No reason to try and go back to a battlefield at all.
Poro's a Kaisa's best friend. A very Poro-heavy board right now.
I don't know if there were many of them in the Void.
No, I don't think so.
I feel like it was
but
more
somehow I feel like Kaisa, like having meta Poro,
yes,
would adopt all of them.
Yeah, she's one of those champions where you think you spent a lot of time in what is this hellish landscape, but actually it didn't really affect you. You're still a kind, loving person.
And that's kind of surprising, but also look at these cute guys.
Yeah. Rescued from Belveth, now hugs the Poros. Jinx going into the minefield. Another 2 cards recycled from the top of the main deck. We are at, I believe, 8. It might be more than that. Ezreal now, there's going to be another discard. Don't want to get rid of the Rasa. We'll be drawing 2. And that will get us up to 9. I think it's a fight or flight, maybe? I'm trying to see what the second card is under that Rasa. Yeah, it is a fight or flight.
It is a fight or flight, yes.
Are we discarding Rasa here?
I don't want to.
Well, because you can look for the Last Rites equip and then resurrect the Rasa.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you've got to go with that. I think you've got to think ahead here, because we can equip even after a unit has joined a battlefield. We can equip.
But then you're equipping to hold, and that feels dangerous to me.
Against Kaisa, yeah.
But then the other option is you discard your fight or flight, and then you don't really have that combat trick to be able to do much. So the Rasa is going into the graveyard. Jinx gets readied because of that discard, gains an extra might. Now we're going to cold shot on the Ezreal, paying the repeat cost with Ezreal's passive ability.
We love that. Again, getting things cheaper makes games better.
It really does. It really does. Girl maths.
We love it.
We talked about it at the start of the day. We're talking about it at the end of the day. Always pays off. Another Ezreal drawn to hand. I think off that second iteration of Cold Shot, the repeated iteration, well more than required here for the Rasa. I say well, it may have been 1.
Yeah, bring Jinx back.
Immediately.
Make sure that we're kind of holding that space, because again, having units on battlefields is too risky against Kaisa right now, especially when they have managed to establish this much heavier board. We've got 2 unspent gold tokens and all of these active runes. So actually, I think it is too scary to leave Jinx there right now. Jinx needs her army and her friends. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see that pop-off turn from Jinx. This is what we expect from a Jinx deck, where they kind of take their time, build things up, and then go BAM!
And we did draw into another Rasa, so yeah, another Ezreal, another Rasa, exactly. Here we're going to disco. Ooh, hesitation on the hard bargain. We'll go into the trash. Jinx gets readied again. Could equip the Last Rites here and go for the Conquer.
Oh, and then get the recoil effect, getting something back with.
But look at this hand.
It's ginormous.
At the start of the turn, we were at like 2 cards.
And also, like again, we said the effect of the champion unit is draw 1 card when you have 1 card in hand, and so many people perceived that as when I'm deck building, I should be getting rid of all my cards. No, just draw more.
Yeah, just draw as many as you can.
Just draw them.
Draw them all.
And if you happen to be low on hand, it's a great effect.
Yes. Yeah.
But it's not the be-all and end-all. You don't need to focus in on that too hard.
It's a deck building fallacy to a degree. It's like, my deck does this, therefore I can only do this.
No,
and that's not. Things can bolster the way that you want to attack, the way that you want to build your deck. Jinx going in here after being readied. Again with that discard. A hidden card going down, likely a fight or flight. Could be the switcheroo as well. We saw that play off dividends in game 1.
And I think that's the thing. Problems Eye now knows the risks. They know kind of what happened in game 1. So now we can look forward to those and see whether they can respond. They need to make sure that they have things in hand that could deal with those threats. Otherwise, kind of probably going into the other battlefield might be advantageous here. We're at 5 to 4 points scored right now. We didn't get a hold point going in on that turn because nothing was at a battlefield. So it's kind of looking at what the correct status to get up to 8 is going to be at this point, knowing that you need both battlefields on that 8. This part of the game is tricky in and of itself because it has so much thinking involved, because you need to know when is correct to conquer, when is correct to bring things back to base, and when is correct to just hold.
It's one of those difficult ones, because if problems I had been at 6, Ollie plays the turn entirely differently. Because you have to make sure you have presence on the board here. If the Jinx gets attacked, you want to fight or flight it back, that's cool. It's like, okay, I can give you another point, you can go to 6. You're going to do it anyway. With this Kaisa going in, we'll get the card draw. And then the Minefield trigger, Time Warp, Ferris, Forerunner, both going to the trash, into the bin.
And Time Warp being one of those cards in Kaisa that does win you games. And now that's in the trash, we can't get it back, and that could be disastrous if we don't manage to get anything else that can kind of bolster us into a winning position if we manage to keep this lock on Jinx.
The Jinx most likely just going to get taken out. We'll see the Hextech Ray being paid for.
And then it's whether we take a unit, we use another spell. Looks like another spell's going on, or a big one. Oh, Thousand Tail Watcher.
So reducing the Might of Jinx after doing the damage means that she will go down, avoids any shenanigans with the fight or flight.
Fight or flight just gets discarded at that point. Can't stay on the battlefield with no one there.
Yeah. And when you've hidden a card at the battlefield, it has to then target that battlefield, because some people will be like, well, fight or flight says return a unit space at a battlefield. Kaisa's at a battlefield, why can't I bounce that? If you've hidden it on the Obelisk of Power, it has to be used on the Obelisk of Power. A couple of small niche examples where that doesn't count as much, like a Zonya's, just becomes a gear. But predominantly, if it says at a battlefield, it is at this battlefield when hidden.
And we're keeping things calm. We popped a Plundering Poro into that unit and just kind of said, look, we've got this unit in a base. I've got one unit each base. If you can deal with those, cool. And then I'm going to try for the 7, 8 in the same turn. But they've put a threat on the board to slow Ollie Looks down.
Yeah. Yes, they have. Thousand Tail stack deck, just a singular stack deck coming out. And I think there was a cold shot stack deck and something else top 3. So we're going to have a cold shot cam out using the seal to pay for the repeat cost with the Ezreal as well.
And it's what we're digging for here. Are we digging for removal? Do we want a Death Rocket? Do we want a Raza? We don't want to overcommit to anything, but obviously at this point we want as many big units or a lot of kind of coverage to take out units as possible. We want that repetition from the Super Mega Death Rocket if that's available, but right now it's looking like a good position, but there's a lot of scary stuff on Problem Size kind of backline there.
Yeah, that Thousand Tail Watcher is going to be the most concerning point of it all. By itself takes out the Rasa. Battering Ram in onto the Plundering Poro, perhaps, not Battering Ram, Nox just hopeful, my apologies, perhaps looking for the trade. Interestingly, we're not seeing the last rights, that equipment going onto anything yet. When you conquer with it, you do get the ability to cast a creature from your graveyard, or a unit from your graveyard. So
we're looking in the graveyard there to see if there's anything worthwhile bringing back.
Anything trashed? Anything in the trash? You have a look through? Any fund that you've left in there?
I don't think there's anything impactful. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still a Rasa in there, because we discarded it earlier on. I can't remember us recurring it.
No, I think you're right, actually, because this was the one from hand. So there is another big unit in there. It's whether it's worthwhile taking the Poro down.
It's also, do you want to conquer both battlefields before you recur the Rasa so that you can play it to either one, or do you want to specifically put it on a certain battlefield? Also, the last right is giving your unit +2. Do you need that +2 for a good conquer?
Problems I lets the Nox is hopeful take down the Poro. Poro power no longer in play in that battlefield, but there's plenty more on the bench on the battlefield where that came from.
Yeah, the Plundering Poro and the Powder Poro are still there, still available for us. Going to equip the last rights. What are we recycling? Have to recycle 2 cards from our trash. It's going to be a hard bargain, and it looks like we're just going for simple stuff. Yeah, nothing too outrageous.
Nope.
Where are we equipping it, though? Is it going onto Rasa? Are we going to buff up an Ezreal? No.
I think it's got to be the Rasa, yeah. You want to kind of get that unit as big as it can be, especially if you're going to try for a hold, maybe for the last rites. Or we're going in for the Conquer. We're saying, okay, I don't think you have it. I think you can't respond. And problems, I could not respond to that. So we do get the trigger there. And of course, we get the point for the Conquer.
Yeah, so you can sack these triggers however you want. It looks like the Minefield trigger is going to go off first. That means that we do recycle 2 from the top of our deck. Not recycle, discard 2 from the top of our deck, put 2 into the trash.
We're probably going to go for the Rasa here, I imagine.
I think that makes the most sense. It's basically free, 1 power.
I think they're eyeing up the battering ram.
I'm trying to work out what the battering ram gives us over just bringing back the Rasa.
Maybe
There's
you're thinking about
the Jinx.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see the Jinx.
Or even just like the fact that this might hold and then you get more than one thing back. It's kind of the what do I want first? Maybe it's Ezreal, maybe it's more card draw, maybe I'm still digging. Maybe I don't want those big units yet because those aren't entirely necessary. We are bringing back the Ezreal. And again, just like really putting a stand there, I think, going for the last rites twice. Not very last rites on it, is it? It's doing it quite a few times.
Rites.
Yeah, I think trying to go for that twice is admirable here.
We do have a Rasa in hand. I wonder if we had that before, if we drew that, because I can see the Ezreal line where it's, I put Ezreal down, I'm going to discard draw 2. I know there's 1 Rasa in my graveyard and 1 on the battlefield. If I draw my next Rasa, I actually have more might at this battlefield than if I just play the Rasa.
Absolutely.
Right, I have an extra 3 from the Ezreal coming out. So we've got a couple of overzealous fans, a Rasa, and I cannot recognize that card in the middle. Late in the day.
I'm not sure. It looks like it. I don't think it's a hard bargain.
No, I don't think it is. Oh, it's a scrap heap. It's a scrap heap.
I think it is I was thinking factory recall, but I think it is scrap heap.
Yeah, I think it is a scrap heap. Okay, so on top of the Noxian Hopeful, we'll make it Noxian's Hopefuls, alongside an overzealous fan.
That's an odd group, but I respect them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're really hopeful, and this one person's cheering them on. So you can do it. I believe in you. Yeah, positivity.
There's a fan in both stands now. Both band stands got a fan.
Nice, 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 nice. Looking
really
for
strong
the double
position.
hold. Yeah, lots of power being put, lots of might being put on both sides.
Saying if you can't take over both of these, you're not having the win, and I'm then going to try and take it back from you. This is a real tussle. I wasn't expecting this from these 2 decks, and honestly, I'm glad to see it. It's very interesting.
Yeah, Ollie Luck as well. Only 1 win in this series away from going to 5-0-1 on day 1 here. Undefeated, 1 draw. That's how the scoring system works in most TCGs.
Yeah.
You know, the middle one is losses and the end one is draws, which can be a little bit confusing to some people. Definitely not me. Definitely haven't been confused by that at all in the past. 6 wins on the day does get you into the day 2 action. So, Rocket Barrage, Bellows Breath, a Stupefy, and a Darius at the back.
Looks like it. We can draw more cards with Stupefy, and I think that's a good start to this turn. You want to be seeing as many cards as you can to be able to sequence your turn properly. So I think for the cost of a Stupefy being quite low, I think this is advantageous to be able to see more cards, and seeing more cards is better. We have, of course, we have the Kaisa ability, we have 2 unspent gold tokens, so I think here you Stupefy, but the difficult decision is who to use it on.
Well, it's going to be the last righted Rasa that gets Stupefied, so it goes down from 8 to 7 might, but still on that battlefield you have 10, 18 might with an overzealous fan there for protection. On the top side, it's not looking much better. You have 16. No runes available for Ollie though, so Problems I kind of knows what's in front of me is what I have to deal with.
Problems I did draw a Time Warp off that Stupefy. Okay, I'm going to say it. I've done it before and it was horrible. In a skirmish, I had to use it to draw a card.
Yeah,
I had to draw it just to start my turn again. And a worst case scenario sees that, but I don't think that that's advantageous here. But it's a play. We're not going for it, and I respect that much more than my cowardice way out of, I guess I'll try again.
I mean, sometimes it's nice just to have another go, have another shot at it. Darius Trifarian is going to be the play here. already accelerated up to that 7 might ready, so pseudo-accelerated. But even then, you've got 14, 16, plus a couple for the Pouty Poro, 18 total might. And
that's a lot.
Yeah, but on one battlefield, there's more than that for Ollie. So
it's just not enough. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why it's frustrating, because I can play things, but they're just not enough. They're just shy of anything, and I don't know if Problems Eye has any removal in hand right now to be able to deal with some more of these units post Stupefy.
Well, it looks like he's going to use Daughter of the Void to cast something. Bellows Breath, where are we going? Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. Gonna do 2 damage to the Overzealous fan, and then 2 each to both those Ezreals, putting them down to, well, they're still 3 might, but with 2 damage marked on them.
So they have 1 kind of, essentially, health left.
1 health left, yeah. It's one of those intricacies in Riftbound where you have to have done damage equal to the might, but doing the damage doesn't reduce the might in any way.
He kind of heals up at the end of the turn, so if you don't deal with him in 1 turn, he'll brush off his wounds, put a plaster on and get on with it.
Yeah. If someone is 0 might, they aren't dead. You have to have still done a damage to them to actually kill them off.
So this is where we'll be looking at moving in on that base now, because we've made all that effort to weaken things, so it's kind of a, you don't want that sunk cost fallacy of not actually then dealing with those threats. Only taking 1 unit out just doesn't feel good, so at least being able to scurry a few of them away feels better. But I think we're going all in.
That we are. 14, 16, 18 might on the side of Problems Eye. On the other side, we're looking at only 14 with some damage marked.
Only. I love how you just said only 14.
I mean,
it's not a ginormous number.
As a Ornn player, anything less than 40 is low might in my head. That's how it works.
Oh, respect it, man. I respect it.
What's Ollie going to kill off here, I think, is the big question you got to ask.
I think it's got to be the heavier units, right? We can deal with Poros.
Yeah.
Poros are just puffy little friends. We can deal with those later.
The good thing for Ollie as well, as soon as he holds, he gets one of those units back. You want to recur your Ezreal? Go ahead.
That's why we wanted that last right so heavily defended.
Makes a lot of sense, makes a lot of sense. So we have 2 Poros defending, the gold coming out of the plundering Poro being not used this turn. 4 damage to... Oh no, we're going to use it to kill the gear there for the Rocket Barrage.
And I think that's perfect, honestly. You get to choose one. You kill a gear or deal 4 damage to a unit in a base. The gear, yes, absolutely, that was the problem. Dealt with that marvelously. And although Problems Eye is low on units, I think at this point, you know, we're in a not awful position, all things considered. Now, can Ollie look just pull forward enough? Can they take that final battlefield? It's not great to do it now because we don't really want that because we're only on 6. We would need to take over that last battlefield.
At 7.
Oh, okay.
I think we should be at 7 from the hold, if I recall correctly, because yes,
there
we go.
I thought so. I doubted myself because I saw it.
No,
I was wrong, and that's okay. But no, so we should be pushing. We're pushing for the win here. This is the moment.
I don't think we can. I don't think we have any accelerate to get
not
there
have
in time.
anything?
Yeah, the scoop comes out from Ollie. We go to game 3.
We can't do it.
Huge play from Problems Eye to regain control of the top battlefield, keep themselves in the game, and then a lack of accelerate for Ollie Luck, sorry, caused a few problems.
Rocket Barrage, they're really coming through from the sideboard, showing just why it's there. For exactly these odd scenarios where actually you need to deal with some gear because otherwise that is going to be your undoing. Gear has been so powerful and instrumental in Spirit Forge. We've seen so much success from gears and from the kind of harsh increase in gears that we've seen, and having something simple to deal with that and keep yourself in the game, marvelous.
Because your options are Rocket Barrage and Thermo Beam, really, and you don't want to be using a Thermo Beam just to kill off a last rights. Obviously, it will hit the seals as well, but less impactful later on in the game. Thermo Beam, much more built for those heavy gear decks that really want the gold, that really want to be able to play, you know, Spell Songers, etc. The good decks is what I call them generally. Ollie, we'll see if he decides to sideboard in anything else. Currently, deck working as intended.
But just didn't quite pull up there, did it? Like, started off really strong, was really confident, was feeling good about it, and then Kaisa did Kaisa things, and all of a sudden, the board just kind of fell apart.
And that is often the problem. Like, Kaisa doing Kaisa things, this is the reason that people don't play as much Jinx. Draven does Draven things, Kaisa does Kaisa things,
Yeah.
Aurelia does Aurelia things, and like Jinx can work really well, but it feels like the consistency isn't always there. The ability to really control the board effectively against high damage spells or good removal is a bit of a struggle. I didn't actually check to see what the last 2 battlefields were going to be. It'll be a journey of discovery for us as we go in. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see as well if Ollie decides that they want to be on the first turn. I do like playing first on the first turn.
Yeah.
I think it makes the most sense. Kind of, you have to decide it before mulligans, but you are looking for those low-cost units, so getting out an early traveling merchant or something would be very effective for them. Go through our mulligans. What do we have? We have a Reaver's Row and a Star-Tipped Peak as
Love to
our
see the
2.
sportsmanship there. Fist bump to start off the game 3. Very nice. And we are able to make a play. Jinx going first.
It's looking like a seal.
Yeah, we're not mad at that. Just getting a little bit of ramp, a little more kind of permanent spendage on our board.
Is it a seal into Cold Shot? I feel like you could seal into Noxious Hopeful as well if you wanted. You have the energy floated, right? So
yeah, I mean, I think just digging here for further Cold Shots and stack decks, those kind of maybe in a more early kind of 2-drop units. So I think digging through the deck at this stage is very advantageous, even if you're not kind of air quotes doing much, you're not putting a lot of units into play. But you're right, the Noxious Hopeful makes it through as well. Happy with a Legion effect there.
yeah, it's true. I for some reason in my head I was like, oh, if you play Cold Shot, you can't play the Noxious Hopeful, but the energy is still there.
Yeah.
You can still play it out. So gets to play a 3-card turn 1 into a single card turn 1 from Problems Eye with that Watchful Sentry coming out. Arasa was put to the bottom of the deck. Options here on turn 2. Noxious Hopeful in towards. Do you want to go Start It? Do you want to go Reavers? Do you want to even do that first? I'm trying to work out if there's enough to be able to play the battering ram that's sitting at the back there. Ezreal will cost you the 3, and because you recycled turn 1, I don't think you have enough to actually get the battering ram out this turn. So Ezreal comes down, we're going to have to discard and draw. Stack Deck or Cold Shot are the options. I mean, Battering Ram obviously also an option, but the expectation is you want to keep that because it's a 5-might unit, often for 2 or 3 energy. So it's really powerful.
I don't know. I think at this point of the game, you're wanting to cycle through the deck. I think you're wanting to draw as many cards as possible, and you can get that Battering Ram later with lots, right?
Oh, there you are. You just got one.
Got another one. It's fine.
Genius.
There's more. It's okay. And that's the point. Like, drawing cards, you're more likely to just jump back in and have those cards again, but also we know last rights is a thing.
True.
We know that units that do hit the trash aren't necessarily going to stay there, whereas the other cards, we can't recur those.
100% correct, and obviously shown by the fact that it worked.
It was good. It was a good play.
You know, if it works, it must be good.
Oh, there we are. Nice falling star there to just completely decimate. Ollie looks bored there. Just gone from 100 to 0, like the opposite way around to what you expect there. And of course then moving in for that first point on a battlefield.
Yeah, getting that Watchful Sentry and managing to get the first point. Start at peak, allowing you to channel that rune Exhausted whenever you hold. It does mean you need to get through the turn cycle.
Speaking of battering rams, there's more!
Look, okay, how was I meant to know that the top of the deck was all rams, okay? You've got to be kidding me with how many rams there are here.
That totally bit you straight away.
It really did. It's just a woolly situation, you know?
Yeah. That's what drawing cards does. We love drawing cards. Drawing cards gets you through the deck, gets you more battering rams.
Sean isn't close enough a pun to shown, is it? No.
No, I don't think
Feels
so.
like it should be. No. I feel sheepish about that one.
That's a bit better.
No,
That's closer to a ram, so
it,
yeah, I'll allow that.
What have we got now? We've got the double battering ram, the Treasure Hunter, and the Cool Shot. In the look, it's a Fight or Flight, a Stack Deck, and a Noxious Hopeful. We're going to take the Stack Deck out of the middle.
Yep, I agree. I think, again, that's what Jinx is all about. You want to go on that curve that we were talking about earlier. You want to save your Stack Decks and just Cold Shots. You want to pop off with them. We didn't see any Nocturne Horrifying. I'm not sure if they're playing it in this build.
No, I haven't seen it in their build.
Which is a bit of a shame, because I think that's a really lovely combination with these sorts of decks. But
Ezreal in, hard bargain to the bottom, alongside another. So that's 2 cards played so far this turn. We can make it 3 with a Cold Shot if we want. Or do we just, Cold Shot for the 3.
We're going to
Use
keep
the
going.
seal.
It's
Don't
basically
repeat.
free.
The bait is on the repeat right now.
I think you go for it.
We're repeating.
I think you do.
Okay.
I think it's so important at this point for Jinx to just establish as many cards in hand as possible.
Keep on the last rights.
Ooh.
There's another
Is that a
seal. You can make
I
it
think
4.
You do it.
Play the seal.
Yeah.
And then play the battering rams? No. Gonna decide, oh, well, you don't even need to play the seal because you can battering ram for 2 and then battering ram for 1.
Ooh, that's
how maths works.
That's how we do it. That is battering ram at its finest, really. That's exactly what we want to see. And there's the comeback. There it is. We were out of units. Problems I dealt with the threats on board, and now they're back. Now, Problems I has a lot of runes here. We have a lot of power, and it looks like we're going to be spending a fair chunk of them. So let's see how we go and what's coming down.
Singularity.
Oh my goodness, you got to be kidding me.
It's huge. It's just huge. Immediately getting rid of everything that Ollie was trying to do on the previous turn. I will say, just notice, champion unit has been changed around here for Ollie. He has moved to Jinx Demolitionist with the alternate art away from Jinx Rebel. Accelerate, Assault 2, and when you play me, you discard 2 on that Demolitionist. So it will be interesting to see if that is I mean, obviously it's a strategic move, but how effective that will be at actually combating some of Problem's Eye's boards. The Accelerate does allow you to mitigate situations like at the end of game 2, where Ollie just didn't have a unit to get out to the battlefield.
I also really like the fact that you're able to then use it to discard more cards, so then you're giving yourself more power in the bank for other units, because you get things cheaper. And once again, if we can play it for free, it's the best card. Go crazy. We got, okay, the last rights is in hand again, so that does kind of give us that recursion power. But is it too early? Do we need it right now? We can have it in play, but then it's kind of under threat. We know that there are threats to it now.
Yeah, we know that you've got the Thermo Beam, you've got the Rocket Barrage, the ability to take it out. So my expectation is that we won't go last rights as of yet. We do know also there's a Rasa near the bottom of our main deck because we put it back there early on with one of the stack decks. So for the moment, my expectation is build a bit more of a base, get yourself in a strong position. Problem's Eye is only on 2, is only going to go to 3 with the hold, can accelerate their Kaisa out for 4, but do they want to be that aggressive?
The Fizz and the last rights here, really not sure on that decision. And honestly, I don't blame them. They've gone for the last rights. I'm not sure about it. I'm going to be real. I'm not sure about it. But then again, I'm not 401 with Jinx here in Bologna at the regional qualifier. So who am I?
Well, I mean, you're Amy.
Oh, yeah, shoot.
Your truest self.
Really strong hand. Wow, that's a lot of units and a lot of might to go with them. And only enough runes to kind of be playing a small flurry of those right now.
Yeah, the Forerunner is nice in this sort of position because it does just generate you so much might throughout the rest of the game.
I agree.
Falls foul of something like a Fight or Flight, which we have seen coming out of Ollie. Switcheroo as well can cause it problems, but you're still getting the extra mechs if you do get switched to Root on it. It doesn't get rid of that ability, that death knell. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the Ferris Forerunner. It also sets you up later for a 1,000-tail Watcher into double mech attack.
Beautiful, beautiful combinations there. And the Ferris Forerunner is a really annoying unit to have to deal with for a deck that has so many little units like Ollie does. So I think that's a nice one to just throw right into the battlefield as they've done there with the death knell effect. So when it is removed from play, when it dies, you get to play 2 3-might mech tokens to your base. So it replaces itself and kind of splits in 2, and I can move that around and I can utilize that. It's fantastic. Such a annoying card to deal with. Really irksome in these situations where you've got lower powered units at this stage in the game. Ollie really doesn't have the access to the bigger units that they need right now to deal with something like that effectively.
I thought that was Ollie's hand for a second. I was like, that's 4 battering rams I've seen so far. That's not the best, but no. The trash slightly bigger than the hand as of this moment. Does have a cold shot in hand as well with Ezreal's static effect. It's going to be reduced on that second cost, so only has to tap the seal. It's 1 into hand, next one on the bottom. That Rasta slowly moving further up, and another one going into hand. A hard bargain selected there alongside Arasa. So we are, I believe, that trash looks bigger than 10 to me. 5 plus 5, maybe 11 or so. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see the Rastas come out, but we've already seen from are Kaisa player that they're pretty good, problem size pretty good at dealing with these Rastas when they do come down.
Going with the stack deck first, again, I think that's good. I think sequencing-wise, you want as much knowledge as you have, as you can get before you start playing cards, because you want to be able to know exactly how much you need to spend in order to play all of the things you'd like to play on your turn. Going for another seal here. We're really seal heavy in this one.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think about what I would do in this situation, and I realize, as you previously said, I wouldn't be in this situation because I'm nowhere near. But it's, if you play the Rasa, you're just at such risk of the Ferris Forerunner just trading into you. Playing the Rasa and then putting the last rites on it does get it out of that range, but then a Hextech Ray and a Ferris Forerunner trades into you really effectively. You can Rasa into Reaver's Row and then have the option to retreat as soon as you come into a battle, like into an actual combat, but as soon as you put Rasa onto a battlefield, it becomes really tricky.
It does. It's literally enemy number one. Yeah. That is what your opponent's going to be going for. It's your highest kind of might unit, and it has the last rites on potentially as well. Terrifying, and they are going to want to remove the last rites more than anything.
Accelerated Demolitionist seems to be the option here.
Honestly, I like it. Again, kind of churning more into your discard pile, accelerate just for that extra boost. And yeah, Jinx Demolitionist, not a card I thought I'd see today, and I'm not upset about it. No,
it's also the alternate art. This is very cool. The additional cost will be reduced for the accelerate from the Ezreal's static effect, so we're not going to have to pay that full 1 extra energy and power. I assume, you know, you reduce the power side of it, because that makes a lot more sense if you are playing into it. And there is the seal tapped, Fizz getting discarded, and there's the last rites accelerated in to get to the Conquer, and then you can bring the Fizz back, only having to pay its power cost. You could also look towards something like the Battering Rams. I'm trying to remember how many cards we played this turn. It's definitely a few.
Oh, yeah, I think it's enough. But it's hard to keep track sometimes, because these are long turns, but it's because they're wonderfully convoluted. It's because they need to be, because that's how you beat Kaisa. You don't have a choice. And of course, just really well assessed there, going into the Ferris Forerunner, going, I'm going to need to deal with you sooner rather than later.
And because it has that assault as well, it is stronger than the Ferris Forerunner. If you just look at the last rites and the Jinx Might, you might think, well, it's a 6 for 6, it's not the best trade, but Double Mech is going to come out for Problem Eye as the Forerunner hits the trash.
They go into base, so they're not an immediate threat, but they're going to come up at some point, maybe next turn. So we don't need to worry about them right now, which is lovely. Last Rite stays there, safe for now.
But we know there's a 1,000 Tail Watcher in Problem Side hand.
We do know that.
And that will take the Jinx down to a very unimpressive 3. And a Mech is a 3.
It is.
Jinx might be not long for the playmat. Battering Ram coming out to round us off. Still 2 runes available for Ollie.
But a very low hand size at this point. And although Jinx is, you know, Jinx can draw some cards, 1 more would still need to be played. 2 cards left in hand. We're really starting to see where Jinx runs out of steam now. Really starting to struggle along.
Yeah, she needs to get some of that Hex tech.
Needs to.
Speed her up a ton. Jace has been hoarding it, apparently. As has Kaisa, apparently, gets a Hextech Ray. She's from the Void.
How did she
been picking up these rays, you know? Some sort of secretive society smuggling it into the Void. Belveth at the helm.
I reckon the Poros snatched it for her.
Oh, yeah? You think so?
That's my storyline in my head.
Braum is actually this sort of evil mastermind controlling his Poros to get Hextech for Kaisa. I mean, that makes sense.
All under the guise of these, look at these sweet little guys. They could do nothing to harm you. Look how pouty he is.
Okay, I hate the fact I'm going to make this reference, but it's like the Minions in Despicable Me.
Oh,
like, exactly, right? But they're cute, but they're bad. Okay, so here we go. On to Problem Side turn, currently sitting at 3 points. Neither player really scoring a ton so far. The Rasa was played at the end. We got a double Ray Singularity, a 1,000 Tail Watcher, and the Progress Day sitting in hand here. Lots of removal. Yeah, lots of removal. Relatively cheap as well. Hextech Ray doing 3 damage to a unit. We're going to kick that off on the Ezreal.
You know me, I love a bargain. Here we go. Getting a Hextech Ray for an Ezreal. I'm down with that math. And then we're looking like we're going to go for something a little chunkier next. Well, I didn't see any high cost units apart from the 1,000 Tail Watcher, so I think I know what's coming.
I'm wondering about it as well, because you could have just, if you're going to 1,000 Tail Watcher,
why
not 1,000 Tail Watcher, put a mech into the Ezreal? I mean, he gets retreated, I guess, because of the Reaver's Row, so you don't want to just give him that safety. Yeah, okay. I can still see a 1,000 Watcher there. This is why these players are up there and I'm here, because it takes me that extra 30 seconds. You know? Takes me that extra little time to think about why. I just like to do the thing. I mean, I've got this big card. I just play the big card.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's me too, all over. But here we go with the Singularity, actually, to take down some of the units that are just sat pretty in base right now. Actually, no threat to anyone, but Problems I sees them as a threat for next turn, and that is worthwhile spending to get rid of them now and try to mitigate the risk of them coming forward in the future. And now Jinx is all alone.
Yeah, and the problem for the Jinx here is there's another Hextech Grey that will take her down to 3 damage marked, 6 might in total. So 3 more damage needs to be found, and there's a mech.
There's 2 mechs.
But
there's more than enough.
You can throw both of them in. You can just throw one in and then chuck the other one in afterwards if you so desire. Still those 2 runes available. Yep, go for the one, go for the trade. Jinx is dead, and the last rites has no home. A eulogy sung for Jinx Demolitionist, as her hubris has been her downfall.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this just might not be enough now with only 2 cards in hand. I don't know if Olilux can bring it back. They're drawing some cards to see as a Noxus Hopeful. I can't see much more.
Scrap heap.
Scrap heap. We're going to draw more cards and see if we can get out of here. Another scrap heap. Let's keep going.
The way these runes are being exhausted is not encouraging me in how Ollie feels about this right now. An overzealous fan, a little bit too late. A Hopeful will come out as well. The last rites can get equipped, but you don't know there's a 1,000 Watcher, but you can kind of suspect that there is enough removal in this Kaisa's hands. You're stuck at 3. All your big tools are in your trash. 2 holds for Problems I, 1 more turn for Ollie. Looking for that elusive 5th win, still just out of his grasp.
Just out of reach, unfortunately, at the moment. Problems I really taking the stance here, going straight up to 7. We just need to hold
another Watcher.
This to 8. Another Watcher. You've got to be kidding me. That is absolutely phenomenal. And you do expect it at this point. You know when Kaisa gets to that many runes, it's exactly what's coming. No one is not expecting this at this point. It is very kind of targeted that when Kaisa gets up to enough runes, you're going to see it. You're going to see the 1,000 Watcher.
It's the Y2K bug for Ollie. You need to be cautious. This double millennium coming in with these 2,000-tailed Watchers.
Very much so. It is not a good look, and unfortunately, I think it all just spells disaster here for Ollie. I don't think they're going to be able to come back from this at this point. It's not looking fresh for Jinx. Jinx would really need to step it up at this point. A top deck of what could be a savior, I just don't know.
Well, because you don't have any accelerated units. You have your overzealous fan that's sitting at 4 might with the last rites on it. You have 8 might in total to play with, right? If we look through the trash, we see triple battering ram, as far as I remember, double Rasa, or maybe just single Rasa. There will be another Rasa coming round through the deck soon.
But is it enough, or is it too little, too late? We're at 7 now.
Yeah, all you need is a singular hold.
And that's it.
But if your problem's like, how are you bolstering your defense? You're going to progress day first, accept that you don't need to win next turn. If you manage to hold, all power to you, all power to you, but you don't need to do it immediately.
No, there's no rush right now, which is a great place to be.
Could be a piercing light sort of angle though. Nope.
It's a Paro.
Just gonna go
for
the
hold
Paro.
it. Just try and hold it. Try and hold at least one of these, right?
Why
That's all you need to do.
Why are players so patient? I want to see action. I want to see damage.
It's because they're good at this game.
I know, and that's the problem. Obviously, it's great to watch. Teaches us a lot as we go through it. A couple of questions coming out from Ollie, as I'm sure we will get that rectified as soon as possible. 1 card in hand does mean that Loose Cannon Legend will activate.
Which is a great position to be in for Jinx, but I think that might be it for us, and Kaisa, Daughter of the Void, overcomes the rebellious Jinx.
Huge for Kaisa in the end. Great play from Ollie where they could find the angles, but in the end, there's just a little bit too much power. Too many rays, too many powers sneaking them out in terms of the Hex Tech. Overall, a great performance by Problems I. And moving on to 5-0-1. 1 win away from that elusive 6th that will take them through to day 2.
I'm feeling pretty good about my prediction of Kaisa doing quite well. I've got to say that I'm feeling quite good about that. But if you guys want to hear from the Kaisa survivor themselves, we've got them on interview for you.
Welcome back to the round 6 winners interview of the regional qualifier in Bologna here for Riftbound, the first European major event of the League of Legends TCG, and I'm indeed joined by the winner of last round, Problem Sai. How are you feeling, man?
I am feeling great, thank you. I didn't think I would get this far, but I'm happy I did, especially against a couple of these decks that I have never seen before.
Yeah, I mean, you just played versus Jinx Loose Cannon. That's a pretty interesting choice for a leader. What were you thinking when you saw it?
I thought it was Immortal Phoenix, like play stuff out of the trash removal deck at the start, because that's how it was played in set 1. But as the game went on, I started to slowly realize that this was a miracle version of the deck, and I kind of crashed in that first game, I'm not gonna lie.
So when you saw it was more of a miracle version, do you just thought, okay, well, I'm just going to play it like it was versus Miracle Draven?
I was thinking about that, yes, but I also realized I was really looking for a moment to play my Progress Day, but I never got to that moment because it was, they played Bushwhack and went really fast.
What was, do you think, the most pivotal moment in one of the 3 games, in game 2 or 3, that you won?
It was in game 2, where he was at 6 points and he put all his units on the board, because the turn before I played a Watcher. And he probably expected that since I played a Watcher so early, that I probably had another Watch in my hand. So he was playing around both boards getting wiped by 2 Watchers. But eventually, I didn't have a Watcher in my deck, so I just eventually just removed one side, the weaker side on the board, and then took that over. And he couldn't recover from that.
Very nice. I mean, I want to talk a little bit more about your deck list, actually, because we have seen Kaisa had great success over in China as well with a deck list that has reduced units drastically. So there was no Darius, no nothing, basically only the 1000-tailed Watchers and some 2-drops. You're playing a Darius and you're playing a Ferris Forerunner. Why is that?
Well, it's mostly because I expected a lot of Kaisas to show up, and in a mirror matchup in Kaisa, you really are dependent on those bodies. You really need to see that that from one card they have to throw out at least 2 cards or like more cards, so you outvalue them. That's why I decided to add the Ferris Foreigners, and the deck currently runs not a lot of Accelerate units. So against the Kaisa matchup, you need to score that point fast. So I run the Darius to get that point in when they're all out and they have to like spend more.
Did you play a lot of Kaisa Mirrors so far?
I played a bit in at the start of set 1, but I eventually switched to Sett. So I played Kaisa for like 2 weeks, and then the week for this event, I also played Kaisa.
And in this tournament, did you play some Mirrors or not yet so far?
I only played Kaisa in this tournament, so...
All right. Okay, thank you so much, Problem Sai, for this interview, for taking the time. The tournament is continuing. It's going on rapidly, so we're going back to the live coverage and round 7 soon.
It's going on rapidly, according to Leo, and I have my wire in front of her. That was unprofessional, Medic. I'm so sorry, Medic. I apologize. I apologize. We are here for round 6 feature match 2. We're going to jump into game 3 between Darius and Draven, the brothers of Noxus.
The blood brothers of Noxus.
Yeah, well, they are blood brothers, aren't they? They're actual brothers.
Yeah.
And then they like blood.
Yeah. So it's like a double kind of meaning there. It's great. I mean, I like them. I like the lore. Yeah. I think it's fun. I like that we've got this tussle of the brothers against one another, and they have similar style decks to an extent.
That's true. It's quite a common theme in League of Legends, the sibling rivalries.
Yeah.
Yasuo and Yone are big on it as well. Morgana and Kayle actually very friendly in their sisterly, more a lovely rivalry than anything else.
That's good. We like to hear that.
Game, I believe this is game 3, but I only see 1 point up at the top, so... Oh, it's game 2 that we are jumping into. Draven taking game number 1. Darius, a champion legend that legend unit we don't see too often. Has Legion and 1 energy. So you want to use that for your Legion effects like this Noxious Hopeful after playing out the trusty Ramhound to kick things off.
Yeah, and certainly has a really strong point to start the game with. You're going, no, not 1 unit, 2 units. And honestly, that's a great start from a deck with a lot of power. And then, of course, you know, we're going to try and come back with that. But actually, this hand is... It's looking okay. We've got the treasure, we've got the overzealous, we're looking good on that. Ride the wind, not right now. Kaisa, not right now, probably, unless you do just go for the Kaisa just to get something big in play. We're actually going, wow, okay, straight in with the Darius champion unit.
Yeah, with that Draven, it's going to do a lot of whammies.
Oh,
the brothers are on the field. It's hard.
It's going to happen, I'm sorry.
I think what the Draven does give you is that Fury recycling power, right? The ability to get the +2s off it pretty consistently. So if Marshall here on the Darius does go in, you have the ability to kind of outmatch on a lot of these threats. So Trusty Ramhound is giving it gives itself +1 for every friendly unit in the area, or is it?
I think
it's just one
battle.
unit. Yeah.
Yeah.
If there is a friendly unit with it, it gets +1. So it sits at 3 right now. 4 for the Noxious Hopeful, and then the BF sword being played into base here. We'll see if there's a decision to equip. Nope, just using that Legion effect again to get that Noxious Hopeful out.
It certainly is big, that sword, so it could do some real damage in this matchup.
Oh, we are putting the sword somewhere.
Oh, we are? Okay.
Oh, it's a dog with a sword.
I love this.
It's a dog with a sword.
Best day ever.
Yes.
Best day ever.
I mean, I would be concerned.
No, I wouldn't.
I would be very...
That'd be great.
Is it holding it in its mouth?
Mouth, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
And then, but like
swinging
when it comes
it around
up
at your ankles.
when it comes up to give you a lick.
Nah, sword.
Yeah, that's the problem.
No, sword.
Okay.
He's in a battlefield, my guy.
I mean, that is true. But what about if I'm like, hey, come give me a snuggle, we've finished the battle.
That's at the end of the day. This is mid-battle.
Mid-battle.
Focus, medic, come on.
Also, this Ramhound is massive, by the way. Have you seen how big it is?
I mean,
there's a person riding it in the art.
Oh, that's true, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe that is more of a decapitation angle,
I mean, that's why it needs the BF sword.
Maybe,
You couldn't give it a long sword.
No,
it's not long enough.
It needs a big sword.
Yeah.
Okay, Treasure Hunter's in now, as I expected earlier.
I'm pretty sure the abbreviation is big feline sword, actually, so it's not even in the right species.
Oh, I knew it.
Back to actually what's happening in the game.
No, it's okay. We got a lot down. We got 2 Overzealous fan and a Treasure Hunter. Again, just populating the board. We're not going into battle yet. We're getting our army all built up at base, and then we're going to go in later and show our brother what for.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if that Darius Trifarian does come down at some point. Wouldn't be surprised if Marshall decides just to hold on to it. Spectrum Matron, the rally the troops and the Forerunner in hand. Matron bringing you back a 3 or less energy unit. But it looks like Forerunner might just be used to really make this arena's greatest battlefield a problem to deal with. And I'm sure Draven is pretty miffed that Darius is claiming to be the arena's greatest.
I think that is quite the storyline. That's the stance. I can hear it now on the news. Darius taking over.
This just in, Darius, the arena's greatest.
And Draven will certainly have something to say about that.
Excuse me, sir? I disagree. The retreat's coming out here from the Noxious Hopeful and the Trusty Ramhound. Second Hopeful going over to the Obelisk of Power just to get you up to 4. These increments of 2 so important when you are playing Riftbound, unless you have Aspirant's Climb out where you're going to 9. But being within 2 points means a double conquer gets you there, a hold and a conquer gets you there. Makes it a lot easier for you to actually crest over the winning point.
It's not just about scoring points, it's about when to score those points and in what order. Like a 3 is an awkward number in this game. Being stuck on 3 points is odd and awkward and not quite what you want. You kind of want that flow all the way to 8.
Do you find it cool that all of the ones that you don't really want to be on are odd?
Yeah, like they're odd numbers, and that's odd. Yeah. Whoa, here comes an accelerated Kaisa. Now looks like we're going for that aggressive turn, going in where there are lower kind of units on the board and going to start taking over these battlefields back into Elmore's court.
Yeah, I mean, the issue kind of is if you go with the Kaisa and some units into the Noxious Hopeful, the Noxious Hopeful can just defend. This looks like a Blood Rush or a Spinning Axe angle to me. Kaisa goes into the first Forerunner. Elmore is going to use that action for a rebuke, in fact.
Lovely.
Yeah, bouncing the Forerunner back to hand. All that energy used to cast it. Not
wasted.
Really, yeah, it's
wasted.
It's kind of
No,
wasted. At least it's
not
not too
really.
much power. You know, just one Fury. Double draw coming out from the Legend trigger alongside the Kaisa Conquer trigger. So you have won that combat. Now Draven's going to meet a hopeful of Noxus and show just why they shouldn't be too hopeful.
Yeah, show 'em who's boss. Make sure that we're getting more card draw as we take over more combats. Winning combats is exactly what Draven wants to do. Want to make sure that we're keeping up with that. We get a gold token and draw a card. It honestly couldn't get much better than that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to very slightly sidebar here for a second. Look at the Draven Vanquisher on that battlefield and tell me that his face upside down doesn't still look like a face.
It does a little bit. I'm gonna give you
got
that.
like the smile at the bottom and a big bushy beard.
Yeah, I kind of see it. Yeah. No, I get you. It does look like that on that art at this moment
I
in this
think
frame.
as well, because where the dye is, the shadow makes it look a bit like he's got a fro.
It does.
You know?
It does a little bit.
Anyway, back to reality.
Okay, we're back.
Overzealous fan. Yeah, I think this is smart. Put them in.
A fan for you and a fan for you.
Yeah.
They're
Draven.
great.
Exactly.
They're disposable. I mean, fans.
Fans are disposable.
Just joking.
Quick, go to your social medias. Fans are disposable. You heard it here first, but it does make sense because they are in this game.
In this game,
when they
Draven
defend, you just kill them off, you bounce
they
something.
They don't treat them very well, these lads, do they?
They do not.
Darius and Joan just like, no.
Yeah. No need for any true fans here. You're just going to get rid of you anyway.
No, they just want the originals. They're all about themselves, these guys, and that's exactly kind of how their mechanics work too, and that's kind of why I like that it's very thematic.
Yeah.
I'd be tempted here to put the Ferris Forerunner back into play, I'm not going to lie to you. It just, nothing else is feeling great right now. I feel like you want to get units on the board, and you want that to be a bit more of a stronghold situation.
Yeah, going with the rally the troops instead. When a friendly unit is played this turn, you get to buff it. You also get to draw a card. Play it out for 2.
I think we're just trying for the draw there more than anything, because the hand is just looking a little bit damp right now.
There's also the option of playing out the Darius. Comes in at 8
yeah,
because
that's so
it's
true.
readied.
Looks like that's happening, maybe.
No,
is that
it's
4?
only 4.
That was 4.
Oh, 4 and a Hand of Noxus. 5 because it's got the Legion effect. There's the recycle. There's the Darius. Will come out buffed at 8 might in total. Now can attack with the Noxus Hopeful towards the Kaisa battlefield. Even if the Darius gets backed out, the Noxus Hopeful still trades with the Kaisa at 4 might apiece.
And then we've kind of dealt with that threat of the hold, taking Elmore to the 4 and then the 5 points. Elmore's kind of fine here, going to 4 though, not 5.
Yep.
As we spoke about earlier with that kind of that nice curve of point taking. We're going all in.
Okay.
Okay, not taking the Kaisa battlefield. We're going for the Obelisk of Power here.
Yeah. So it's an interesting one because the Draven on defense can buff itself. There's 2 Fury Runes, so you can get that Draven up to 8. The Overzealous fan, the expectation is you bounce the Darius back, and then you're dealing into 6 and 4, which is 10, but you can take out the trusty Ramhound if you so desire.
That's a tough situation. I'm not sure what I would do in this situation. I'm not sure how I would react to that, because that was unexpected.
Yeah.
I feel, and I feel like that's a lot of strength in that as well. Marshall bringing unexpected plays, kind of throwing your opponent off, doing things that they weren't kind of expecting. They weren't thinking that that was going to be the case. They were thinking, okay, they're probably going to go for my Kaisa, and actually going onto the Obelisk of Power here, they clearly got a plan.
Yeah, seems to be working. Overzealous fan is going to bounce the Darius. No real surprises there. Trusty Ramhound still buffed up by 1 might because there's a Hopeful alongside it.
And then I suppose it's whether you...
Do you buff? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you go to 6 on the Draven to kill off the Ramhound, or do you just accept the trade with a Noxious Hopeful?
Right, and the Ramhound is good, but then also the gear stays in play, right? Whereas the Hopeful is always going to be 4 might.
I agree with that. It does mean that you make Marshall have to recycle an order.
It's true.
Yeah, which is interesting. Oh, we're back to us for a second as there was a judge call. Forcing
the spend of resources. We've shown so many times already today how powerful that is.
But you are spending a resource to make your opponent spend a resource. And it's like, how valuable is that, you know? Oh, who knows? Oh, we're coming back. All right, so yeah, it's just going to trade into Noxus Hopeful. Not going to have the Ramhound traded into. Does reduce the Ramhound's might because of the fact that it no longer has a unit by its side. It's kind of the anti-Lonely Porro.
Yeah.
Needs things by its side to actually be stronger.
It needs friends. And again, I think that's why I like taking out the Hopeful as well, is because you do then reduce the Hound's power anyway and start to chip away at those defenses.
Whole point for Elmore gets them to 4. Marshall is at 5 as far as I can see and can remember. Yep, going to tick up right now. Haven't had a good look at Elmore's hand in a little while, but still in a solid position. 1 point behind around now isn't the end of the world for a Draven deck. You have so many tools at your disposal. We haven't seen the spinning axes. We haven't seen many rebukes. We haven't seen
one of those. We haven't seen a falling star.
Yep.
And we're going for the double target there on the, on the base. So that threat is already dealt with before it could even really come into fruition. They managed to bounce it back and then go, okay, now I'm going to falling star. I don't really want to deal with you, brother. Please go away.
Damage of their own in hand, it seems, for Elmore. Another falling star is going to kill off the Ramhound.
The poor
that
Hound.
was rough.
Hey, very good. Oh dear, what you like. Okay, we go for a treasure hunter there, straight on in again, taking back that battlefield, and Marshall kind of doesn't really have anything on board, so can they bring it back from this position? Elmore was seemingly in a similar position, but actually, again, there's so many accelerate units, there was enough in base to make this happen, and now it's just a, do I retreat Kaisa to keep him safe?
Yeah, make sure that you have that extra degree of safety of being in the base. Have these order runes all lined up for Marshall. I'm pretty sure this is going to be double Fury with the spread.
We certainly need that right now. So Ferris Forerunner still there.
Double Matron and a Bryn here Thundersoul. What can we bring back with the Matron in this sort of position? There's not a huge amount of options. Ramhound is cheap enough to be brought back to life. Noxus Hopeful too expensive, so usually you are looking at things like the Xin Shao if you want to recur, or Vanguard Captain as well can be pretty powerful, gets you that extra might.
We just haven't seen them. That's just been luck of the draw in this instance.
Just the way it works. Just the way it works. It is going to be the Ramhound back with that Spectral Matron. We'll get that buff from having a friendly unit in the area. Do you? Well, you can't Forerunner anymore. You're not going to equip the Ramhound either with that BF sword. We're going to have Elmore go to 7, and it's all going to be down to Marshall's next turn. Not a huge amount of runes available for our glorious executioner here, Elmore on the Draven.
Do we need them?
I don't think so.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't have enough for another Falling Star, but we do have the gold, so we're okay in terms of getting the double Furies.
We've got Kaisa in base, we've got 2 battlefields, both in control right now, both with low might units, but it might kind of be worth just stacking one of them up, bringing another back, and then trying for the 8 next turn, or just going for it and just saying, I'm going to hold here, and if you can't do much about it, then that's game.
We have a Tide Turner in hand as well, so I'm wondering if there's an argument to hide a Tide Turner somewhere.
I like that.
And then I'm trying to think, where do you just go on the Overzealous Fan? We're playing the Overzealous Fan up towards this Obelisk of Power. You could Tide Turner hidden at the top side.
That might just give us enough protection to see this turn through. There's only 2 threats on board right now that Elmore kind of knows of.
So the reason I like Tide Turner here is you already have the Overzealous Fan to bounce something on the bottom side. Here, you can Tide Turner, bring the Kaisa in, sack the Overzealous Fan, and then bounce whatever's coming in. The Kaisa has 4 might, so will beat, or at least equalize the Spectral Matron, will beat the Ramhound by itself, although the Ramhound, I expect, unless we get an Accelerate unit, which I'm pretty sure we can't, is going to be equipped with that BF sword. So, really nice position here for Elmore on this Draven.
A great position to be in, a very strong stance, and I think the writing's on the wall here. I don't think that we're going to be able to bring this back, but I could well be proved wrong because, you know, this is a very reputable kind of space to be in regards to the tournament at this stage. We are far into the tournament, and both of these decks are doing really well. So if there's a way out of this situation, I'm sure they're going to be able to piece it together. But right now, it's just pondering about whether that's even going to be possible. Because I think, especially with that hidden card, it just gives that extra level of thought of the,
could be a fight or flight, could be a switcheroo,
what could it be?
Could be a tide turner. There's a lot of different options there. Bryn here is going to come down early, which would stop the reaction from Elmore with this tide turner. Needs to do it now if they're going to play it. Also has the Ride the Wind in hand. Only needs to hold one battlefield, remember. Currently has their forces spread out a little bit. There's an argument to crack out the Kaisa on towards the top battlefield, Ride the Wind the Overzealous fan over, have the ability to double kill the Overzealous fans and bounce 2 units back at the same time. Because that's not playing a card.
The fans are doing great in this instance.
Draven is just great on social media. I'm going to say he has a great public image. Darius probably more hardworking, has conquered more battlefields, has done more stuff across the course of his career. But Draven's like, hey guys, cheer for me, please. And then the Overzealous fans are there.
They're just there.
Parasocial Andes, I said.
So we're going for the activation there because, I mean, you kind of have to. I think you'll get forced into it a bit.
I mean, you don't have to have the tide turner swap positions with anything.
No.
It's a May trigger. So it comes in exhausted, but it looks like we're just going to have the tide turner there as a extra defender on the arena's greatest battlefield. Just
another unit to put a little bit more might over there. It's not doing much else, but it's something, and that is often better than nothing.
And that it is. Marshall needs to take over both of these battlefields. They're the equip on the Ram Hound. I just don't know how it's too possible. You go in with the Ram Hound down towards this bottom side, it gets bounced by an Overzealous fan. You go in with the Ram Hound up towards the top side, it gets bounced by an Overzealous fan. You don't have enough runes for a Darius.
No, it's not possible. Like, it's just not possible. At this point, you're getting bounced. There it is. Straight back, recall to home. And
I think it's just Dunzo.
I think that is Dunzo. I don't think there's a lot more we can do. I mean, we can take it. No, it's it. GG. Elmore taking it in, getting that glorious Executioner name to its peak.
There are a lot of gloriouses when it comes to Riftbound. Great play by Elmore, by the way. Really good stuff overall on the Draven. But you've got Glorious Evolution. You've got the Glorious Executioner. There's probably other ones.
Probably.
And Glorious In Excelsis Dei.
We've got some glorious players.
Isn't it? Yeah, that's true.
No, honestly, it was a fantastic game to behold, and I'm really interested to see kind of how that's going to go on throughout today, whether we'll see more Darius, whether that's kind of, whether they're going for a best of. I think that's a very strong place to be in. When we had a little look at the kind of meta breakdown earlier, we saw there weren't a lot of Darius players. So I think that this match score is going to be very well placed to go for that best of prize.
Yeah, getting into day 2 is huge for your best of, right? It's not going to be a huge amount of players that do it, especially when you're playing a deck that has 50 or less participants here in the regional qualifier in Bologna. We're going to take a short break, I believe, before we get into round 7 of the day. 2 rounds left. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Guys, welcome back. I am so blessed to be with Dave, one of the game designers of Riftbound. Dave, how are we feeling about the colossal size of this event as the first in Europe?
I mean, it's great, honestly. I know, like, in my heart and intellectually that, like, yeah, TCGs are huge in Europe and players here love it, but it's a whole different experience to be here and see the enormous passion that everyone has for it. It's really cool.
I think that must be, like, your baby coming to life. You
see
it spring in front of
I mean,
you.
I wasn't the only designer of Riftbound, but I did run the team, and it is really awesome to kind of finally see players kind of playing with their strategies, kind of making them their own, and it's really cool.
Was there anything in particular that you were surprised about when you came into this event originally?
I think not necessarily surprised, but I think like maybe pleasantly surprised, if you were to put it, of like just seeing the diversity of what everyone has come to play with, right? I think sometimes I get nervous, you know, we can't predict everything, and it's like, oh, is everything going to be a single deck, right? Like, is it going to be all Draven or something? And I do think that there was some risk coming into this tournament that was the case. And what I'm seeing in side events and even in the main event, just like people getting excited to play their own legend, the one that they have a lot of experience with, and still being competitive with them. I think that's really awesome.
And I think that's a sign of a really well-designed game. That is something that has been so at the forefront of Riftbound, and something that has been so celebrated by players. And you can feel it in the room today. Not everyone has chosen a champion that is expected to do well. They've chosen their favorite champion. I think you've done such a great job, you and the team, of bringing that to life.
Yeah, thank you.
So with Draven being, like, I say, a bit of a concern for the meta.
Right, public enemy #1, perhaps.
Right. Was it something that coming into this event you kind of did think to yourself, oh, is that going to be a problem? Or did you expect people to go against the grain and go, no, I'm going to solve this?
Yeah, I think, you know, there's so many different kinds of people who play TCGs, and it's really awesome to see that also being true in Riftbound. So there's people who are like, well, I'm just going to play the best deck, and there's people who are like, well, I'll never play the best deck. I want to beat the best deck. And I think we do have that in our audience too. I think that, you know, I was a little bit nervous, especially with like the tournaments happening in China prior to this event, that hey, maybe there'll be some runaway success with some version of the, you know, the builds. But yeah, I think that players are finding ways to attack it, and I do think that because you see different people with that different outlook, you get a lot of diversity. Plus, like, the best of prizes help kind of direct people in different directions than they might otherwise do. So all that is coming together, I think, in a good way.
I think it's really harmonious that's worked together with the theme of Riftbound as well, with having these champions. They're all there for a reason, and they're all great in their own right, and I love that we get to celebrate that together as people who have never played TCGs to very coveted TCGs in other games have all come together in a hall that is packed, and more people would be here if they could.
Yeah, honestly, that's true. I think we're very grateful that Riftbound is so popular, but I think the kind of flip side of that is, yeah, there's like way more demand than seats that we have at the table. Yeah, I think that's something that we'll probably be able to make some improvements on over time, but you know, I think over the course of this next year, it'll be a question of, hey, how big is this competitive scene going to get? You know, how much do we want to make sure we support the people who are coming to just play and have fun, and maybe like meet new groups and new communities? So all of that is like big factors moving into the next few events.
That's absolutely spectacular. I'm so glad to hear. Have you got a really good feeling about the future of Riftbound when it comes to these events and the scale that we're going to be able to get to?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're still, you know, it's funny, Riftbound's still kind of in its infancy, right? The game just came out basically less than a year ago. And so we're seeing now with these regional qualifiers, this is like the only place to play at a high level other than a few kind of third-party events. And I think as we start to introduce the regional championships and eventually worlds and bigger third-party tournaments, you'll see, I think, a much richer and healthier ecosystem that is still developing right now, I think. So there's a lot. I think it's been going well so far. There are challenges, and I think we're approaching them in a reasonable way. And then I think there's a lot of distance to still travel there.
Well, I'm so excited for all of the events to come. We've got a bunch of sets as well that we're ready for as well, and that a lot of people are already really excited for. But I barely feel like we've touched on Spirit Forge. I think there are a lot of decks, even in this room maybe, that people will not expect to see, but actually could do really, really well in this event.
Yeah, agreed. I think I've seen a few builds of Rek'Sai that I think are really interesting. I've seen a few Lucian and Aurelia and Azir builds that I think are, you know, sort of like tuned in ways to maybe deal with the meta that's expected.
Absolutely.
I think Ezreal is still a little bit of an underdog, so I can definitely see that turning out. And then, you know, there's still some Sett 1, you know, Origins Legends and Proving Grounds Legends that I think are still quite strong, especially with the new additions from Spirit Forge. There's a lot of equipment that slots quite nicely into decks like E or decks like Annie's. So
we have so many more surprises to come. Thank you, Dave, for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the day and the thrills and spills that come from this event.
I am very excited to see what happens.
Amazing. We'll see you guys in a mo.
Always love hearing from Dave, and of course Amy as well. Great interview. James O'Leary, joined by Leonard Koenig. I'm going to keep saying it. Here for the last round for us of the day. It's not the last round of the day. I think that's really important to say. We still got 2 rounds of play left, but this, as we go into our next round, is an important one because this is the time where a lot of players will start locking up their qualification for tomorrow. So to run you through that, it is going to be that threshold of getting above 6 wins. 6 wins is 18 points. So as soon as you cross that threshold, you are guaranteed for the next day. However, obviously, everybody wants to go 8-0. That would be the perfect thing going into day 2.
I mean, 8-0, sometimes you would say you have top cut almost locked in, but there is going to be a bunch of rounds of Swiss tomorrow as well. So you're not quite there yet. Of course, starting 8-0 would be a sublime start.
And we're not quite there yet for getting into game. We want to touch a little bit on some of our discussions we had coming into the event with Spirit Forge changing the meta, a little bit on our predictions, but this version was actually outside of predictions for us. This was where we were looking at what are our cards and combos that we like from the set. I like the combo you picked of Pit Crew and Carl, but we haven't seen it at all today, from our games on the featured match at least.
Yeah, right. It seems to not have performed so far as well. Walking through the top tables, there was very few Ezreal, I want to say, as well. But Pit Crew and Carl basically is a combination to play around the Draven glorious executioner ability, right? So you are scoring points, you get gold gear tokens, you ready the Pit Crew again because of the Cull, because you got a gear, and then you can just push it back. You're never going into combat and you're always trying to score free points and then remove some other cards from the Draven. And that is, versus the best deck in the format, a combination to starve out that deck from draws.
Meanwhile, I wasn't expecting to see Vex outside of a sideboard, and somehow we saw it main board earlier today, which I was quite happy to see. Fizz, I think, has been a staple just on, recurring spells from the graveyard. These two necessarily don't have the best synergy together, but purple is so strong that these are two cards I expect to see coming in many of the Chaos decks. Be sure to share your favorite combinations coming from, whether it's Spirit Forged or from Origins, on social media with us. And then this is what we were looking at, combinations actually for the meta and what we thought was going to be very strong. So I will start with myself on this one. So not necessarily played together again. Overzealous Fan, I think, is one of the biggest cards that is going to affect the meta for Draven. You and I haven't had the luxury of casting it today, but it's been very, very strong. But what we have seen all day in our matchups is punch first, making a big impact in combat.
It is a heavy cost to pay 2 power, but it's so flexible when you only have to pay 1 energy, so you keep up 1 rune that is ready on the opposing turn. Your opponent will always have to play around +5 might at action speed, and that is not always very easy. For me, I've gone with Guardian Angel and Ezreal Prodigy. Ezreal Prodigy, of course, is a card that enables so many people call it miracle versions of different Chaos iterations of the decks. We've seen Jinx, we've seen Sivir, we've seen Ezreal, we have seen Draven in miracle versions, and Ezreal is the key component of that, just because cards like Cold Shot they get insanely cheaper if you want to repeat the cost. And of course, all of those green decks, those Calm, is it? Those decks, they just... Guardian Angel is such a key component there. If you take aside Azir, even Azir runs Guardian Angel, but there it is not as important. But something like Aurelia without Guardian Angel, I think it would be unthinkable to play.
Yeah, it is a powerful card at keeping things alive, and we'll see if our next players can keep their tournament hopes alive as we head into our first match of the round. I believe this is round 7 we are going into. I have lost track of the day, but I am enjoying a lot of the Riftbound. Yeah, round 7 sounds about right, as our players, of course, are looking to get to that coveted spot. I know we had some 6-0 players coming out of the last round already, and we have a spicy one today with Rumble going up against Viktor. Rumble definitely in that prize card, like best of prize card bracket, I would say, where you could look at performing and taking down the tournament, but the mech-based play from Rumble has not really found its place in the meta. You essentially are just kind of playing units on a curve and then giving them some synergies with the mechs, and then hoping that you can kind of stay in the game and stay later on.
I really like this iteration of the deck because it plays more genuinely good staple cards for this Fury and this Mind colors, these domains. It's really, really strong. It's looking very good. I mean, you're not playing too many mechs, as you said before, but you have some pushes with your mechs, and then we have Viktor, and this is Viktor leader, finally.
I know you were looking forward to casting this deck specifically, this version of Viktor, which is not the kill spell Viktor. You said this one is a lot more wide board, lots of units based.
It has Xin Zhao in it. One of my favorite junglers of all time. Xin Zhao is so much fun to play in League of Legends, and of course also in Riftbound, because this card really gets you going fast. This is an aggro deck if you want in Riftbound. There's very few of those, but you can just, in your first turn, always, always, always get at least 1 unit, of course, because of the Viktor. There's a good chance that you're starting with 2 units, and then on the next turn you get your Xin Zhao in as well. That is already pushing for so much. You are rushing a big board. You have Cull the Weak, so this card also stops your opponent from, you know, chasing you when it comes to the board state. So I think this deck can overwhelm your opponent quite fast.
And the important thing on Xin Zhao, as you were kind of alluding to, is Xin Zhao, if you have 2 units, enters ready. So is able to get onto the battlefield, conquer, and get things going early on. There is a little bit of a finish in this deck with Under Titan, where the turn it is played gives your units +1 might. I think it's +2. +2, sorry, yeah, +2.
Under Titan, really nice top of the curve for the Viktor deck, if you are even playing that card. But also, something that I just really enjoy from the Viktor deck is you play 2 drops in that deck. You play cards that you can play on curve, but with Viktor it's almost always correct to just start out with a recruit token. You want to maximize the value you get from your leader's ability, and we can see it again. There is going to be another recruit token. We're coming in with the Xin Zhao. You have 2 units already in your base, so that means that you can just absolutely rush into one of the battlefields. Now the big question is, are you going to push into the Trefarian War Camp? Yes, you are. Well, I would assume that the other recruit token will give Vilmore's Lair a visit.
It is a likely way of, you know, getting that clock going.
Are we?
Yes. Reaching for the recruit. Yeah, makes sense to go up to 2 as we look to pass the turn.
I love Xin Zhao Vigilant because this card...
I can tell already.
It's not only aggressive, right? But it also has tanks. So if you are using it to push into a battlefield and you put some recruits behind it, your opponent will have to assign the damage first. It's great. You protect your little ones.
That is more utility than Xin Zhao has in League of Legends. As a League of Legends caster, you're seeing Xin Zhao, you're always like, well, he's going to do one thing and that's it, and then he's going to die, and that's the end of the game. But in Riftbound, he has a second ability with tank, so is able to tank through. But here comes Rumble on
Scrapper
to the Vilmore's Lair. It's the first time we're seeing Rumble today. So mechs get Assault. All of your mechs get Assault from the Legend ability. And then the Scrapper version is also going to give you +1 might.
I think the Legend ability gives you Defend.
Oh, sorry.
Which is much better if you're trying to stack up big time in this Vilmore's Lair. However, when you start stacking up your cards in the Vilmore's Lair, you are limiting yourself to this battlefield relatively fast, I will say.
Yeah, I appreciate the correction. That is me sitting the other side of the table.
That is absolutely fine, because Ramble Hot-Headed actually gives you Assault.
That's
so there is
where it is.
Good corner. Yesterday I played some Rumble. I know my stuff about that.
You did. Let's not talk about who won that game in the game that you were playing Rumble. I think we should focus on this game a little bit more, because I can save you some slight embarrassment on that one, but it's all good. A grip of cards, including Death Grip at this point. So another card that came in from Spirit Forge. It's a draw mechanic. It also allows you to kind of buff up a unit. A draw mechanic for your opponent, though, is the Hidden Blade on the Rumble. Just gonna say, yeah, I'll give you 2 cards. That's fine.
I don't know. I mean, that's very, very early. I don't really think you have anything to back this up, right? So it's going to be tough to push here. We're going to just get another token, so that means you won't be able to play your Faithful Manufacturer of Curve on this turn. I think maybe you're going for a possible Forge of the Future. No, we're going to go Cull the Weak. We just Cull the Weak for a Plundering Poro. That is a very aggressive play. Of course, you are playing an aggro deck. You want to score more points to get rid of that battlefield. And honestly, the more I think of that, the more I like it. Because you are assembling points. There is nothing in the base for Rumble. Rumble is not exactly known for having so many mechs that are entering ready, but this is red, this is Fury, you can go Kaisa, you can accelerate, that's going to be a good time.
Absolutely can. I think based on the list we saw at the beginning, there are Watchers in this deck as well. So there's another. You called a Kaisa, there is a Kaisa coming down onto the battlefield. And one thing this deck can struggle a little bit with the standard mech version of Rumble is if you trade like efficient removal into it, it kind of just falls over a little bit. But Kaisa definitely changes that complexion a little now. We'll be able to you know, go to the battlefield, look to draw, because there is a Stupefy coming out.
I love this, especially because you're not pushing your Kaisa into the Vile Mauslayer, because yes, that's a very easy take there. You're gonna get a draw, it's gonna be nice, but in this situation, you want to be able to retreat to your Kaisa on the next turn or do some other stuff with it and then get more draws in the future. I really love that Klimcher was able to punish his opponent for that, because honestly, there was a lot of points that you got from this play, right? But culling the weak, a plundering Poro, that is not only dedication, that is commitment.
Yeah.
But it's also very bold.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you would love to have that Color Weak back up. Yeah, you would love to be able to Color Weak the Kaisa from this situation. Although, you know, if you don't deal with the Paro, it wouldn't actually work for the Kaisa, because obviously you do get the choice as the player when you have 2 units. So we'll see where our Viktor player goes next.
My issue with that play was you were ahead in points.
Yeah.
Your opponent used a lot of energy and a lot of cards from hand to put them into the Vile Mauslayer. Is that the point where you say, okay, I'm going to stick with the Treferian Warcamp, or I'm going to stack recruits in my base until I find something like an Imperial Decree to easily out that Vile Mauslayer, because nobody is rushing me to commit all of these cards there and to get the fast points, because those were not easy points. Sometimes there's an open battlefield, you push a recruit and you know it's going to get traded away, but it's an easy point. That was a lot committed, a lot of runes committed, a lot of cards from hand committed to just get rid of those 2 units that really did not threaten you that much.
Forge of the Future comes out as well. Klimcher had to read it. It's also a card that I always think is a unit, because
it's just a
guy, it's just a dude, a very ripped dude, just coming onto the battlefield, and I'm like, wait, does that have a might? No, it plays a recruit, and you can kill it to recycle 4 cards from trashes, is the specific wording here. Trashes means you can choose either trash pile to recycle from.
Of course, that is much more useful versus Chaos decks, because they tend to start even milling themselves, if not just cycling through their cards. Cold shot.
Stops them brassing for quite so cheap.
Exactly. However, you give them a bunch of cards back, but I mean, if you put them on the bottom of the deck, the card draw gets less strong, I want to say. But Forge of the Future really is, I think what the guy is saying on the card is, why am I not a unit? That is I think that's what he's asking. Very sure about that.
I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you, man.
See, and now, I mean, yes, we got to hold with a recruit, which is good, but oh wow, are we trying to do it in, I think we do it in base and in Vile Mauslayer, right? Oh no. We just get rid of everything.
Yeah, you get everything from the back line with the repeat, and
but you can't hold. There's no way you let your opponent hold to 6, I would say. Ferris Forerunner is played somewhere. I don't know where exactly the Ferris Forerunner is being played, but it is surely somewhere.
I think they're defining...
That does... Okay.
Okay.
Right. Okay, now
now I can see the clarity on that.
I do like Bellows breathing the entire backline.
Right.
Big fan of that. Now, considering that otherwise, if you take care of the recruit token, your opponent is just going to be able to conquer with the Faithful Manufacturer. So you just have the moment to retreat there with the Kaisa as well and give no punish for your opponent to bring in a ready unit and then just take that point as well. It's a bit greedy. If there is something that can accelerate, you're getting punished. But I think we are at only 7 runes because of that Cull the Weak play.
Yeah.
Only 1 Mind Rune, so you don't even have to play around a Watcher.
And you don't necessarily have the payoff here for that Under Titan. I believe there is one in hand. So Seal gets played.
Good old Seal of Unity.
Yeah. Combos with that Viktor ability so well. You just get to spend the rune. Okay, now I'll recycle it. Get a Seal. Play a card. Play Viktor, the leader, on to the base. In Origins, I feel like there was a lot of discussion around, like, well, you never really end up playing Viktor to a battlefield at almost any point. And some people were like, well, I don't really even play Viktor because he doesn't do a whole lot sometimes.
I barely ever used that card when I was playing Viktor. However, you need to time your turns a lot when you want to play the Viktor leader, because if you want to invest so much energy and power, then you will have to get the maximum payoff off of it. And I think now He's a vanilla, right? You don't have anything else except for recruits. Ferris Formula is going to take another one. Now I think Rumble is way ahead in this matchup. It looked so good for Viktor in the start, got so many points, but ran out of steam.
And here's where some of the difficulty comes from playing against a Ferris Forerunner is if you deal with it once, if you deal with it once, you're going to deal with the other one on the other battlefield. And again, it replaces itself with effectively the same amount of might. So when Ferris Forerunner dies, the death knell effect will kick in. You'll get 2 3 might mech units. So actually ends up in Rumble being better because both will get any buffs that you have applying to mechs.
But now, we're getting extremely close to the end game. I think this is the end game now, right? So we have Chacho on the other side, who's already at 6, so just needs a double conquer, versus Klimcher, who is at 5. So if you let Klimcher hold here, while you're setting up your base, you lose nothing from it. It doesn't matter if your opponent is at 6, it doesn't matter if they're at 7, they just can't go to 8. So that's still a turn to chill. What I think you really need, because that's a very sticky field there that Klimcher has, you need Imperial Decree. And you need so many more units in your base to clear off those units because the mechs will spawn in base. You play the mech tokens into the base. They're going to be absolutely useless on the turn in which you double conquer.
Right.
If you just clear those fields, I think you lose 100% because that's going to be 12 might in base just from death kneels.
I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to remember whether there are any time warps in this deck from the deck list that we saw at the front. It's not one in hand, so it would have to come up off the top for any kind of other tricky way into winning this matchup. Because is there a world where you conquer one, like take out the Ferris Forerunner that is on Vilemores, for instance, in a way, and then on next turn, if you had Time Warp, you'd be able to hold from 7 to 8?
It's funny that you asked this, but I think in the deck list we saw that only 2 Mind Runes are being played, so...
Well, they're both there, so...
Oh,
no, you can't, exactly, you can never play. Wow, I have seen a lot of the Order runes, but yeah, okay, I'm guessing in that case there is no Time Warp in this deck.
You can attempt to play a Watcher in this deck, but there's going to be very few situations where you're going to accelerate it, actually.
I'm glad you've spotted that, because I wasn't prepared to count the rune colors at this point in the game. I wasn't tracking it. I wonder whether, because again, closed deck list, so Klimcher, I guess, won't be able to, they'll have to have counted the rune types that have been recycled at this point.
It comes up so rarely that the rune types actually matter. That,
but this is one.
Yeah, exactly, but people don't really pay too much attention to it all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, you're checking if your opponent resolves all their cards correctly and play their costs.
Of course, yeah.
Viktor holding a BF sword is not something you see every day.
We're playing some AD Viktor at this point. I guess the thing is, if you conquer, you will take the battlefield, but it's going to get replaced by 2 mechs on the back end.
Yeah. Do you have a win condition from this? I mean, you can't really do nothing, but as I said earlier, if your opponent just holds 1 battlefield, they are just in still a sublime position.
Oh.
Wait, what happened now?
Was there a
Stupefy or something? Oh wait, we have Rumble. It's a mech.
Yeah, so it's getting the bonus, the shield. Yeah, and I think that Chacho also kind of miscalculated on that, not counting for the defender trigger that will come through and give it +1.
It looks like you're playing versus mid-range Kaisa when you're just looking at the units, so I think it's also very easy to forget that there is actually a Rumble Legend ability active in play.
Yeah,
which I
exactly.
did too.
And we talked about it earlier as well, so it's one of those things that, like, you... To give a little bit of benefit of the doubt, when you're in a featured match area and you kind of like have something come up and then you lose track of it, you forget, even as casters, we're like, yeah, well, we've talked about it already, so I'm just going to forget that and put that in the back of my mind and not really recognize it. But that does make this board state way worse, because Viktor doesn't see himself die, so you don't get a recruit from that. There's no real way of refilling the board after that, other than to use the legend ability and play, I believe it's an unsung hero under the recruit.
But is that recruit really ready? Because then you have an easy conquer on the Vilemores layer if there is nothing like a Hextech Ray in play.
I think it was. I think assuming it was the one
Should
from
be
the
ready,
previous turn that was played from the legend ability.
The question is, what do you have in your deck that you could possibly use for a double conquer turn in the future?
Yeah.
Do you want to keep as many recruits around as possible to maybe find an Imperial Decree push in the next few turns? If you top deck Imperial Decree, you equip the BF sword to your unsung hero, you trade into one of the battlefields, so you take out everything that is in there because you can spread the damage, right?
And you get the draw 2 at that point,
You get
because
the
you
draw
would be
2,
mighty.
and then you might actually find other units that can help you. So I think not taking the easy point and hoping for more units to go for an eventual double conquer in the end game could be the right choice.
This is another one of these times where when you're on the even point marker, getting the odd point of like going from 4 to 5 or 6 to 7 is a lot less impactful if you don't have like Time Warp in your deck, for instance. Going from 6 up to 7 points with Time Warp, very, very much a valid strategy. But when you're here looking for that double conquer, sometimes it is better to just save the resources, because as you said, it's untapped. If you have Imperial Decree, you can clear out some of the battlefields. However, multiple units does make Imperial Decree a little bit trickier, and a Singularity will make it even harder, because the Unsung Hero goes, Recruit goes. Now we're down to 1 unit with 2 battlefields held, with at least 10, at least without a Defender trigger going on one of them, and then another 8 on the other battlefield. I don't see a way out of this.
How is that legal, that this is the best play in that scenario? Singularity on a 2-drop and a recruit. That sounds so wrong, but it was so right, because otherwise the BF sword equips, you get 2 draws, you can find a way back into this game. Now Viktor is completely starved out of resources. Klimcher on the Rumble is just sitting there chilling. 8 mites from 2 mech tokens. We'll never forget about that one again with Rumble.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to forget about that one. I mean, I'm looking at even... Yeah, okay, there we go. Chacho is going to extend the hand for game number 1. I mean, even Watcher doesn't do it. You can't clear both battlefields at that point. I don't think you were able to really get over the top. That's another thing to keep in mind. Because of the sequencing there, you always have to be aware that Watcher will apply the minus first, and then when you go into combat, the Defender, you know, the additional might will come from that Defender trigger coming through. So you've always got to account for that in your math problem.
Very interesting to see. Did Klimcher, I think the name was, count the runes of his opponent?
Because do they know?
If you see that your opponent is on 10 order and 2 mind, you can almost always rule out the Watcher, right? Watcher is a theoretical play that could be played, but I think it's interesting deck building if you just include 2 mind runes if you play a Watcher.
You just know that you can have the runes. We're going to find out as we go through sideboarding and the main board again. It is... it has been a day of quite a few different matchups, so trying to hold which Viktor exactly the lineup we have. There is an Imperial Decree in the sideboard. I get a little bit...
Singularity on 2 mind runes is wild.
Yeah, it's there. You're just gonna...
The thing is...
hey, if you need it, it's there. You'll get it. You'll draw it.
I think I agree with like 4 mind runes, right? You want
so there's no Watcher in this deck. And actually, there's almost there's really no way of playing with blue anyway. You play triple seals.
Yeah. There is very few chances that you're actually going to lack order runes in your deck at some point. And if you're siding cards like Singularity, I think you want to have 4. I think you want to at least threaten a Watcher. You want your opponent to play around cards that are not there, because that is actually also in Riftbound a pretty key part of your strategy. There is so many interactions that can be played on any turn. If you're taking Draven, for example, I think if your opponent has 2 runes open and they're playing Draven, there's 8 different cards you kind of should play around, and you have to take every single thing into consideration. If you're just playing 2 mind runes, there's so many cards that your opponent can rule out. I would not play around Watcher. I would not play around Singularity. Might come back to bite you after siding, but there might also be a dead Singularity in your hand if you do not find your rune.
Ooh, here's the aggro turn potentially going into turn 2 for Viktor. So it is an Obelisk of Power game coming into this one. So being able to play the Unsung Hero and a Recruit in the first turn is a nice spot to be in.
Do we just start with our Rumble hothead?
We do.
Yes, we just throw it in immediately. By the way, did you know that with the Arena's Greatest, each player scores a point in the beginning and it doesn't just go to 7, it goes to 8 still?
I'm glad you had the moment to clarify that.
Oh my.
As we'll see as this matchup continues. Taking a look at our Rumble player's hand, that is a Breakneck mech, which is not a card that I see very often. Gives them deflect and ganking.
Yep, that is actually quite a lot, and it's a fun card to get out if you have it, but there's also quite something that you have to resolve it. Yes,
yeah,
that was my reaction too.
I'll be honest, same. Card recognition, rally the troops. Okay, yeah, of course. So we're getting through. It's been a long day. It's been a long day at this point. No Xin Shao at this point, Vanguard Captain. So we're getting buffs, essentially,
Nice.
and you get to draw one. So able to just kind of refill the hand, get a bunch of recruits. That's actually quite nice at this point. You're going to stack up quite the board at this point.
Yeah.
You go up to, you basically just added 8 might to the board very quickly. And here's the aggro side of things.
What a big combo there.
Yeah, that's nice.
That is a lot already. But again, not starting with the Seal of Unity is a bit unfortunate because in those Viktor decks, sometimes in Houston we saw a different iteration in set 1 of the Viktor deck where you didn't play seals, you actually wanted to play more Mind Runes. But in those Seal of Unity Viktor leader decks, they are so rune hungry. They are power hungry actually. And if you do not find the seals, sometimes you're really on the back foot. Wow, that is already something. Hothead and the Ferris Forerunner, no runes open, so if there is a big turn, it's gonna hurt real bad.
I guess you're kind of assuming that you're going to get the crackback on the when the mechs come back. If our Viktor player ends up, going to contest, going to conquer, gets another rally the troops in hand. If they look to conquer the battlefield, they're going to theoretically spend a lot for it. Although that Under Titan, are we at 6 runes at this point? I believe. Yeah, 6 runes at least. So you could just kind of barrel over them in force at this point with an Under Titan and 2 recruits that have been buffed.
You could conquer that battlefield, and that would fit the game plan he had in the first game, which is really committing into getting those points.
Yeah.
There is also a world in which you're chilling a little bit because you are far ahead in points, right? You are at 4, your opponent is at 2 at this point. Still going to 8, don't get me wrong. But I think that you can just build up more units on your field. You can maybe even play a Viktor leader. You can set up a big power turn for the Under Titan, because if you play Under Titan now, you crash everything in. Okay, you can get the point, but then there's going to be 2 mechs in the base, 5 cards in hand already, so it's going to be 6. You're going to lose a lot of units.
Yeah, this is going to be a big old board state at this point. This is Faithful Manufactor plus after the rally the troops, so everything coming in is going to get that extra buff. So Faithful Manufactor gets buffed, the recruit gets buffed. There was I believe that we've still got Viktor Legend ability to play, and we're saying, yeah, let's just stack these out in front. It's getting crowded over here.
We're setting up a big Under Titan now.
Yeah, this is huge.
Yeah, we've rallied the troops, so everything gets buffed that you're playing now. Of course,
they're double rallied. Yeah. They're ready. They're good.
Actually, yes, now you get another. Oh, immediately got it from the judge sitting here with the buff token. Was like, I got you. Also, I really appreciated that we do not have the Demacian or Noxian soldier tokens anymore for the recruits in Viktor, but we have the actual Glorious Revolution recruits. Love it. That's very important to me.
They came marching straight out of the set of Arcane. There's a lot of actors on this stage for the recruits. This is going to be an interesting board state to keep track of, as we've got an empty board basically for Rumble against an entire army marching towards
5,
battlefield.
6, 7.
Do the math.
So we have the Faithful Manufacturer, which is at 2, so that would be 8.
And it got a buff, so it's at 3.
Yeah, the buffs I'm going to add later.
Oh, okay.
Vanguard Captains should be 10, so we're adding 6 buffs, which would be 16 might in total. That might be completely wrong. I'm just going to count again. 1, 3, 5, 7, 10, 12, 16. Oh my goodness!
I would say use the pen, but I don't want to break the stream when I do it. But that is a lot of might coming through.
It's 16 actually. Got it.
It's a lot.
And now,
is that with or without the Under Titan?
Without the Under Titan.
Without the Under Titan. Okay. So then you add the Under Titan on top of it, and
don't get me started on counting again,
there
please.
I can't. Get the abacus out. Start moving the beads.
I cannot be asked to count this again, but we have a big Under Titan turn ahead of us. Of
There's
course,
seal. Right when you don't need it anymore.
The thing is, I would still like to see an Imperial Decree. Because, oh my goodness, it's double seal, of course. This card, it's just always there when you don't need it anymore. You're absolutely right about that. I think if you had an Imperial Decree, you would rather like to trade away with those 2 units, get those mechs into the base, and then later on run over them again.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If you're shoving recruits in that battlefield, you're gonna get a decent trade, it's gonna be nice, it's gonna feel great because of the value you're getting. But then again, you're losing so many recruits. They are valuable. We don't trade lives here.
The buff token's got to go with it.
I think that's the unbuffed. Wait, the buff's missing.
That's what I mean. I think it's a recruit token with a buff token under it, and a recruit token under that, and a buff token under that.
But
I think.
But that was one recruit without a buff.
You see, it is. Move the buff with it. That's got to go.
There was one token without a buff, I think.
There it is. Move
yeah,
it. Okay, good.
We got it.
We picked the right recruit.
Nice. I really like that Chacho says, hey, you know what? It looks like it doesn't matter,
it does. It does matter. That's the point. And to prove it, we'll keep it here with the buff token, and I will move the recruit that didn't have one specifically.
I really appreciate Chacho's patience in this game, because in the last one, it felt like he was rushing things. There was this Cult of Week, stopped him from ramping onto a Plundering Poro, did not do what it was supposed to do in the end, and now I think he's just waiting with the Under Titan, this big push to get the double conquer, because if you kill a Ferris Forerunner, there's basically just another one. And actually with Rumble Hothead, they're more threatening than just the Ferris Forerunner.
That's true, because you get that additional additional activation on the 2 units rather than the 1.
1 extra might... Oh, I think we might be going for an Under Titan play here. There's not too many cards. You have Vengeance. You can play another Seals, okay. Alright, well maybe you're just setting up those.
We're just chilling.
Vengeance could also be a play here, just to be a little bit more efficient, a little bit more on your curve, because if you want to go for the big Under Titan push...
Yeah.
Actually, I kind of dig that if you're taking out the Ferris Forerunner, there's just the 5 might Rumble Hothead.
Yeah, I was going to ask where the Vengeance goes. Do you do it on the Forerunner now and then take the battlefield underneath it?
Yeah, I'd say you go into the first Forerunner. You know your opponent doesn't have too much. You have to be wary of the signature spell of Rumble.
Yeah.
That costs 1 energy and 1 power as well. But you're going to look at some cards here because, you know, a mech was played. And I think that now you can just go... What do you use? You take the Vanguard Captain, I'm pretty sure, because you don't want to use multiple of your units.
Yeah, so even though on its own it has the highest might, it is one of many. And you'd rather lose... I guess moving 2 is not the end of the world. It depends on whether there's... I mean, we know there's a Stupefy in hand, so you don't want to trade badly on that.
I think you need to push at least a recruit token and the Vanguard Captain, because otherwise you also don't get over the Rumble Hothead because it has Defender.
So if you go with just the 1 unit, you are running into Stupefy, and here we go. It is going to be the 2 units moving. Yeah, it's going to ensure that that battlefield does get conquered.
Yeah, and that also plays around the signature spell, which gives 1 might to each mech. So I really like that, because you're going to end up with the Faithful Manufacturer. It can be traded away later on, but you're not wasting recruits on this. And it seems like we have played our Viktor leader that is going to give us more recruit tokens, so we're basically trading 1 for 1 here, because honestly at this point it doesn't really matter if you have a Vanguard Captain or a token. You just want to Undertaker everything and then boom. Under Titan, sorry.
It's okay, the Undertaker can be here. Somebody hit the gong, the lights will go out. Those of you that get that reference will appreciate it. But those of you that are looking for Under Titan, it'll be very different, and you'll just get +2 to all might to all units.
In my opinion, that's better.
The board. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I appreciate that. Going up to 6 points, though, in order to hold both means Flimcha has to put something to contest both battlefields this turn, just to make sure that you actually keep that. But the reality is, I'm trying to look at a line where you're sitting on the Rumble side of things and you actually can hold through what you're assuming is an Under Titan turn, because that is a massive amount of damage on the next turn coming from Viktor.
I like how aggressive decks in Riftbound play completely different from other TCGs, where it's not only like going for face or turning cards sideways, but you're actually preparing for big turns while you score early points. And it can be so frustrating to play against an aggressive Viktor deck, because you can get your points, you can conquer back, but you know what's coming and you might not be able to stop it.
I just want to clarify something on stream that did just happen for especially newer players that maybe aren't familiar. Because there's a Viktor leader on stream, technically what was happening and the players were shortcutting is the Faithful Manufactor goes to the graveyard with the recruit token as well, but Chacho shortcut and just took the token that was at the battlefield, moved it to the base as technically a new unit, but just was shortcutting. It didn't actually come back to the base. It was just a quicker play. You'll see a lot of players do stuff like that.
Viktor leader is kind of hidden.
Yeah, exactly.
Would use that word, but it is a keyword, so it's
you don't get to do that.
Kind of a lie. So the Viktor is buried beneath recruits, which is something that I think he digs it.
I think he's happy with that.
You know who else is digging? The Undertitan.
I like it. We'll see how that ends up going. It's one mech and one rumble. So I mean, at a worst case, you're looking at what, 2, 4, 6 can get past the rumble, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 plus the Viktor can get through the mech as well. There's another Ferris Forerunner. So now it's, I mean, if there's anything other than an Undertitan, it's probably the best chance that Rumble is going to have to hold this. But knowing that the Undertitan is in hand makes this a very different situation.
I want to say this is not another Ferris Forerunner, it's the same one from before, because when Rumble Hothead conquers, you can recycle one of your mechs, and then you reduce that energy cost from the mech you recycle to play out a mech from your discard.
Right. That makes sense. The same one, back again, as we go into potentially, and it gets a call of the week as well. Do we have the runes to play at all? I see 7.
I don't think you need to.
You don't need to, but is it just adding insult to injury at that point?
Yeah, maybe. I think what you do...
You just Undertitan slam it and get into game 3?
I think you say, you know what? Math is for defenders. You slam the Undertitan and you let your opponent deal with it.
Yeah, math is for defenders at that point. We can co-opt that phrase. Math should actually never be for defenders. As an attacker, you should always do the math in this one. But I like the thought. I'm on board. From this position, we can say math is for defenders.
If you're playing aggro, you have to at least take some shortcuts in thinking, right? If you're playing an aggro strategy, there is a specific reason why you're playing aggro decks.
You know, there are games where I would suggest shortcutting is fine, and it would be like Nexus Knight, maybe a Summon a Skirmish. Being 5-1 in a regional qualifier event where getting to 6 wins gets you locked for day 2 is probably not the time where I would shortcut the brain power on figuring out the math. I would probably take a few of the 25 minutes that are left just to add it up, make sure it works.
That is true. We were also, of course, only joking here. Chacho is taking his sweet time with this turn. Rightfully so, it's a big turn. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
and
7.
Also, I mean, you're 1-0 down in the series, right? So if this doesn't win you the game, the chances are, if Rumble can stabilize, I mean, you're going into the 5-2 spot. So it is a significant moment. Here comes the Undertitan. Onto the board.
14 might.
Sweeps across the board and says, yeah, we're getting +2 to everything.
14 might. That is absolutely incredible. So you're looking at this. We have Rumble. Of course, the Mechanized Menace giving shield to your mechs. So on the one side, in the arena's greatest, which is, I think, the smaller defending battlefield, we have the Rumble Hothead at 5 might, and we have a mech token at 4 might, so that is 9.
I think it's 27 might. I haven't added it up fully, but it's 4, 8, 12, 16, 19, 22, Viktor 25, 27, I think is correct. I can't quite remember. Is Viktor 3 or 4?
4.
4, okay, so 28.
We have to pay attention to not think that this Undertitan is also attacking, because it is currently basically in the battlefield of Obelisk of Power, but of course there's so many unit cards that you need to find a different place to play this Undertitan. But I think so. We need to take out 9 on the arena's greatest. I think that's the easiest one to do. So we have 2 tokens, that is 4, then if you push in the 4, then you also want to push in the Viktor leader, I would say, because that is 11. No, that's wrong. That is actually only 10.
So how much?
That's enough.
How much do we have on the arena's greatest? Did you say?
So that should be 9.
So we think that that is 9.
Yeah.
All right. I tried.
I hope that you guys can see the things we're drawing right now, but if not, then too bad.
Yeah, I don't want to break everything, so I might leave it with that. But yeah, anyway, that's not important. 9 on the arena's greatest. So you can get past that with essentially the 3 recruits. I guess you kind of have to play around what is in hand. So looking at things, you can kind of expect a super fight. You don't care so much about that. I mean...
What else do you play about? I do not think that you're playing the Void Seeker.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you play around Void Seeker? Probably not.
Void Seeker is not the greatest card if you do not have Kaisa Legend ability.
So this is going with another 6 on top of that, so that's 10, 14. If the 2 recruits that are in hand, they're the ones without buffs, go onto battlefield, so that would be...
I think
14.
The most efficient way to do this is just take a recruit and Viktor, because they together go to 10. And I mean, that would play into Stupefy, but that would still... I mean, it wouldn't play into double Stupefy, so I think...
always also have to play around Rumble ability, right? So you do need to go quite a bit over, just to make sure you're getting past that break point of like, I'm definitely getting this battlefield.
We're pushing multiple recruit tokens. I thought that was another recruit token with a buff, so we have 4, 8, 11, 14.
Yeah, it's 14, yeah.
That is quite the overkill, I want to mention.
And then I just want, can you clear the other battlefield? There you go.
That's the next question.
4, 8.
4, 8, and 6,
it's 14? Yeah, because 28.
I mean,
we could have done that. 28 is pretty easily divisible at that point.
It would be enough to, but does it play around so many things?
Yeah, what have we got in hand? I think there was Stupefy that.
Yes, and I think we have our Rumble signature spell that can be repeated. So you're getting full value out of all of the runes that you are having still left open. That would be +2 for every single mech. And you can use that on the first combat, the Danger Zone. And we can also, you know, profit from it from the second one. All right, Danger Zone is being used.
There is a Danger Zone.
Everything immediately gets recycled.
We will not sing the song because,
like
again,
that
we
Glitter
don't need to get DMCA'd.
Being hesitant on which runes to recycle, almost went for the easy way, you know, physically, of taking 2 Mind Runes, but then decided, hey, I also want to take a Fury rune and on 1 Mind Rune, so I'm very well distributed with those runes. Really like that play.
Was Danger Zone repeated? I didn't quite catch how much was tapped. So it was repeated, and then a Stupefy comes out. So essentially, with the defense trigger plus the Danger Zone, that's going to give the mechs that are defending +3. Plus the Stupefy is going to give -, so we're really in the tank on math here. It's been a long time since I was in school, so...
9, and then you get +4, which is 13, and we had 14 before, no?
It was 14 as we had it, so it is going to be a full trade?
Full trading, yeah.
Okay, so that then
could have been worse.
It could have been worse for the Rumble player. I mean, now we get to look at like what happens on the second half of this, because you can't conquer both battlefields now as Viktor. You don't have the might. And then what does it leave us with? 6 +3 plus the defender triggers plus the extra 2 from the might, so it's 8 + 5, 13 plus defender triggers. So 15?
Yeah, I think that Chacho is actually at a really decent spot here if he just conquers the arena's greatest. Because your opponent is going to hold up to 6 only, so that is not game shot for them. Still have the body of the Under Titan. There is also a world in which you just...
Do you have to full hold here? Put recruits and the Viktor on the battlefield and just say, okay, we'll try and get onto things on your turn? Or is that overkill?
I can see that. Depends on how desperate you're getting with the game, right? Because if there's a singularity, I think you lose the game either way.
Yeah, and next turn would be Watcher if Rumble's playing it again. I'm sorry, I can't quite remember the deck list from the beginning if it were in there, but anytime I'm playing against blue, I'm like, okay, Watcher at 8 is always like a break point to watch for and play around. So Rumble goes up to 6.
Yep.
Can't win this turn then, but needs to be able to deal with this heavy hold of...
I mean, it can basically win, right?
9.
If you are finding the right card.
There is the Watcher!
Oh, that is a Watcher, and that is so important because there is not a lot of might anymore on that field. You can take
It's 4 might now,
basically everything, and I do not think that there's anything that can be played from Chacho. Just basically gives up all of those cards, takes the ability to go for another push
basically,
away.
as you said, is game.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how Viktor with
nothing.
Like, not a lot can actually do this. I mean, you get what, Under Titan? Singularity doesn't win this for you because it won't get through Watcher and the Forerunner, and then you give them 2 mechs in order to conquer both.
You need to conquer both because otherwise you lose. It's not conquer both to win, it's conquer both
to
or
stay
to
in it.
lose.
Yeah, exactly. And again, this is a match that will qualify one of these players, and there is the handshake. Klimja will take the series 2-0, goes into the last round of the day knowing that they're locked for day 2 of Swiss with a 6-1 record so far. And that looked tense right down to the last moment where it was like, well, this Viktor math is going to add up. Everything, is it enough to get over the line? And it wasn't. Through that danger zone, through all the defensive triggers on the Rumble, is able to survive.
If you're messing with the mech, you're gonna get into the danger zone. This is just what it is. Some of those really niche combat tricks. I mean, let's be realistic. Many people for practicing for this tournament, they have never played versus Rumble. I'm guessing that some people also don't even know what Danger Zone does.
Yeah, I was not expecting to say as we ended round 7 that a Rumble would be 6-1. But here we are playing for potentially now, looking for maybe a tournament placement, not just that best of Rumble card. But we are going to take a few moments before we get into round 8, the final round of the day, to see who will stay in the tournament for day 2. Hey, James here with some more players on the floor in Bologna. We're finding out what your favorite champion to play is, what you're playing at the event, and your favorite cards from the deck. So what are you playing today in Bologna?
Today in Bologna I'm playing Fiora, as our main deck, so it's going really good, yeah.
Nice, nice. And what's your deck of choice for today?
I'm playing Annie today.
Awesome, awesome. So, a favorite Annie card that you're playing in the deck?
My favorite card right now is Rengar. It's a new one from Sett 2. And I like it because I feel like not a lot of people expect you to play it as a reaction, especially when you're on the battlefield. So when you're holding and someone tries to come at you and you play Rengar, it's more of a surprise, so people don't expect it as much. But yeah, that's my favorite right now.
Fair, fair. And in Fiora, your favorite card in your deck?
My favorite card in Fiora is the actually champion, so it's really nice because I can actually, with the combo we set, I can buff him, making an 8 and actually ready him up and actually go into rush. It's actually a really nice combo and I think it's going really good.
Okay, last question for each of you. What card do you not like playing against with your deck?
Oh wow, what cards? I really don't like Draven against Draven, so yeah, I guess all the type of cards that have Draven is bad. It's not coming in my mind right now, but yeah.
No, that's fair. There's a lot of cards in Draven people don't like. As an Annie player, what card don't you like seeing from your opponent?
If I'm playing someone with blue, I hate seeing Singularity. If I'm playing Kaisa or Viktor, it's probably my most annoying because I don't play too many units. So yeah.
Fair, fair. Well, good luck in the rest of your rounds of the tournament, and we'll catch up with you later.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the caster desk here at RQ Bologna. I am Medic. I'm joined by Amy, and we are here for the final round of this wonderful Saturday evening.
It's gone so quick. I hope you guys have joined us for all of the action, haven't missed a beat. And if you have, you've got plenty of time after the broadcast to go back and rewatch anything so you don't miss out, ready for tomorrow.
Don't sleep. Stay up. Stay up until 10 a.m.
Yep.
You gotta be here. You gotta be there. You gotta watch all the games. I made some good puns, as did Amy. We're great at punning.
I'll be really disappointed if you don't.
Yeah, you gotta come into Twitch chat, type, YouTube chat, type, be like, oh, that pun was amazing. Retrospectively.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because I look back at it as well. That's what we're doing tonight. We're having a group caster watch party,
yes,
and we're just all going to be watching the games.
Yep.
I have my, you brought your pajamas, I assume?
Always.
Yeah, we all have our snoods and our onesies and our cool pajamas, and we're going to get some flavor text before we get into the next round. Oh, yeah. I saw this really cool onesie, actually. It's like a, you know those full cover, obviously it's a onesie, right?
Yeah,
but it closes like a blanket, and then you get your feet in, and it's got a heating pad. So it's amazing.
Oh, wow. Okay, right.
Anyway, flavor text. A fluffed is where you make it. Poro, I'm assuming, could be Forge of the Fluffed.
I think it might be, because I don't think any of the Poros have that text, because I read the Poros, because they're cute.
What other There's the orange Poro, the big one, that has Weapon Master.
No.
I can't remember what Pyro that is. It's one of the Spirit Forge ones. Do you want to just go Forge of the Fluffed?
Yeah, I think Forge of the Fluffed.
We'll go Forge of the Fluffed as our guess for the flavor text. Do you think we've just been debated because it says Fluffed in it? Yeah, it's Pyro Herder. It's Pyro Herder. Fluffed is a group of Pyros we should have known. We should have known.
Pyro Herder, not the Pyros themselves.
Yes, the gentleman that combines all of the Pyros into one.
Scoops them.
There's a Magic content creator who also creates Riftbound content called Ben. I can't remember his name, never can. Ben, he's on Loading Ready Run, Bengineering is his handle, and he thinks Braum is going to be a Pyro combiner. So if you play Braum as your legend, you can play any Pyro from any color.
That would be incredible. Bring the Pyros together.
I think it would be really cool. Next flavor text. I've been hiding my light long enough. Come on, this is such an obvious one.
Is it?
Come on, you've got it.
My light.
Do you want me to do a voice?
No, don't do a voice yet. Let me think for like 5 seconds.
Here we go.
I don't know why my brain wants to go to like Lux.
I mean, because that's a very smart place for your brain to go.
Is it?
I feel this is Lux. I've been hiding my light long enough. Demacia.
Right? That's what I was thinking.
It's gotta be Lux. There we go.
I'm really proud of myself for that one. We haven't seen a Lux all day, so like.
Yeah,
not in the forefront of my brain.
I love Lux partly because her ultimate in League used to be called Finalis Funkeln, which is German for Final Spark. And it was just such a fun word to say, Finalis Funkeln.
Oh, that's delicious. Yeah. That's delicious.
Oh, this one we do know. Ever looked up to a Yordle?
Do I know that one?
So I can give you hints.
I like a hint.
Mech.
Oh, it's Rumble.
Is it Rumble?
No.
I see. I have 2 in my mind now, and I think it might be Rumble, but it is Rumble. Scrapper.
Rumble.
Yeah, there we are.
Yay,
Rumble! We read this
I
flavor text off yesterday when we were playing the free-for-all game.
We did.
Ever looked up to a Yordle? It's Rumble Scrapper.
We did. It was good. I liked that deck. It was fun.
Rumble's bot does have a name. I believe it's Bertha or something along those lines. I can't remember exactly now, but it does have a name. And someone out there, if you write that name on a Twitter post, send it to Pump Kami, Spirit Forge pack. Coming your way. If it's correct, Spirit Forge pack. She'll send one out to you.
All right, we got one more.
It's always best to have a dog in the fight. It's always best to have a dog in the fight.
We had the Hound in the previous round.
I was thinking Trusty Ramhound.
But I'm thinking like, would the, like,
there are other dogs.
It's flavor test, it's not a quote, so it's not like the dog's saying it, because that would be inappropriate, but...
Yes, because that would be...
yeah, that was really good. I hope no dogs were listening and got the wrong idea.
Yeah, I may have said something very inappropriate to dogs right there. I'm feeling Ramhound, because it's like it's a big dog that you have in the fight, and it's always best.
We spoke about the dog and the sword, we liked the combo, and I think I'm happy to lock that in.
Yeah. Before, when we've said it correctly, though, they have kind of already started moving across to it. What other dogs do we have? Always best to have a dog in the fight. I mean, you could go for Kindred, but I know she's not in Spirit Forged. But you have Lamb and Wolf in Kindred.
I get that. I'm not really feeling it though.
Nasus and Renekton would be my other answers if we were at League of Legends. Warwick.
Oh.
Warwick. Maybe. Kind of wolfy. No, it was Trusty Ramhound. Why didn't you change it earlier, production?
You didn't tell us.
What is this?
Do you reckon the chat was also like, no, it must be something else, and they maybe had some way better ideas than us?
That's true. I mean, they probably didn't have better ideas than us because we were correct. And being correct is the best idea. The best idea is to be correct. Can you tell I was one of those students when I was younger? Anyway, we are getting into round 8, the final round of the day. Looking for those win-and-ins. 6 wins gets you into our day 2 competition, where we finish out Swiss and then cut to our top 8 here in Bologna.
Honestly, I'm already buzzing for tomorrow, and we're not even done with today yet. We've got another banger of a match coming forward, quite frankly. There are 2 exceptionally strong decks coming our way once again, and this is where we really get into the nitty-gritty of it. This is the bit where anyone could go all the way. The people that we are featuring could get all the way to top 8 or even the best of their deck, because remember, whoever does come first place tomorrow, whoever is crowned our champion, it's also going to be the best of.
Yes, that's true. That's a cool thing to think about.
Right?
You get your cool medal card, and you get the Ruin King special card, and you get the playmat, and you get $6,000
US dollars, right?
Yeah.
It's a win-win-win-win-win situation.
That it is. Win, 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 and that's exactly what you need to do to get there. You can have countered that. I don't think it was enough wins. You might need a few more. Let's get into the game, though. We're going to be casting some Aurelia versus Draven to round out the day. As we go to center stage in our feature match area. Players have been here since about 9 AM this morning, over 12 hours so far. Alongside that, our production staff and the judges have been here for a huge amount of time. Huge credit to them for the amazing show that they have managed to put on.
Great username, I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to put that out there really quickly.
Jesus Rice!
Coming
in with the glorious executioner.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Relatively
We've seen a lot of it today, but I'm not sick of him yet. You know, I love the play style of the deck. It's really strong. It was pointed to be one of the strongest decks coming into today. However, we do have, of course, Aurelia stepping up to the benchmark to you know, put that to the test a little bit.
Interesting choices here. Yasuo Wind Rider is going to get you that point if you move 3 times in a turn. No Draven Audacious, which is something we have seen in a few Aurelia lists. So looking for that Yasuo to perhaps blow out the game from nowhere if you're able to move him around effectively. Or the usual package of your Stellarcorns, your Ride the Winds, GAs, and things like Not So Fast, just to avoid some of that interaction coming out from the Draven. We'll jump straight on into game 1 though, see who got the honor of going first and what battlefields we will be fighting on.
Yeah, it's quite advantageous for Aurelia decks to be going first, so that's always what you want as the Aurelia player. Don't give Draven too much to kind of jump off the mark with, but it is going to be Draven first, so let's see how we do. See if we can get some cheap units down early just to get the ball rolling. Overzealous fan, really couldn't ask for better.
Yeah, always really nice to get the Overzealous fan out early. Gives you a lot more power when you are looking for those attacks. Reaver's Row as well does mean that when you're defending, you can just retreat one of those units pretty easily. Dreaming Tree there for the extra card draw as well, coming out from Gook Boy here on the Aurelia. GA early. No first turn unit here. Things like the Lonely Poro you do sometimes look for. Stellarcorn Herder obviously costing 4, so unless you have an Obelisk down, you cannot quite get enough runes on that turn 1. There is going to be a response to the Overzealous fan. Gust it back to hand, and this is something that Aurelia does need to do into these mid-rangey Dravens, and even decks that are playing a lot of units early, is try to avoid getting too far behind in terms of score tempo.
Yeah, you've got if you don't get the initial cast of the sneaky deckhand and being able to kind of take some points there or go early with the Stellarcorn Herders so that you can draw more cards, you really need to stop your opponent from doing that instead.
Interesting to see the Aurelia just played out here without too much protection. The Guardian Angel not equipped to her either. This could be a bit of a bait. If you have a second Aurelia in hand, you can play around well. Maybe the Draven goes for it. Maybe the Draven tries to find a way to take it down, although Draven doesn't have too many tools to do that. You're looking at a Piercing Light, perhaps, with no units on a battlefield. It's pretty tricky to actually get that down.
Here's the stacked deck. Once again, improving our card draw. Both sides of the field are going to be wanting to do that. Of course, Dreaming Tree is going to help a little bit with that as well. So just contemplating what to take here. I think ultimately Draven is just such an aggressive deck in this matchup, and you do just want to keep kind of barreling your way in. This is a bit of a tough one. Going with the Spinning Axe to the bottom is a bit of a concern.
It is. Taking the Rebuke, though, is quite nice. Allows you to, when that Aurelia has been really buffed up, it's one deflect. You do have to pay the extra power to get it away. But when it's been really buffed up, just bouncing it straight back to hand does allow you a little bit more freedom in thinking about how you want to deal with it. Can also bait a 2-for-1, a 3-for-1 in certain situations. Aurelia are very strong as the game goes on. Kaisa going in for the Conquer. We'll get that card draw. Darius coming in as the second card for turn, immediately readied. We'll see if it decides to go to the Dreaming Tree.
Not yet. I don't think you're just going to leave it in base. Even if it were to be readied, if you want to leave it in base, that's perfectly fine at this stage of the game. You kind of want to build up units because you know that Aurelia is going to be doing the same. Oh,
100%. I entirely get it. What have we got? We've got Swifties, we've got the Wind Rider, Defiant Dancer, Discipline, and a Not So Fast in this Aurelia's hand right now. Wind Rider works really well when you have Ride the Wind unsurprisingly for the Yasuo. It gives you that ability to get extra points on a turn. You need to move it 3 times in a turn to get that extra point, but you can use that to go from 7 to 8, which is really powerful.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can use it to kind of score that extra point, and that just to be your win condition at that point. So bringing that together at the end of the game is a beautiful combination, and something that really makes Aurelia shine in this matchup specifically.
We're just going to see the Aurelia going on to Dreaming Tree here. It does have that +1 might from being readied at the start of the turn. Guardian Angel going to target it here, which will give it another +1 might. We can use our Blade Dancer to ready it if we so desire. Swifty's on for the ganking. Not readying, not going over to the Kaisa's battlefield. Instead, just trying to hold here, keeping those runes up for a little bit of protection.
Yeah, she got the boots with the fur, and the whole club is looking at her. She's over there keeping a really strong stance, making sure that we've got not only ganking, can move around now, but also that protection, which is really key to this matchup, as we saw earlier today with the Guardian Angel. Yeah,
Guardian Angel can do a lot of work here. Double fight or flight. We've got the Mind Splitter and a Brynn here. Looks like we're just going to go and have a peek at Gook Boy's hand. Jesus Rice, omnipotent in this situation. Does make sense. Not quite omnipresent yet.
No, not yet, but could be. I mean, if any deck's going to achieve it for Jesus Rice, we're going to have Draven.
Has the omniscience, has the omnipotence, doesn't have the omnipresent.
It's only a matter of time for Draven to come through with that. But Mind Splittering this kind of, it feels early. It feels early in the game, right?
It does.
And I feel like that can be so impactful.
It really can. Interestingly, looking for the extra cards here, Gook Boy, trying to pad out the hand to give more options to Jesus Rice. Also, if you have a Discipline in hand, that's a double card draw when you're on the Dreaming Tree with this Aurelia. So getting those extra cards so the Discipline can't be discarded from your hand by the Mind Splitter does make sense. We drew a Sneaky Deck hand and a Fight or Flight. It's a difficult choice here. I think the Defiant Dance is obviously something you often look towards. Wind Rider as well, very powerful for those late game turns. We'll see if that is exactly where Jesus Rice wants to go with the pick, but it is going to be, in the end, the Defiant Dance.
I think it's a really solid pick. I think I was thinking exactly the same too. It's either, powerful unit that's also great late game, or Defiant Dance, which I just know counters what I'm trying to do. That's like my whole jam, and I really don't want you to play that. It's a really strong card. It is one of the best cards in this deck, in my opinion, and honestly, I completely respect the choice to take that early, and I think the early Mind Splitter was a great choice. It's not too often that you see that, like kind of this early in a Draven matchup. You usually kind of have more units on the board going more aggressive, but I like the early Mind Splitter. We had the potential to do it. Why not at this stage? But I think that does put Aurelia in a bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, I think if the Ride the Wind had been in hand, then the Wind Rider makes a lot more sense, because you have the combo. You have the ability to get those extra points on a turn. But for now, we just have Aurelia ganking across here on to Reaver's Row. Still very powerful. Can sit in this sort of position if you want, but you are staring down at least 16 might on the next turn, and with Draven's ability to play multiple cards in a turn, with the cheap spells that you have, it makes sense that you want to either get this Aurelia off this battlefield or have enough tools to bolster her up to defend into a Darius Kaisa Mind Splitter push.
Yes, which we might well see. Luckily, we've got Guardian Angel to protect us a little bit.
True.
But it's not going to stick around for long, and we're going to have a little bit of a time when it comes to actually managing to get more units down on the board, especially now that Jesus Rice knows there aren't any more meaningful units in their opponent's hand.
It's true. It's true. Jesus Rice has that perfect information. Got a fan of Brynn here. A hard bargain. You know, too impactful right now. In fact, it's double fight and flight. It can be used to bump that Aurelia back, but the Aurelia is going to get retreated if you go in for the attack anyway, assuming that we don't have enough in our hand on the Gook Boy side. Looks like we're just going to send the Kaisa in to make sure we get that early card draw. As you've been saying a few times today, draw early, draw often. Get as many of those cards as possible before expending your resources on your turn.
Maximizing the Dreaming Tree triggers and having that extra way you can, honestly, will make a big difference in how this plays out for both players.
We are going to ride the wind, though. The Aurelia over to the Kaisa, taking this battle.
Ooh, over to the Dreaming Tree.
Yeah, and it's fight or flight or nothing, really, for Jesus Rice. Didn't want to use the hard bargain because there's enough energy up for Gook Boy to pay for it anyway, even if you repeated it. So Does look like it's going to be a fight or flight, paying the deflect cost.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, there we are. Going to have to pay that deflect, puts it back. Still has a ton of runes to work with. Now, we do have a not so fast good boy. Do we want to invest that singular counterspell in our hand at this moment to kill a Kaisa?
You know what? I think we have to. I think when you look at the other units on the board and our lone Aurelia and knowing that we only have one other unit in hand right now, what else do you do? We're not so fast.
There we are, not so fast. Jesus Rice does have another fight or flight, but it's going to be 2 power recycled this turn just to deal with this singular Aurelia. Have to do it. You feel, if you've already invested 1 into it, a second doesn't really go too much further. So there we are. Good boy now has nothing in hand to deal with this. As far as I remember, I think maybe they do have a fight or flight of their own, but pushing the Aurelia back doesn't actually matter too much. You end up getting rid of 2 runes from Jesus Rice. He will get a draw from the Conquer. Take himself 2-3 points. Also got a draw from the Dreaming Tree trigger, which was the first draw that we saw there. In hand, we add a switcheroo, which can be big or can be small. That's kind of
yeah, it's kind of the thing.
With switcheroo,
either way around is quite helpful. Up to 4 points there by popping Darius into the other battlefield, and now just doing what Draven does really, and getting a lot of units onto the board so that we can make those buffs meaningful plays and really impactful assaults on battlefields. And of course, a hidden card there goes in with Kaisa just to make Aurelia sweat a little.
The odds on is that it's a switcheroo. Because what are your options? Fight or flight, you've already used 2 of them.
You have.
So statistically, much more likely to be a switcheroo than something else. However, too often people are caught out by the statistics. Sometimes you've got to play with your gut.
Yeah.
And we see if that's what Gook Boy does here. Could go into the Darius battlefield to kick things off. This Aurelia still very big, has the Boots of Swiftness, has that Guardian Angel on her.
She's got protection.
Yes.
But it isn't going to last forever, and I think that's my concern with this, is that actually that is 1 unit. And the only other unit in hand is Yasuo, right?
Yep.
And Yasuo not doing a whole lot right now. And so unfortunately, it kind of does feel bad. So we go, okay, trying for the fight or flight on the Kaisa, which I don't think they have a response to, so I think that works.
You can not respond with the switcheroo, right? Because it's the same battlefield, I believe, that you have to play it on.
Yep, so the switcheroo goes away because the Kaisa was knocked back to base.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could switcheroo the Kaisa with the Darius or something, but
nope.
No, you can't do it. It has to be the same battlefield. Darius is going to die or get retreated with the Reaver's Road trigger here as well. So in the end, switcheroo, another power lost, but not too consequential in the grand scheme of things. Losing a hidden card obviously isn't the best, but you haven't invested a lot of resources into placing it there.
Well, when you think about how this is forming together, right? We're at 4 points aside. One I say battlefield, but it's a base. One base absolutely flush with units, and then one single Aurelia dancing around this stage, making a beautiful display, enough that we are scoring points to keep up with it. How stunning is that?
She's a blade dancer, she's a ballet dancer, she's a figure skater. That's exactly what Aurelia does so well. Her ability to avoid taking too much damage or be buffed up high enough that she can deal with her threats is very impactful. So
we got another switcheroo
coming out is big here, but without the units of the battlefield becomes a little bit trickier. Could move in with the Kaisa, then use that switcheroo, but if you're using it au naturel like this, instead of having it as a hidden card, that is 2 power that you need to invest into it. Bryn here comes down, meaning no more spells can be cast, no more cards can be played by Gook Boy this turn. Gonna lose that sneaky deck into the Kaisa. That's a draw.
Kaisa straight into that Dreaming Tree.
Yeah, it's a double draw with the combat win and with the Kaisa Conquer trigger. Moves to 5 apiece. And now the Aurelia sitting at, what are we at, 6-7? Oh, I did not mean that. If you did any hand motions at home, you should feel ashamed about yourself. Darius goes in. And alongside it, I can't remember what card that was underneath it.
Was it a Noxus Hopeful?
Quite possibly.
I think it was a Noxus Hopeful.
I think that makes the most sense.
That was something else that was on the battlefield. I was like, where's it gone?
Gonna lose the G8.
It's gone.
Gets recalled to base. 6 points now for Jesus Rice. Just 2 away from
An 8-0 sweep in day one.
Well, they will need to win another game in this series.
Oh, that is true.
It will be the second coming of Jesus Rice and of Gook Boy in that game.
It really will, and honestly, I'm excited to see it.
Yep.
I want to see all of the games. I could watch this dance be played every day of the week.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's great. I'm a bit concerned about Aurelia right now, though. I gotta say, I'm concerned. She's lost some of that protection. She's running low on resources. No other friends in base or at any battlefields. It's starting to look a little bad.
It's starting to look very hairy for the Aurelia. Sometimes you do need a little bit of support, and her support systems have collapsed around her. Another hidden card going down onto Reaver's row here.
What could it be?
Who knows? Well, it's not a switcheroo. There's still one in hand, so a fight or flight, or a couple of them. Fights or flights?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the question.
We've got more hidden cards, so I'll leave it up to you guys at home to think about what on earth they could be based on what we've seen over the course of the day, remembering the switcheroo is still in hand.
And remembering 2 fights or flights have been used.
We can only have 3 of a card in deck in a Riftbound.
That
is your play set of cards is 3.
That is true. That is true.
There's a lot of hidden cards in this deck right now that's helping Kaisa to be able to stay on this fight and survive. We haven't seen the Darius come through yet, which is the Draven come through right now, which is really interesting from the champion zone as well. So we still have that option later as well. So we still got really ferocious units kind of ready to go, whereas Aurelia, obviously, they always want to get that Aurelia out early and then push for more units later.
We're going to go and have a battle at the Dreaming Tree. Reactions seem to be coming out with that hidden card. The Aurelia, in and of itself, stronger than this Kaisa when it comes to 1v1 combat. We saw the Tide Turner in hand. Fight or flight onto the Kaisa will knock her back. That's the 3rd used for Jesus Rice, at least as far as I recall.
Yeah, I think it very well will be.
Yeah. So, what are we doing with this Tide Turner then? Can Tide Turner 2 base, bring the Aurelia back, use the fact it was chosen with your Blade Dancer to exhaust it, pair power, ready it, then take it over to the Reaver's Road to clear out both the battlefields if we so desire. However, you and I know that that's probably a switcheroo being hidden towards the top side. Could be an Edge of Night, we do sometimes see that. But the 3rd switcheroo could have been drawn if I had the exact deck list. Some decks only run 2 of them.
That's true.
Maybe there's another hidden card that, I mean, Tide Turner itself.
Yeah.
Tide Turner itself could be hidden there.
Okay, going with another Boots.
It's going to ready though, and because you have the Boots of Swiftness, you have ganking anyway.
So we can swiftly move across to that other battlefield now with 2 Boots of Swiftness attached. That's really pumping out the extra might there on
11
Aurelia.
total, I think. So is it, even if it's a Tide Turner, Mind Splitter swaps with a Hopeful, you still lose that battle. Do you just let the Hopeful die? React.
Ooh,
here we go.
It was a Tide Turner.
It was. The tides were turned.
And we just, brought that back to the base, let Tide Turner go, and just said, okay, this isn't my battle right now, and that's okay. That's kind of what Aurelia does.
Yeah, and that
She's strong in her own right. She's a strong, independent woman. She doesn't need anyone else on any battlefield ever.
It's very true. It's very true. 7 now for Gook Boy. But with these 2 cards in hand, you do not have Aurelia protection.
No,
do you go all out and just chuck everything on this battlefield to try and hold? I feel that's what's going to happen.
You've got to protect her. At this point, you just got to keep yourself in the game, and then Jesus is going to try and come forward and challenge that to take over. Because whoever manages to take both battlefields at this stage is the winner of our first game of this round 8.
In totality, it will be 14 might defending when the Tide Turner flips over. Tide Turner doesn't have a target to swap with. Errata, the card text says at a location, it's now another location. So because there's no units anywhere else, Tide Turner can't switch. Kaisa going into the Dreaming Tree will be a singular draw from that because there was no combat, so Glorious Executioner doesn't get one.
We got the spinning blade off that, I think.
Okay, spinning axes. We have 9 plus 7. Is quite a lot. In fact, that's enough in and of itself. That's 16. I guess the argument that Jesus Rice has to think through here is, what is that hidden card? We know it's a Tide Turner. If it's a fight or flight, you do lose the battle.
Yeah. But they're taking that chance.
Yeah.
They're considering playing another card here. I think there is a contemplation.
Good boy scoops.
And that's it. The first game goes to Jesus Rice.
What a performance.
I don't think we need to say much more. That was fantastic.
It was one of those weird ones where Good Boy had to invest quite a lot to keep their Aurelia alive through the mid and early game. And then because of that, you ended up in a position where you hadn't drawn many cards. We didn't see a Stellarcorn Herder.
No, not at all.
We didn't see a Lonely Poe. We didn't see any of this card draw. And so because of that, you were sitting in a spot where it's like, I have 2 units and no defense, no protection from my Aurelia at all.
And that's what we saw Aurelia do to great success earlier today, was actually having that protection, having that card draw, fight off lighting using On Guard and Charm. We saw none of that.
Yeah. It's a struggle overall. Jesus Rice is only running 2 switcheroos. We should remember that.
Oh, we shall.
For the future. So it's been a long day.
You've been saying Jesus Rice too much, and now it's future.
Everything is chut now.
Yeah, it's
for me. Only 2 switcheroos. Singular Stellarcorn Herder in the sideboard. Draven Audacious there as well.
We do have the Audacious. That's good. We might bring the Stellarcorn in just to try and mitigate that lack of draw that we had that previous game with the really lackluster kind of kickoff for Aurelia after the initial kind of what you'd expect to see from Aurelia really in the early game, and then there was just no card draw to back it up. Yeah,
it's a bit of a struggle overall. We are running 2 Aurelia Fervents. I'm not 100% sure. I'm assuming the champion and the one in the deck list are 2 separate instances, but it could just be the 1 Aurelia Fervent in totality. Only running 1 Stellarcorn. What would we take out for it? You need the sneaky deck out for the early points. Defy is okay, but doesn't do too much into things like Switcheroo or Falling Star, so perhaps not the optimal in this matchup. Could be used on something like a stack deck, or Ride the Wind, I guess.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's a difficult decision, regardless of anything. Yeah. I think that it's one of the key core mechanics of Riftbound is that in a best of 3, this can be a really tricky situation, and we need to make sure that you're side decking the correct cards in the correct matchups, taking things out and in. It's not a one-sided affair. We need to make sure that you're kind of making those correct decisions, and those are decisions I'm personally really bad at.
Have you ever seen a turn 1 4 runes?
I've
turn
seen
1
it.
Stellarcorn would be a vibe here for Good Boy. Instead,
we've got
Titan GA. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's okay.
I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I don't hate it, and it is not ideal. The Stellarcorn would have been so nice getting that extra early ruse. Oh my gosh.
5 for Draven.
That feels punishing.
It really does.
You don't want to give Draven 5 on their first turn.
Yeah, double obelisk of power, and it's a Titan and Nox is hopeful. I know which side of that trade I would take.
Luckily, the 1 doesn't matter too much in this instance. Kind of the 4 is all you can really spend, so that's fine. But just for the ramp for later, just having those extra runes out so early, kind of feels bad. But hopefully, Good Boy will be able to pull through and use their advantage of having those extra runes as well. And hopefully that will get us into some more card draw this time. And we'll see some actual, some pop-off from Aurelia.
Yeah, I agree. We don't have much card draw in hand, though. I saw a sneaky deckhand for those early points, but then you really risk just losing the combat immediately to the Noxious Hopeful.
Unfortunately.
I think it was 2 not so fast, which is also sub-ideal. The Aurelia coming out, though, once again, we'll be stuck with that 1 pesky rune remaining. Not really too much direct kill threat in base from Jesus Rice, so I think when we re-looked at their deck list, they weren't running the Piercing Light, so not too much threat there for a repeated Piercing Light for the full 4 might, but so many runes available now.
That's a lot. For a Draven deck, that's a lot, and we've got, oh my goodness. We have high, what are we going to go for?
I mean, I think Falling Star here is an absolute vibe.
Yeah.
The Guardian Angel is not equipped. The Aurelia is there and ready for the taking.
Oh, it's happening!
Punished, punished, punished. Good Boy thought without protection they could put their Aurelia Fervent out, but this is heartbreaking here for our Blade Dancer compatriot.
Oh, needing to really attach that equipment beforehand would have been essential.
Defiant dance into a hard bargain. Should have waited for the targets, but a massive play for Jesus Rice. Guk Boy, well,
Oh, it was those extra runes.
Yep.
It was those extra runes. All of those just came together to mean that the back and forth could happen, and now Aurelia is just out of play. Is there going to be able to be a comeback from that? I don't think so. I think Jesus has just said, look, I'm taking these battlefields. I'm putting a strong stance. This is the League of Draven, and I am taking these by force.
And if you're a good boy, you're kicking yourself because the GA's there.
It was right
you
there.
You had the runes. You could have equipped it. You decided against it. Have to remember these players have been here since 9 o'clock this morning. We are over 12 hours into the day. 7-0 so far. Small misplays are likely to be made, but what a devastating moment for Gookboy after bringing the Aurelia out early doors. Jesus Rice now in prime position. It is only a Noxious Hopeful and a Tide Turner, but you're gonna hold unless Gookboy decides to trade a Tide Turner into another just to get rid of one of those points.
It's just a heartbreaking scenario. I can't see a way out of this right now. We need card draw.
Yeah.
And we just don't have it. Because to be able to kind of come back from that situation, it's just devastating. I can't see a world where right now we're making particularly meaningful actions. We can trade with this Tide Turner.
So there is a discipline ride the wind line here.
Okay.
Where you win the trade into the Tide Turner, get that +2 might. I can't remember exactly what was in Jesus Rice's hand. Get the draw.
It is a fight or flight.
Maybe you just bounce your own Tide.
So you might just bounce just to protect yourself.
Gonna do so, oh, but no, you bounce the enemy Tide Turner back, right? Yeah,
try and hold.
Now there is a ride the wind, which was the angle I was thinking. Maybe you ride the wind, the Tide Turner over to the Noxious Hopeful, just to clear the board. Jesus Rice has expended a lot of runes, not so fast.
Okay.
It's gonna be cast here to stop that fight or flight, getting the knockback.
That we
Tide
wanted,
Turner
we got
kills
that.
the Tide Turner, and Moses has parted the Red Sea, and Jesus Rice can only watch
as it all unfolds. And I mean, if the comeback is coming, here it is. We've managed to get a Tide Turner down. Okay,
choose it, ready it, swap-a-roo.
Love that.
Nice.
Ready, can go into the Noxious Hopeful.
Go in at 5. I think we're counting to make sure that we paid the cost for the Blade Dancer. I thought we had, but I did also look away for a moment. I made that great joke about the Red Sea, so I was slightly distracted. Okay, ready with the Blade Dancer, equip the GA, go into the Noxious Hopeful, wipe the board. Good turnaround here for Gookboy.
Fantastic, literally turning the tides, using these, I know,
perfection.
Right? Perfection.
Now the question is, these two Tide Turners in Noah's Ark, can they survive the flooding? A Kaisa and a Brynhir Thundersong in hand.
I don't know if there's enough runes to be able to kind of accelerate that Kaisa into play and kind of make a knockback now. I think it might just be a simple play it to base.
I think we have 5, so you could.
We're gonna
recycle 1. It's that you have tapped 5 there. There's the accelerate.
Yep.
Go into the Tide Turner. The question is, do we take the one with the GA or do we take the other? I feel like you go to the top.
I think we go for the other. We leave the GA alone. The GA, like, it's kind of stuck.
Yes.
It's stuck on that Tide Turner. We don't want it on there, ideally. It's actually kind of a bad unit to have it on. We kind of don't want that right now. So if anything, it's kind of, I can deal with that later. I just want a point. Whereas if you go for the one with the GA, nah, exactly. Double draw.
Double Brynhir and a spinning axe in hand for Gookboy. A really good play to get out of a little bit of a hairy situation, but still no Aurelia in hand. I'm not even sure if we have units in hand. We'll get the hold from the Tide Turner.
But now it's whether we can catch back up. Jesus Rice, of course, got the trigger off the Draven Glorious Executioner ability there. So they've got more cards in hand even than before. And Gookboy just kind of hanging on by a thread here. Maybe it's just the thread he needs, because we saw that come back. It was very impressive.
Deckhand.
Okay, and then coming back, protecting our assets. I like it.
Retreat the Tide Turner.
And just to pass over, so we get the whole point on the Kaisa. And we're up to 4.
And the reason you retreat here is you don't want to allow Draven combats.
No.
You know what you have in your hand. It's like, okay, I can retreat. I have 6 might next turn that I can use to threaten a battlefield.
And a stacked deck. We're just going to keep digging.
Yeah.
This is great for Draven. Wanting to look at the top 3 cards. Put one in your hand, recycle the others. Ooh, do we go for the Darius to keep the pressure on?
Yeah, I think so.
I like that.
Powerful units are exactly that, and when you're facing into a tight turner and sneaky deck, and 7 might is a huge hurdle to overcome. Grab the Darius. You could play it this. I can't see exactly how many runes there are. I feel like there should be 5. Yeah, could play the Darius this turn. Instead, go for the Draven. Hold the Darius back. And
I like it.
Yeah.
Draven says, man, I'm good, and comes on in. Kaisa's there like, I'm already here, mate.
Yeah,
I've been doing so much work.
The Dream Team's been working. Dream Team has been working. I do like using known information over using unknown information.
Yeah, you playing things that are on the field rather than in your hand does leave enough to the imagination for your opponent and makes them sweat a little bit more. We've talked about that earlier. We've seen a lot of plays today which have left our competitors with 0 cards in hand, and it just leaves you very, very, very kind of open to anything your opponent can throw at you, which is a really scary place to be.
Credit to Gookboy though, getting up to 5, not hiding the fight or flight. I did wonder if we'd see a fight or flight hidden. I think the reason you don't do it here is now you have the option to play it on either battlefield.
Yeah.
If you hide it with the sneaky deckhand or with the tight turner, you don't have as many options. So we could get into a discipline war, into a fight or flight. Bryn here, treasure hunter here in hand. Bryn here's gonna come out, and now the problem is, oh my goodness, I can't play the cards. Do I discipline straight away to get that first card draw? Then do I fight or flight one of my units just to get away from one of those combats? Because every combat, well, the first combat one is that drawn card, right?
Yeah, Gookboy knows that their whole game plan for this turn was to do the fight back. Like, that is exactly what all those runes are saying to me. And Jesus Rice knows that, so they're just kind of like, okay, I'm just gonna have to just go with the flow here and see what happens when I do go in with these and see how much Gookboy can push back.
And it is every combat, not just the first. So the first time we'll see it coming into effect is this Draven Vanquisher moving to the bottom battlefield. That will get a gold for Jesus Rice and a singular card draw from the Glorious Executioner. And
of course our Titurna does survive the ordeal due to the Guardian Angel being in play, so that now does go to the discard pile, which is such a shame.
Such a shame, but again, Gookboy, they fought valiantly back from being in a position where their Aurelia was just dead. Now they're going to lose 2 combats this turn. The Conquer trigger for the Kaisa is 1 draw. The Glorious Executioner trigger is another draw. And you see how big the hand of Jesus Rice has become. A Noxious Hopeful, a Mind Splitter, a Bryn here, a Spinning Axe. The Hopeful comes down, just really adding to the might that is on this side of the board. Gookboy, a lonely tide turner, but the waves have begun to wash over him.
Let's see if they can turn everything back around, sail this ship home and grab some more points. But I'm not sure there's enough going on in that hand. But I could very well be wrong. I was last turn. I'd love to be again.
Disciplining just for the card draw. Does get the tide turner up to 4, which equals with the Kaisa.
We can get a bit of removal there if we have to, but not ideal to be able to lose a unit at this stage.
Yeah, not the best at all.
We need to stay in it.
You need to get one of these battlefields.
Forward.
Yeah, you need to get one of these battlefields. You only have 1 unit to do so.
We're running out of time. The clock is set. Jesus Rice is on 6 to Gookboy's 5 points.
I just don't see how you do it. From this position, you have 1 unit. You can take 1 fight. Gonna go into Draven Vanquisher. We'll see how many Fury runes on the Draven trigger. Just the 1 puts the Draven up to 6 might. Response from Gookboy. First action of the turn. On guard. 6 on the tide turner.
Love
2.
that. This is a beefy tide turner.
But it needs to be bigger, does it not? Because you have to try and hold.
Yeah, you
and there's a Noxious Hopeful and a Thunder Song coming in next turn. Another on guard.
On guard. And now, even beefier tide turner, I think is the beefiest we've seen today. Does take out the Draven, but I just don't know if it's enough.
Well, because you need the resources for next turn.
Yep.
Gookboy is going to have a 2 might tide turner against a Noxious Hopeful and a Bryn here Thundersong. In hand as well, we know there is a Darius and a Spinning Axe, so you can Spinning Axe for the extra might, then play the Darius, come in with a readied 7 might unit. What is a tide turner to do? This is a tsunami, not a tide. You cannot turn this one around. We'll gank across with the ride the wind, but even so, you've cleared a couple. Yeah.
You don't gain a, well, yeah. I mean, you gain a point, you go up to 7, but then The only thing standing between Jesus Rice and this win is one tide turner.
So, how do you optimally sequence this? Go in with Bryn here and the Noxious Hopeful, then play the spinning axes. You also have a ride the wind, it seems.
Oh
okay,
my goodness.
Just play your own Bryn here. Make it
Just
so
do it.
that Good Boy has to invest everything.
And there it is, there's the fist bump, and
The
Jesus
fist comes
Rice takes Draven to the top spot, showing that they truly are the glorious executioner.
That they are 8-0 on the day for Jesus Rice. Good Boy, unfortunately, taking their first loss. Fought valiantly after losing that Aurelia so early on, was able to get up to 7 points in the end, but wasn't quite able to close it out. Well played all around by Jesus Rice.
Absolutely. Honestly, I was really impressed with the comebacks that we were able to make there with Aurelia, with such a low unit count in both games. It was just a shame we didn't get to see kind of go the long run with it being able to buff units in the way that we typically know Aurelia to do, and then it was just a bit all over when we ran out of steam.
Yeah, it was just difficult for Good Boy in that position, but sometimes that happens. It's one of the weaknesses of Aurelia, is if you lose your Aurelia, it becomes quite difficult to play that deck, and she may be fervent, but she is not omnipresent.
No.
Unlike Jesus Rice.
Unlike Jesus Rice.
In that second
who is
game.
Sticking with us in this tournament.
Yes.
Towards the top
Because he's melted
spots.
Jesus Rice.
Exactly. So, hey, here we go. We're still going. There's going to be a lot more where that came from, because my goodness, we had a blast so far today. We have so much more action. And honestly, I've loved every single moment of our games today.
It's been amazing. I've had such a good time here for day one of the regional qualifier here in Bologna. I know our caster colleagues are ready to close out the day, so we're going to hand it over to them. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Medic and Amy really enjoyed the Jesus Rice cast. There are going to be plenty more puns where that came from tomorrow in our games. James and Leonard here to get you just to the end of the day. It's been an action-packed day of Riftbound. I've enjoyed every second of it. Have you, Leo?
It was absolutely amazing. Those games, almost all of them came down to the wire, really. We've seen so many comebacks, just like in this last game. Almost a tide turner comeback. Not quite, but there were so many games that have been turned around. When we thought all hope was lost, there was still some last trick up the player's sleeve.
And I feel like we've seen a really diverse set of games today. We cast a Rumble game, and I was not expecting a Rumble to end round 7, 6, and 1. I was walking by the top tables earlier. I know you were too. I saw a Lux performing incredibly well. I know that one of your friends has performed quite well today on a deck that we weren't really expecting so much from.
We have a Teemo on 7-1 right now. That is absolutely insane. Also a very prominent figure in trading card games, so I'm very sure that we're going to see something of them tomorrow.
Some really interesting champion selections for the day, and I mean, we've got hopefully more to show you tomorrow with a wide array of champions. And you know, we came into the event, we were predicting who do we think was going to be good. I always like to check in at the end of the day and see, okay, our predictions, how did they play out? Even though I didn't cast any of the Draven games, I will still, you know, take the easy win on Draven converting quite well today from what we've seen. We will, of course, when we have them, when round 8 is completed, we'll end up getting standings for you online and as we start tomorrow's broadcast. But I have a gut feeling that Draven did pretty well today.
Yeah, I think so too. Draven is, I mean, just the standout deck. We've seen this in the last round. I mean, Jesus Christ, just he just
Rice, yeah.
Whoopsie.
He got you.
Yeah, you got me good. Jesus Rice ending on 8-0 with Draven. Phenomenal performance as well. Just very cleanly played out those measures, and you could see what the deck does, right, when it gets going. It was a really difficult grind game in the beginning. The tide turner comebacks from Aurelia were really strong, but then in the end, you get into some combats because it's unavoidable at some point versus Draven sometimes. They get the card draws and then they just... Oh, I can't whistle. They just run away.
Yeah, they just run away with the game. I know Medic picked Sivir. I do know there is a Miracle Sivir that I think went 6-2 and made it to day 2. Ooh. I know they at least crossed the threshold getting in to the next round. So lots going on in the action here at Bologna, but that isn't the only place where you can experience some competitive Riftbound. If you are wondering where can I get all the action for myself. You can check out Nexus Nights and also the Summoner Skirmish at stores near you. Scan the QR codes on screen, use the event finder, find out where you can potentially get a buy from a Summoner Skirmish in potentially your next round. If that's in Lille, come and join us.
Yeah, there's probably some events this very weekend around your place, so just go there and then tell the owner of the store that they should have the stream on display.
Yeah, I was going to say, make sure you got the stream. I actually have
a
heard
watch party.
There's some streams going on in some local game stores doing a watch party. So hey, if you're still there hanging on, I bet now you've cracked open packs and you're playing games because we've finished 8 rounds of action. But nevertheless, love having you with us on the broadcast today. So we've talked about how you can get involved for yourself. And for those of you that are here in the stream watching, you're wondering, when do we come back? When do we get the action going? Of course, we played 8 rounds today of Swiss. We're not done with the Swiss portion. We still have 5 rounds of Swiss for everybody that qualified into day 2, and then we go to that all-important top 8 bracket.
Look at him smiling. He just already knows he's going to be in that top 8 bracket, right? I would assume that we're going to see at least some Draven making it that far into the tournament. But yeah, tomorrow, 5 rounds of Swiss and then top 8 to finish it off and see who can become the regional qualifier champion of Bologna.
Yeah, and that all starts at 11 a.m. CET tomorrow. So be sure to join us, whether it's on the channel you're on right now, whether it's YouTube or Twitch on the official Riftbound channels. We will be back in the morning. For now, Leo and I are actually just going to crack these packs. Yeah. So we're going to see if we can pull a signed card in the meantime, and we'll see you tomorrow morning bright and early, 11 o'clock, for more Riftbound action.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We